Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. I was super excited. I didn't know what I was going to do tonight until I was trolling in the X, the Facebook, the feeds, the this, the that, and I just kept seeing this topic of Little Miss Sydney Sweeney caught between American Eagle and the Yahtzee stuff, the propaganda. Is it racism? Is it this? Is it that? Is it all of this crazy stuff going on? And I thought, man, I can't just have one person on with this type of opinion. I had to go all out. So, of course, I'm bringing back all of your favorites. I brought back the soy pill. I brought Ryan the Radical Coder, our favorite regular. He's been here since before this was even a channel, by the way. So screw all of you. Enemy Charlie, newest to the channel, of course, the absolute fresh meat for all of you. We've got Joe Lewis. He's probably a little nervous when I say that. But I'm super excited to kick this off. And I just want to do one thing real quick. Just a big shout out to Jess Gerald dropping a big hundo in just to kick us off. I love that. Setting the wavelength now. All of you will donate $100 right now. And that's just how it's going to work, right? Apparently so. But a shout out to you, Jess. I hope you enjoy your time away from the screen later. All right. So the topic is the American Eagle Sydney Sweeney ad is a Yahtzee propaganda. We're going to do our best to use our words wisely, but we're going to make some boo-boos here or there. I can see that. Ryan, why don't you kick us off? I know you got a full-blown statement ready to go.
I certainly do. Now, I initially, I when I heard about this topic, or when I first heard about the commercial, I was a little neutral, and the more I thought about it, the more I dug into it, the more confident I felt in the proposition that we're discussing tonight. So, um, I expect early on, surprisingly, I think you're likely going to concede actually pretty quickly once I lay this out. So let's kind of walk through it. I have two like core checkpoints that I want to as like a sanity check that I want to kind of walk through. And I think if we agree on both of these core checkpoints, which I think we all will, then I think the conclusion is pretty indisputable. So let's start with checkpoint one. Do we all agree that Nazi propaganda explicitly, I already said it, sorry, explicitly constructed a racial hierarchy, placing the so-called Aryan ideal, which was blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair features, at the very top of this racial hierarchy? Because this was basically central to the Yahtzee ideology and to their core ideology. It was kind of like a visual shorthand for purity in their propaganda. And checkpoint two is if we all agree that their ideology was rooted in eugenics, specifically the belief that some people had good genes, other people had bad genes, and that these categories were used to justify political, biological, and moral judgments. Because, I mean, this isn't like some crazy academic theory stuff. I think this is all like high school level history about World War II. This is like a pretty established, pretty clear propaganda where that they obsessively promoted an inherited superiority as a marker of human worth. This was like foundational to their worldview, the bloodlines, the purity, selective breeding, and basically who deserved to thrive, or who deserved to thrive based on all that. I think if we align on just those two things, then the conversation around the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad becomes a lot harder to dismiss, because what we're looking at is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman with a retro educational narration and a campaign built around the phrase "great genes." And yeah, it's a pun, but it's marketing that happens to overlap perfectly with the ideology in question, and it's a near perfect echo of it, visually, rhetorically, and symbolically, whether intentional or not. Now, personally, I do think it was intentional. I think the timing, the stock surge, the media spike, it all looks like a strategic provocation. But to be charitable and say it wasn't, and just imagine some marketing team stumbled into this while chasing a punchy slogan, I think even then the function remains the same, because I think even then the people who hear dog whistles like this, they saw it and immediately recognized the signal they were hearing. They know these tropes. They know what great genes means in their discourse. They know exactly what it means and how to elevate the Aryan aesthetic in this glossy aspirational frame. And they know what it looks like when our mainstream culture is kind of tiptoeing back into the language of inherited worth. And I think that was kind of the point. I think the bait that they laid out was intentional. And then the outrage cycle that we're now experiencing and all taking part in tonight began. So the people who notice it, the people who name it, become the punchline. So in some sense, that's why we're here, because that's why this became a topic. The far right gets to say, look how hysterical the libs are. They think a jeans ad is Yahtzee propaganda. And then just like that, that same aesthetic that once fueled fascist violence gets reabsorbed into the content cycle. It's just like another meme, another viral moment. And I think that's like the process of normalization in what I personally call postmodern neo-fascism, under which we're living. And I want to be clear, this isn't just about gaslighting us, the libs. It's about gaslighting you, the viewer. It's about making you question your own instincts and convincing you that noticing a historical pattern repeating itself makes you the weird one, that you're the problem for seeing it. But I'm here to tell you, you're not. Because whether this was calculated or careless, we're looking at a major brand echoing the exact racial hierarchy and eugenic framing that shaped one of the most dangerous ideologies in modern history. And I think that's worth noticing.
Fair enough. Thanks, Ryan. Joe, do you have some thoughts? I think you kind of vary a little bit in the field of a couple different opinions. What you got for us?
Sure. Yeah. So for me, it's a little complicated. I'll try to keep it as low to the ground as I can, because there's a wide range of different identity-based reactions that can happen. And I'm not here, I didn't even accept this to come on to say whether or not I think the ad is good or bad, but it does point in this like intersection of some real and legitimate cultural tension. It uses a visual aesthetic that's deeply tied to the idea of like whiteness and white people. Not only just, and we'll get to this probably, and to really make sure it's clear for people watching to understand, but not just white people as a terms of just white skin and existing as a white person, but also sort of deeper types of pathologies and beliefs and ideas. It also expresses an idea of like desired, disciplined, feminine imagery, sexual orientation, and all of that is historically tied to a bunch of stuff. And Coder kind of knocked on a few of those doors, and that alone triggered a lot of reactions, clearly. And it also taps into, I think, a pretty widespread sentiment. And I'm not here to litigate the truth or validity of the claim, but essentially the claim is some variation of the idea that white people, or in this case, white women, are being erased from public media life and then being replaced with other groups of people. And I don't believe that's true, but I recognize the claim exists, right? And when you combine that feeling with imagery like this, then you get a bunch of different reactions. My personal stance is that there is no single response that defines this ad. I think what does come from it is that based on how people react to it, based on their own beliefs, their histories, and even their identities, and I hate using that word in the context of the conversation, all those responses, whether it be indifferent, confused, outraged, celebratory, they all exist together that give the ad its legitimacy. And I think it's okay and good if I were to make some type of moral stance, that we're able to see a piece of content, see a bunch of different ideas about the content, and being able to kind of talk about it, have conversations like this. I think that's important for society to engage with these ideas, and not one idea is superior, not one idea is correct. But based on how we all live and see the world, we can come together and at least try to sort of work out the ideas.
That's fair. That's fair. Charlie, to you, my darling. You're muted.
So I don't have anything written out, and I feel like Ryan and Joe, you both had some very strong and good opening statements, so I'll try to match that a little bit. I personally feel I don't think that the ad was intentionally done in a way for right-wing extremist purposes. I think it was either a very stupid advertisement meant to reference an older advertisement, which was also a really bad advertisement because they had a 14-year-old girl in a sultry voice, half naked, talking about genes and procreation. However, I also think that, like Ryan said, I think that this definitely could have been, done intentionally to manufacture controversy. Because what's going to happen is that you'll have a bunch of far right people go, oh, wow, haha, we love this. But you are also going to have very far left people call it Yahtzee propaganda. And in return, you will have people who are more centrist, maybe more center right, more center left go, oh, wow, those people are crazy. Let's disavow them. And all that ends up happening is that you get the American Eagle name trending. And Ryan said that the stocks have gone up, so I feel like that's potentially validated. However, I do think that it was, again, either stupid or very particular. Because again, like in our culture, blonde-haired, blue-eyed whiteness is intertwined, and I don't think can necessarily be separated from Aryan, that image. I mean, I think my gosh, everyone's history teacher, when we were learning about World War II, would point at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white kids and go, oh, Adolf would have loved you. You know what I mean? I'm sure you got that, Sarah. It's a part of our culture. And so, talking about genetics in that way, using Sydney Sweeney and saying she has great genes, I think for everyone is going to be like, well, that was weird. And also, I realized that maybe I'm spending too much time on Twitter, but kind of the Victorian era race science in which Yahtzee race science was based upon, language from that era has entered into my lexicon. I was talking about Sydney Sweeney, and I referred to her as having poor white girl physiognomy. And I was like, I'm using the Victorian era race science language. And that's just becoming more common, is that people are kind of, without necessarily understanding what they're doing, invoking Yahtzee and Victorian race science, which is not great. So yeah, that's my statement. I don't think it was intentional, or if it was a marketing thing and not a, intentional, hey, we are pro Yahtzee now. Anyway, that's my statement.
Fair enough. Soy pill, steel man the crap out of this.
Yeah, so just off the bat, I think obviously, well, maybe not obviously, because Ryan's here. I don't think American Eagle are Nazis. It's founded by two Jews, the Silvermans. I don't think they were like, maybe they're not in charge of the marketing, but I highly doubt that they would have seen some sort of backdoor like dog whistle ad and said, oh yeah, let's sell more jeans by appealing to the Nazi. Like, I don't think they're doing that. Sydney Sweeney is very liberal herself. She goes to the LGBT GLAAD awards. I don't think she would be participating in this if she even had an inkling that it was that. The reason that people are upset, though, is justifiable, I think, because if you look at kind of where the cultural sentiment has been over the last, I want to say 5 years, or at least since Trump, people have been complaining a lot about woke stuff, DEI, and very specifically on the internet and in these farther right circles are interracial ads with like a black and white couple. And as of the last, I don't know, since November, since the election, the claim now from MAGA is that woke is dead. Woke is dead. There's no more interracial ads. And Sydney Sweeney, they're trying to claim her as this like MAGA, brainchild. Like, cool, white women are back into the lexicon. So if you couple this kind of like narrative of, well, now we're allowed to show white people again in advertisements, along with the kind of rise of fascism, and then couple that with the anti-Latino sentiment, the white genocide narratives that are popping up and are becoming more blown up because of the right wing, people are upset because they have that on the mind. Do I think they did it on purpose? Probably not. There's a chance it was used to sell more jeans, but mostly it was there to get upset by the libs, because the libs are prone to be upset right now because for legitimate reasons, because of the racism, because of this like weird cultural narrative. Now, I have seen far more things from Fox News and the right wing talking about how mad the left is than I have seen people being mad on the left. And I think they're doing that, like Ryan said, because they want to distract from the fact that they're trying to privatize Social Security, that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, that, all the other horrible things that are happening. They're kicking people off of Medicare, that Israel and Palestine is getting worse and worse every day. So do I think they're Nazis? Obviously not. However, there's very good reasons to believe that, this is Nazi coded, even though it's not intentionally. And now the right's just using this to say, oh, look how bad the libs are because they're doing such a god-awful job.
Wouldn't that be a kind of a projection then to say it wasn't meant to be Yahtzee propaganda, but then I can understand how it can be received that way? Wouldn't that be a projection?
I mean, it is a projection of, hey, I've been seeing a lot of Nazi sentiment on the rise, and now I see something that is Nazi coded, which is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman talking about her great jeans, but it was probably just a pun about jeans. I really don't think they were trying to dog whistle, but that doesn't matter. The point is we're primed to look at it that way, or a lot of the left people are, because of all the crap that's going on right now, because there's a huge right-wing fascist, rise. I mean, if you look at that Jubilee thing 2 weeks ago, there's like a whole swath of people that are now very comfortable saying, oh yeah, no, I don't disavow the Holocaust. I actually am a fascist. It's very, very, very prominent now and more in the mainstream. So that's why people are reacting the way they are. I understand why. It is silly, but I mean, I don't blame them.
Okay. So essentially we think that there's Yahtzee kind of fascism direction going around. And so therefore anything that has an inkling of that will just automatically be categorized in that notion. Is that what you're saying?
Well, can I
go ahead, Ron?
Can I engage with that a little bit? Because I think something to really keep in mind here, and to note, like, I think all of us are vaguely like close to a similar page on this. Like, we're recognizing how it looks at least.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody here is calling to cancel or boycott American Eagle, right? Or no one here is outraged. No one here is saying you shouldn't watch TV shows with Sydney Sweeney.
What are you talking about? We already boycott American Eagle. Nobody shops there. Are you kidding me? Who like? Can we not? I don't want to interject here. Right,
no,
play a little bit of basketball, but like I can't think of a single instance that I've ever went into American Eagle in my life. I can't personally, but yeah, maybe that's because it's not. Maybe it's because it's not advertised for me. But maybe within your audience, Sarah, I'd be very interested to see how many people have actually shopped at AE.
I have a teenage daughter. The other one, I think it's Ariel. There's a brand. No, it's I think it's Ariel. American in there. I think it's hold on.
That's a good point though, Joe, is like this is clearly meant to appeal to straight people because Sydney Sweeney is a hot woman, but like she's selling jeans for women. Like,
and listen,
Harry. It's called Harry.
Yeah,
Harry, and that's like bras and underwear and crap. And then American Eagle, she shops there, and I mean it's in your standard teenage package, right? Hollister, sure. American Eagle. God, what else did we have? There was
and then depending on when you lean, right, you might end up like your daughter. I don't want to inject too much here. Like your daughter might not go to Hot Topic, but she might have friends who go to Hot Topic, for instance.
Right.
That's more of like that, like gothy store.
It's the same mall we all shop in, right? And we were all teenagers once, and we all made our way through the stores, and the guys all wear the same stupid cologne, and the girls all wear the same lip gloss, and they all shop it. If you didn't have like the bird, if you didn't have the Hollister logo, like who are you? Then?
Are you trying to suggest that Men's Warehouse has a monopoly over clothes at weddings? Like every man has the exact same blue suit.
Probably. Yeah. If you don't, then what are you doing?
You get a target suit. You roll the dice. You roll the dice and get a target suit and hope it holds out.
So yeah, essentially the market is, I would say, between like 13 to I'd put it as, if you're 21 shopping at an American Eagle, I think less of you. But 13 to 18 for sure. We got that whole high school crew, right, until they grow out of it and they decide that Ross is significantly
I thought that we left it in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. I feel like that's the last time I saw people wear American Eagle.
Maybe
I just don't see it.
I think I remember hearing that they had taken a nosedive in terms of sales. And so this is their track back.
Because they didn't really have skinny jeans, I think, as much as they're mostly boot cut. And when those fell out of fashion, I think that, yeah, they did take a nosedive.
Yeah, but they're about to be everywhere now because Sydney Sweeney is promoting it.
I do have a decent amount of American Eagle apparel actually, because for a while every year on Christmas my dad would get me a gift card. It wasn't my first pick or anything, but it was just what he threw in my stocking, and I appreciated it. I would get underwear and like polo shirts and shit, and they're fine.
Are you gonna burn it all now?
I'm gonna have to, I think, and to with a sigil of Sydney Sweeney on it.
Well, something to that, right? I think there is something legitimate to say that American Eagle is, I don't want to say irrelevant, but probably just kind of irrelevant. They exist in a particular niche. They don't really have any type of, like, when you think of American Eagle, it doesn't really point to anything. It just kind of points into, I'm going to be very careful when I say this. It kind of just points into like girls in between the ages of 16 and 22. And that demographic. And
Justin Timberlake.
But like that's a constant cycling. That's a constant cycling group, right? So you just have to stay trendy and stay with the styles. But even at that, and that's what kind of blows my mind a little bit more, because we have Sydney Sweeney here doing this, and obviously she's kind of a hot thing right now. I keep up with the times only thanks to my daughter right now. When she gets older, I won't know anymore. But I know Sydney Sweeney is really hot on the market right now. Her.
Would you rate her out of 10?
Sabrina, I think she's pretty hot. Like,
damn, she is so hot she doesn't even get a number. That's crazy.
Well, I'm not a big I think she's hot. Like I put her at probably an 8.
She's a good looking woman.
Yeah, she's a good.
It's undeniable.
You said you had poor white girl physiognomy, Charlie. So
that was a joke. That was a joke that I saw on the internet. I was saying that like it felt weird for the Aryan master race to pick her, because when I think of that, I think of the weird propaganda posters of like the crazy looking.
Are you trying to say? Are you trying to suggest that
her jeans aren't good enough?
Are you trying to say that like Cerise Theron's just getting too old and they got to just chop her out? Like, we need another one. Who can we pick?
Yeah, they do. They need to find another one. She just kind of looks like a. I don't know. I was like, she just doesn't seem to.
I'm still not convinced
but then we have people like Billie Eilish, right? Who's just
I thought you'd be
dresses dumpy. She's got beautiful eyes, but she purposefully dresses dumpy. She doesn't show off her she doesn't want to show off her body. Like she's.
I mean, we've seen it.
She's just right.
the Gooners know. The Gooners know. Like, listen, they're on the research.
Picky, like sometimes I look at some of these stars that they pick and I'm kind of like, why? Like it's kind of odd, but okay. But essentially it's what's hot right now. It's what's cooking. It's what's trendy. And again, I only know these things because my daughter follows. I mean, now they're moving to influencers and not necessarily celebrities. Celebrities are like almost begging to get sponsorships anymore, right? So we've got influencers doing a lot of the work. But even at that, okay, so
I had a point, by the way, not to cut you up mid-cook. The reason why I question the legitimacy of American Eagle is that I think they have to take, if you want to be relevant, as many streamers have shown, you have to take risks. You have to take certain type of rhetorical risks. You need to have certain type of linguistic risks. And I think I don't think American Eagle is naive of the sentiment that's going around in America. I don't think, and again, like, I don't think they care whether or not the sentiment is serious, like legitimate or illegitimate. They just know it exists and they kind of tap into it. And I think they took a risk of tapping into the sort of identity sensitive snowflakes, because there's no shortage of that within Black communities. As an example, like you're hard pressed, like there's so many Black people who will like see the smallest bit of racially coded undertones and then just go off on Twitter and make manifestos about how we have to like change and revolutionize society and shit. And I always look at that and go like, all right, I'm very secure about who I am, and I hope you seek therapy, my friend, but I'm not reading that. I'm just not going to read it. And then on the other end, there are people who sort of buy into that sort of coding that Coder, Charlie, and Sawyer kind of alluding to, where they do legitimately believe that the white race is being erased. They do legitimately believe that white women are being sort of softly moved to a side for non-white women, and they see Sydney Sweeney as a callback to like, we're back, baby. Like Ozzy Osbourne's dead. What the other dude, Hulk Hogan died. We lost our champions, but she's our new one. Let's get it. But again, like those sides are kind of the extreme. Where I think for a lot of people, I think they kind of fall under the camp of like, this is an ad, who cares? But that even this is an ad, who cares, has within like my point has like a place in all these other different perspectives. It's not a matter of like which one of these is absolutely correct. It's just that they kind of all exist together, and those things all together make the ad that it is. And I think American Eagle won. Like, I think if I were to believe that they knew that these different sentiments existed and they just wanted to sort of spark into that to drive attention, I think they absolutely succeeded.
And just to piggyback and jump back into the what I was getting when I mentioned American Eagle a while back. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. But I think it's the fact that nobody here is like calling to boycott or cancel them, I think is notable. And like no one here is like really outraged about it. I think we're just analyzing a trend and a phenomenon. Like we're examining the outrage and the lack of outrage and just the reaction cycle that's happening, the content cycle that emerges from controversies like this. And I think that's what I'm pointing to, is like when I think about them being aware of like what they're tapping into, is that the culture at this moment is ripe for a controversy like this, I think, and one that will get a lot of content, get a lot of people like there's going to be libs who are like, wow, this is Nazi propaganda, and there's going to be a lot of right wingers who are like, look at all these insane libs, and all of it is of course going to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is on the Epstein list and traffic children. But that is, I think that's just kind of where we're at. Oh, and sorry, the last thing on that, I think it's also relevant that they like Charlie mentioned, the ad that they are echoing is of the Claire something, I think, like who was like a 14-year-old.
That was
from,
crazy.
I guess the 90s, who they did almost the same commercial, and
Bro,
she's like putting on the jeans in the commercial. Like it's the commercial is her putting the jeans on, like getting dressed. And this is a child, and it's so it's echoing
she's like
that
breathy and
yeah, she says,
So
you know what
breathy.
Is in between me and my jeans? Nothing. Which in the 80s is crazy. And then there was like, oh, she's a minor. And again, like this is obviously like this is pre-internet. This is pre being able to just like have like a panel like this to exist. So people just kind of had to look at this imagery and just kind of sit on it and then
actually, yeah, now that you mentioned that, I do think this might be a backdoor dog whistle to remind everyone, as it's MAGA coded, that Donald Trump had sex with minors.
Which is worth remembering.
I wouldn't say
left field soy pill. What the hell?
All right. I was always of the opinion
for decades, actually.
I was
more on a mission.
Hold on. I need more of elaboration on that.
Well, you didn't know that Donald Trump was on the Epstein list, is in the Epstein files himself, has flown with Jeffrey Epstein multiple times, is best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for a while, is said that Jeffrey Epstein likes girls on the younger side, but, he likes them a little younger than me, knew about all the trafficking and recently was hot mic'd, or I guess asked the question of whether or not Jeffrey Epstein took girls from Mar-a-Lago and had nothing to say about the fact that those girls were being had sex with. He's just like, oh, he took my employees and seemed to be mad about that. He stole them. All that's been in the record for a while. It's kind of weird the right's just now realizing it, though.
I'm not going to go as far to say that
that's deep.
All of that, right? I think the only reasonable, unverifiable claim is that Donald Trump is pro prostitution, because how can that many women think that that's where they want to go unless they're getting paid? I'm not trying to suggest that Donald Trump's ex-wives. Right, I'm not right. I'm saying something different. I'm not trying to suggest that Donald Trump's ex-wives are all just prostitutes. But did he pay them? I'm just saying, I'm not a member of the Legit Bigota, but I don't think Donald Trump is that attractive of a man that can pull the way that he's pulling. So I don't know.
You don't have to be attractive to pull hotties. I mean,
clearly,
there is a dollar amount where it's like,
especially not if they're being trafficked.
And I know for a fact men play this game. Okay, I know for a fact you guys play the how much to tap it. How much? Like $1,000. Okay, $2,000. 2,500.
Just make her laugh.
Right. Right, easier. I know you guys play this game too, and women just do it live. We don't play.
Well, listen, I pray for our boy Shannon Sharp, but they're just kind of. I understand what you're throwing down, where it's rich men can kind of just pay their way into the life that they want to have, and then we all just kind of have to watch and think I can do that too. When I say we, it's just dudes. There's no girl on the planet that's looking at a guy and saying, I think I can buy him out. I think I can. That man has a price. Because I think, again, I'm riffing, by the way, just to kind of do a side tangent, but I don't think that there's any man in the world that if a woman came up to them and said, I'll pay you $2,500, all you have to do is just kind of unconditionally have sex with me and maybe you get to stay home and don't have to work. I think most men would be like, no.
Are you kidding me?
Some dudes might.
I'm fantasizing about it right now.
It's called a sugar mama. Okay, us cougars know how to take care of our cubs. All right. So, question. Here's what I wanted to ask.
Anyway, I digress. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It was a good little tangent. At least we know that nobody on here likes Trump except for that's in my world, right? We're all.
Well, wait, Joe. I just wanted to clarify real quick. When you said the women are doing it for a reason, you mean you're not talking about the trafficked children. You're talking about the grown women that have married him, correct?
Yes. That's what I'm trying to throw down.
I just wanted to, because there was someone in my chat that was like, "These are minors," and I was like, I don't.
No, Ivanka is quite the not. If I say there's somebody who is so far from being a minor, it's probably Ivanka Trump. She's very far removed from her minor status.
Are you talking about Melania? Ivanka's his daughter. I know he wants to.
Melania, I don't know these women.
I think as well.
To be clear, he did meet and have sex with Melania for the first time on the Lolita Express, allegedly. So she also might have been a minor at the time of them getting married.
Oh God.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is that the outrage is to distract from the Epstein stuff.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's a wild ride to get from point A to point B. Question: If in this this American Eagle ad, if it was an Asian girl, a Black girl, a Mexican girl, a Jewish girl, I don't know, like a transgender girl doing exactly the same thing, saying exactly the same lines, no difference except it's just a completely different looking girl. Would we all be saying the same? Would we even be having this conversation?
No.
Well,
if it was a white brunette, I probably wouldn't be saying the same thing. I would still think it's a dumb commercial. I'd be like, this just wasn't very clever in my opinion. But I think it is, again, it is just because the I feel like this. Yes, it's the optics, and it's just the very strong association between blue eyes, blonde hair, and white skin with Yahtzee stuff.
Eugenics.
With eugenics. So when you start talking about genes, and you're talking about the perfect genes that someone who is blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white has, then it's like, and she's referencing her hair and her eyes.
Did she say perfect genes though? I mean, I remember she said you get your genes from your mom and dad, and then is that what she said?
The narrator says
good genes.
Good genes. Sweeney has great genes.
Great, yeah.
Right.
And to be clear, like this is definitely like a perfect storm, right? Because if they had like gone out of their way to find like a Aryan poster girl propaganda person that was like a D-list celebrity, then it would be like, okay, this is a little weird, right? Like some no name. It's like this is very explicit. But it's Sydney Sweeney. She's my Pedro Pascal. I'm like, I'm tired of seeing her and everything. And they know she's in everything. She's a hot item right now, and that's why they threw her in here. It's probably just like, hey, what are they? They're making her sell like dumb shit now. It's like probably Carl's Jr. We're going back to like if you buy our burger, this woman will have sex with you, right? Like this is just a marketing tactic. But
doesn't work, by the way.
Sydney Sweeney just happened to be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, which is why we're talking about it now. Why anyone freaked out about it?
She's a brunette naturally, isn't she?
I saw your chat kind of talking about that. To clarify a little bit of that, there's a particular set of imagery of a character that Sydney Sweeney played in Euphoria, and she hasn't quite moved beyond that imagery of that character, which is a blonde-haired and kind of like blonde hybrid, right? Where it's like they start like younger blonde and slowly transitioning from a more brunette look. But even with that, right? Like even if we do a 1-for-1 swap, the critiques would just be different. The meaning would just shift to be something else. And there would still be
kind of racist against white girls.
Like, in what way? What do you mean?
Like, just because she did it, now we're mad because she's the one that did it. I mean, not her individually, but a white girl did it.
Well,
right?
Sarah, to be clear, if a black girl did it, Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and all them would have a fucking aneurysm and say like this is anti-white propaganda. So we wouldn't be talking about it for the same reason, but we would still be talking about it because they would be having a fucking bitch fit. So
yeah, it would just be pointing and like trying. When I say pointing to different things, an ad is like saying a particular thing with that, and I don't think that. I mean, listen, I'm all for it because something that I think is very interesting is that people have different types of identity-based reactions to advertisements, because even within the ad itself, like we know that a different actor or actress would have a different response. If that was Megan Thee Stallion, you'd have a different response. If it was Lizzo, you would absolutely have a different response. Or even someone in drag saying that, there'd be a different response. That's not to say that one response to it is legitimate, but it's just that to say that, if the identity switched, it would be pointing to different things, and the ad itself in its core would be saying something else. You can clearly still take the camp of like, it's just an ad, who cares? But that idea of this is an ad, who cares, is also in these other different types of reactions.
But even even with that being said, like I look at it as she is the market for what they're looking for, right? Your typical teenage girls and who they look up to, right? That's the influencer for who their target market is. So for instance, if I run a Nike ad, I'm not going to get Lizzo to be in my Nike ad because that's probably not my target market. Right. So
Lizzo lost a lot of weight. So actually, I wouldn't be
working out like crazy.
She's not an athlete, right? I would go for a basketball player, football player. I would go for somebody that is an athlete of whom is working towards. This is why all of the sports places get golfers and basketball players for their sponsorships. So like I look at who's going to look up. My target market and who they're looking up to. That's who I want to get, right? So if Sydney Sweeney is the hot commodity right now, then naturally I know all of the teenage girls because we already established that's the market age range for American Eagle. That's the target market range, and I want to attract them. So therefore, I'm going to get the person that they look up to. If Lizzo happened to be that person, it would have been her. If Candace Owens was that person. I would have gotten that person, right? Like I would have gone all in different directions.
Can we just say that ad would throw way? It would. I wish. Listen, Candace Owens. Damn, they missed an opportunity. That ad would have gone crazy.
Gotta have some pearls to clutch for that one.
Yeah, it would be. Listen, it would be like I'm one. I used to listen. There was a time when I was younger that I was one of these pearl clutching liberals, and now I'm a chaotic fuck. So I gladly invite that type of controversy. That's why even you probably missed this, but Billie Eilish said in public in Ireland that she was so happy to be playing in front. I forget the exact wording of it.
A bunch of people that look like her.
A bunch of people that look like her. And everyone just kind of like, huh?
Which was just such a weird thing. But also, okay, I want to tie this into, there was another commercial that a Dunkin' Donuts commercial that had some guy. I don't know who this is. I don't know if this is what people think is hot now, but it's some dude who has like a white guy, tan, has the broccoli haircut. And he talks about how he says, okay.
He says, this tan is because of my good genes.
Tan genetics. Like, I guess, not to go too off topic, but I feel like we're also entering an era where kind of like selecting offspring based on genes is becoming kind of very, it's like something we can maybe kind of do now. And I'm against that because I do think that we are actively fucking with our evolution as a species. There are genes that might be undesirable on the surface, but I feel could at some point in the future be desirable, be useful at some point. There's just this weird thread of like Victorian era race science coming back, and I don't know if I like that we're thinking about who has good genes or not.
Well, okay. I know what you're getting.
Can I validate something before we get? Can I validate something that Sarah said? Can I validate something you said, Sarah? I want to agree, just because you kind of said it and then I derailed it. I do agree that media wants certain celebrities and people to point to. So for teenagers, they want to have somebody that like they can point to as an individual. Like for a lot of men, for a while, that was Hulk Hogan, and then that transitioned to being, like it or not, it was Hulk. It was the Hulkster, and then that pointed to when it comes to women, for instance, like Sasha Banks was a very significant figure, if we're saying in that sort of wrestling vein. And then there's also what's that woman's name? I just know her as Muscle Mommy. My girlfriend watches wrestling. I don't, but I just know her as this Muscle Mommy. Your chat might know who I'm talking about. But
yes, no, it's not Rita. What is it?
Rhea Ripley? Yeah. And like, so you have different type of like figures that you want to say like, hey, this is who you want to aspire to be. And I would agree that Sydney Sweeney for teenage girls is like, at least AE is trying to do this, that they're trying to point that like this is sort of like who you want to aspire to be, or someone you want to consider as a role model. And that can drive sales of products, or even drive the idea that American Eagle is something that you ought to buy or ought to pursue. Well, anyway, you want to get to race science and stuff, or genetics?
Yeah, on the topic of genetics, I do want to push back a little bit on you, Charlie, because the idea of like saying I have good genes, or like judging people or selecting based on the genes. I mean, first of all, we do it all the time when we're like, hey, that person's hot and I want to have sex with them.
You took my whole fucking point.
But second of all, well, hold on, let me take more of your points. The amount of time that I hear specifically Asian and Black people say, oh, it's my good genes, that's why I'm aging so well, which is a totally acceptable statement, I think is fine. And the fact that lots of people talk about, oh yeah, I've got good genetics, like that's a very common term in the zeitgeist. And so that's why I think more than likely the ad agency is not like, how can we drop some Nazi eugenics into our ad and trigger people? It's just like, oh yeah, let's say genes. That's a pun. Talk about genes. Done. I think that's probably where the conversation ended, because these people are not that smart. You ever watch Mad Men? They come up with the stupidest fucking ideas.
Well, you did also say it was kind of like a redo of an older
Exactly.
commercial that they
And that
already
probably
had.
wasn't Nazi science. That was just pedophilia or ebophilia for the libertarians.
So,
Well, I
so
think-
I to answer the question of like what would it if it was someone else, right? If it was anyone else or someone who looked different, I think is the interesting question. Like we might still be having a conversation, but we'd be having a fundamentally different conversation if it wasn't a white woman with blue eyes and blonde hair and it's the combination of all of these things, and like which is why I opened with like those two key points, like acknowledging that like these are like core things to like that ideology, right? They're so central to it, and so it really strains credulity to me to imagine that no one on the marketing team at any point in the production of this realized like we're kind of doing a little trifecta here.
Have you met media relations people?
I just don't buy it.
Hold on. But that in and of itself means that every single white person out there who has blonde hair and blue eyes now has to be careful with how they operate or say things they say or do in an instance, because somebody might say, well, you're white and that sounded like propaganda, therefore Yahtzee.
Well,
right?
no.
Wait, I'm not even. Wait, yes,
that's a good point. No, Sarah's right. Sarah's right. That's a good point. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people should be a little more careful talking about having superior genes, just because of the historical.
Maybe they should. Yeah.
In the same way,
is that so bad?
It's just like, look, you got to look at the historical context for so many things, right? Like, I've seen little kids and they're like, oh, Ibrahimovic, or my favorite soccer player is black, and like this Romanian kid will like do blackface, and it's like, okay, like you don't understand the history of Jim Crow, but that's a thing that happened, and like you have to think about these things and your status of these things and your audience when you participate in this. So yeah, maybe you do have great genes, maybe you're a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed person, but depending on how you brag about that, like you're probably going to get some very deserved backlash. I think you should be careful about that. That doesn't mean you can't be into that at the very least. The language is important.
But
I agree. I agree with what Sarah's trying to throw down here. Not to cut you off again. I'm so
go ahead. I like that you're agreeing with me. At least you're validating me.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm about to be a permanent guest soon. About to replace somebody. Like, so here's what I'll agree with, right? Here's what I'll agree with. There is something to say about how when we have deeper conversations about like just social structures and shit, that it gets mixed up into those type of ideas where it's like, oh, if I am white-haired, white, blonde, and blue-eyed, then I'm automatically a problem in society, and I ought to check and like self-monitor and self-regulate and censor my expression. That's a legitimate sentiment. But I think the problem is that's not enough, because what I see is that it's not only a matter of you fitting into that box of visibility. So I say visibility, like what you look like, but also having the correct ideas, beliefs, and like sort of performative aesthetic. The way I think about it is kind of like we live in a society where there's this dress code. And we all know the dress code exists, but we get reminded that we're not dressing appropriately. So society kind of says, well, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. That's a little closer. Okay, you're fine. And then someone like Charlie would go, well, why am I fine? And there's no like feedback loop of like explaining what they changed about themselves that's now tolerable in society in such a way that's like, you're never told. What I'm trying to say is like you're never told what this is, like what the acceptable thing is, but it's based on how people respond to you. Because if somebody with blonde hair, blue eyes, and I guess apparently blue, because your chat had like a little back and forth about how Sydney Sweeney has green eyes, actually. Well, weird thing to clarify.
I have green eyes too, but most people think they're blue. So I'm gonna roll with that. Me and Sydney, we're one of the same.
So I say that.
One other difference.
Yeah, like I'm almost on. I'll land it. I promise.
No, go ahead, Joe,
I promise you, I'll land it. Yeah. So like the point is that like what happens is you don't only need to present in a way that's accepted in society. You also have to have the beliefs, the ideology, the different types of like connection to tradition, because then you're completely sort of like, I won't say normal, but just like someone who's not going to be reminded that you don't belong, for example.
So can I this is anecdotal, but I am primarily of German descent. My last name is very German. My grandfather grew up in a town that spoke German and
how do you
English
spell your last name?
in the Middle East.
Stop it! Don't do that.
You know how to spell my last name. But like growing up, when people would read my last name because I grew up in California, I would get like a lot of Yahtzee jokes. All right, I'd get a lot of Yahtzee jokes, which kind of bothered me when I was little. But then I was like, I don't care. But I also, like when my papa said to me, you should marry someone with a good German last name. You don't want to lose your good German last name. I'm sure
You mean
he
your
didn't mean
papa?
that in a. No, I call him my papa.
Your papa? Okay, make it sure.
Yeah.
Are you saying it like German? Is that? This doesn't work when it's a cognate.
Yeah.
I just know there's this German Shepherd dog on TikTok, and he says "papa." So I don't know if that's a connection, but I'm just messing.
No,
with
this
it.
isn't my dad. This is my grandfather. When he said that, I'm sure my papa didn't mean like only marry white German people who are not of Jewish descent. He didn't mean that because he doesn't care who I date. He just wanted me to keep my last name, but I had to be like, Papa, you can't say that at a restaurant in public, please, because that's awkward, So I think like sometimes, you might belong to a culture or an ethnic group where maybe your ancestors did some crazy things, and then you just got to kind of make sure you don't say things that make you look crazy because of that.
Sarah,
to that point, please. I've been holding it for a minute. What we are talking about, we're talking about a very large corporation with a very large marketing team, with a very with a very established actress. We're not talking about some like random girl at a bar like doing tequila shots with her friends who says something says about her great genes or whatever, and someone overhears it. Like there's a lot more orchestration into this thing. So like we can talk about how people should be a little bit more conscious, and it'd be nice if people were a little bit more conscious about this kind of stuff, but like it's a totally separate discussion, I think, from like a corporate entity. Like there's just so much oversight into releasing something like this. And
Ryan, I gotta push back on that. I don't know where you've worked or like if you know the internals of some of these bigger companies, but like you'd be surprised, first of all, how fucking stupid all these people are. Second of all, like how one guy will do it and how checked out everyone else is. And I was like, yeah, fucking whatever. Or even like what I've been allowed to release like as PR for like Congress people or like pretty big companies or like what's companies that will advertise on YouTube channels will let you get away with. I don't think that it was like, 100 people all watch this ad and all of them were like, yeah, it's a little Nazi coded, but you know what we're trying to do. Like that's possible. Don't get me wrong. But this was not like, how could they all miss this? Trust me, they put out a lot of stupid shit. I don't know if you watch much ads anymore. Streaming doesn't really have ads, but like TV used to, but there's a lot of stupid fucking ads that get misconstrued all the time. And this isn't like a Japan, like, oh, we put a black guy in the washing machine and he came out, Japanese sort of like racism. This is like the most subtle, like, am I tuned into the zeitgeist of the rise of fascism, but not in the mainstream, but because I'm on the internet all the time and I can read between the lines of what Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are saying. So I don't think this was necessarily on purpose.
Going back to Trump.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
can I ask a question?
Zeitgeist is impacted by that, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you guys think I'm going to make a claim? Because this is kind of what I believe. I just kind of see where y'all land at. I don't think most people react emotionally to these type of representational things. So to explain this a bit more clearly, I don't think most people, I won't say everybody, but most people actually care about anything we're talking about.
No, I don't think the average person cares at all.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I'm not talking about like seeing yourself or like, what do you mean?
I don't think any of us are like particularly offended by it.
It's just something to talk about.
Sure.
Nobody actually cares, right? Okay, and I kind of wanted to hike it back to a little bit, because if anybody is focused and honing in, like who the fuck sits there and says like, I saw this commercial and it hurt my feelings, right?
Well, that
just kind of.
Well, I know those people. They're insecure. Like I'm gonna be a little harsh here, but there are some people, whether them be white, black, what have you, that are very sensitive about their identity. And they might see a certain type of coding and respond very, aggressively is the only word I can think of right now. And I don't think that those people are exactly serious people. Because I think for most of us, right? Like for me, I noticed these like codings in the Sydney Sweeney ad, but it kind of, that's just like where it starts and ends for me. I'm not going to go write some Substack article about the rise of white supremacy and fascism. Like I'm not gonna have some, my coder might, but like, I think for most people, like my personal is that like, yeah, like recognize that coding exists. I don't think it's reasonable to have it like emotionally affect you. But there are people who do. And I think what sucks is that those are the people who get the most likes, the most retweets, the most eyeballs. And then they're kind of painted as this representation of what people actually think. And then this is what actually these type of folks actually believe. And this can be done either way. This can be done towards white people and their response to this ad. It can be done toward non-white people and their response to this ad. There's like an amplification of extremes when in reality, I think a lot of people are in like a sort of two simple camps. Like, I recognize this exists. I don't really care. I don't see this. I don't care. And different variations of that, you know?
Well,
Just
well,
a quick
I
thing
feel like
piggybacking
this,
up. Yeah.
I
go ahead,
wanted
Charlie.
to poke into that. The coding, you said these people see this coding and they just take it a certain specific way and you know, run with it. But you had already kind of started that by saying most of these people are insecure, they have identity issues, so on and so forth. Is the coding, and that's I kind of brought this up earlier. Is it projected? Because like, how many people who
Absolutely.
don't have so is the coding built in on the American Eagle end, or is the coding built into the person who is perceiving it that way? That's like
don't-
a,
That was
and I would
my
say
argument
it
from
as
the
a
beginning, Sarah. Is
Sure.
like
victim,
people are
yeah,
primed
victim
for this,
coding.
right?
Yeah.
People are seeing legitimate rise of Nazi rhetoric. I don't know if you've been on Twitter in the last 2 years, but it's absolutely everywhere. We're getting all the anti-immigration, sentiment. There's like, hey, kick out the legal ones, like the white genocide narrative is on the rise. So people are primed to think of this. So even if this was completely innocuous, which I think is most likely, people are ready to look for these things, and it's not an insecurity thing. It's a very legitimate response to the rise of white nationalism in our country, unfortunately.
Great. Like, I want to make something kind of clear here. And this might get your audience excited, me saying this, but you know, like racial hatred isn't rational. It's not logical. It's not attached to anything. It's only logical and rational because it's happening to you. And I'm not going to say don't take that shit personally. Like if something's happening to you, then yeah, you take that shit personally. But at the end of the day, it's not about like, at least in my eyes, like hating people because they're white or hating people because they're black. Like we're kind of we're exposed to these different stimuli and these different ideas and stuff. And then it leads you kind of down that path. Like people, there is a legitimate concern that like there are people who will see this ad and say like, well, this is why you don't date white women. And there's a sea of those people online, a whole oceans of I call them Umar sexuals, where they just kind of just date within their own race. They don't nothing else within that. And then like, because that was my exposure to this, by the way, Sarah. I was busy watching the swirlers and the Umar sexuals fighting with each other. Swirlers are people who support interracial dating. Umar sexuals are those who just don't support interracial dating, and they're just fighting online over Sydney Sweeney. And I'm like, there are like grow up, both of you.
Wait, are both of these like derogatory slurs? Are you the centrist, sometimes interracial marriage is bad position, or are they both sound bad? Swirler and Umars or whatever.
I don't necessarily take that much stock. I don't take stock in who people date and are in relationships with, but I do think there are pieces of content that I recognize like, oh, this is going to upset people. And it's usually those corners of the internet for me. Like a callback to this is like when the one that was I really enjoyed was when Zoe Kravitz played Catwoman in the Batman. And then those corners of the internet were just arguing with each other over that. And it's like different manifestations of that. I don't take stock in it. I just laugh at it because I think it's funny as fuck.
I disagree with her casting in that because no one should ever be with a British person. So,
damn.
So Do we think it's logical? I mean, Soy, you're trying to kind of ground it in the idea that these people are primed for it because of other recent propagandas and things that are kind of
the
in our
very
face
real and
going
dangerous
on.
rise of anti anyone but white fascism in our country, that it was really what we should be talking about, how this insane ICE raids and all the other horrible things that are happening in the country. This is being used as a platform to distract from the fact that all these horrible things are coming. And the reason it's being talked about at all, just why people are getting mad, are because of all those horrible things. If this was like 2005, I bet no one, not even the lefties, would give a shit. This is because of the recent stuff.
Totally agree. And I want to add to that. I was going to point to the other side of the coin, the people who are primed to be sensitive about hearing it, but also people who are primed to be emboldened by it, by this sort of, which is why I'm still, and like in my opening, I outlined very clearly, I don't necessarily, like, my answer is yes, it's Nazi propaganda, regardless of whether or not it was intentional, because of the ecosystem, like the environment we're in right now, and because of the emboldening of people who are seeing this. They again, like, the people who are primed to enjoy this whole aesthetic and to be stoked about, like, these blonde white Aryan genes being celebrated and being brought to the forefront. Those people are further emboldened also by what's going on in the country right now. Like, and it's very scary.
Ryan, how many times have you seen the "we're so back" because of these ads? It's like, oh, we used to have black people in ads, but we're so back, guys. Sydney Sweeney's our girl, you know. But like that's absolutely.
To be fair, though, isn't the emboldening exist too on the, we'll just say broadly, the left end as well? Because listen, I'm done with these racialized think pieces, man. I'm so done. Like, I come from this position of just exhausted, where, like, yeah, okay, American Eagle did this weird kind of like coded language around genes and genes. It's a play on words, but I don't think it deserves that much attention. It's a nice aside. It's a nice, like, aside that we can discourse about that for a little bit. But I do think that there is something legitimate to say that, like, the same type of emboldening of, like, excitement can also be the same emboldening of outrage, like the same emboldening of, like, this is completely unacceptable. We need to take certain steps to decommodify the clothes, like that type of shit.
Yeah, no, Joe, you're 100% right. It's the same reason why, like, all those dumb articles that were like, oh, milk and math are racist, like, that might have been based in some, like, very legitimate thing. Like, even the Pete Buttigieg was like, highways are racist, and everyone's like, ah ha ha, look at the left. But you look at, like, what he was actually saying. It's like, yeah, highways were built in ways to discriminate against black neighborhoods. But the problem is the messaging does embolden people who are able to point at us and say, look how dumb you are. Which is why I think as soon as Sarah hopefully soon invites all of her crazy audience on, I'm going to be talking about how bad Trump is and the reason why they're using this to distract from him. So, because those things are more.
I'm not sure if the comparison is going to work, but kind of the reaction on both, like, far right white supremacist side of the internet and then also the very far left side of the internet reminds me of what happens every time a video game is released ever, where depending upon the type of characters released, there is some sort of moral outrage, you know, like the right. It will be like, this lady wasn't sexy enough. What the fuck? We're so angry. This
my
is the end of
titties got smaller in my favorite video game.
Or like maybe someone will make a game. I don't remember what the game was called, but it was a game where you played as, like, the man based the model off of his wife. You played as this, like, really sexy lady wearing sexy, cool clothes. Stellar Blade. Yeah. And, like, they were like, this is it. Yes, woke is dead. Just, like, frothing at the mouth over Stellar Blade, which wasn't a big deal. It was a decent game from what I've heard. And the main character looked really good in her clothes. But again, it's like, this is stuff that only really heavily bothers people who I'm not sure are having much of an impact on our society.
Yeah, like, that's why even I'm gonna be a bit more direct here. That's why, like, when I heard, God, there was a never-ending supply of these, where there are people like, I'm so excited that Ariel is now black because now I can see myself in her, and I'm like, shut the fuck up and go outside and have some friends. Like, I've never once Like
Joe,
I hate
imagine you
those.
saying that to like a 10-year-old black girl because
I would absolutely say that to a 10-year-old black girl. I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up. It's a movie. Get over yourselves. Like, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to like identity insecurity. Like, because that's rampant. But again, there's reasons for that. And I don't want to get into like the reasons why I think that exists. But it is something that I notice time and time again, where in reality it's like nobody gives a shit except for you because you are insecure about your racial identity, your sexual orientation, your whatever identity that you ascribe yourself to. And there's some level of insecurity that you got to work through. And then maybe you won't be an intolerable piece of shit. Like the amount of people who I saw, some of which were some of my mutuals. And I was like, y'all are ridiculous. Where they were so relieved that there wasn't a hip hop beat under Mr. Terrific's fight scene in Superman. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, there's no, like, you mean you were sitting there watching Superman and then you're like, wow, I'm so happy there wasn't a hip hop beat. And then when like I go, yeah, like, shut the fuck up, nobody cares. They go, well, actually, his history is shown time and time again. When the Negro fights, there's always the hippity hop. It's like, nobody gives a shit. We're just watching a movie. Let me enjoy my fantasy.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get when people are like, hey, the only representation of me is always the exact same thing. And I like that this person deviated a little bit so that people don't have stereotypes about me. But sorry for white splaining that one.
Sorry. No, you're good. It's whatever. But it's like, I mean, the same notion, like there's a lot of people who go, it's a jeans ad, nobody cares. And I'm inclined to agree with them in that regard, where I don't think that there needs to be that much discourse and discussion. I invite it. I think it's a good thing to be able to talk about media and how media plays a role in how we engage with people. But I don't think this is something that necessarily dedicates like a week or 2 weeks rather. But go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. My volume cut out for a second and I thought you had finished your statement. I do want to actually amend the statement that I made. I forgot about Gamergate and the impacts of Gamergate. So maybe it does kind of matter a little bit.
Yeah, these people probably got Trump elected in 2016, to be clear.
Yeah. I forgot.
The Gamergate, like, oh, the left is too woke. I'm going to vote for the outside establishment guy who's pushing back against wokeness. Like that was
no shot in hell. No shot in hell.
You don't think Gamergate was a huge influence on the 2016?
I think Hillary Clinton was a terrible candidate, and Democrats have to stop handpicking their individuals without engaging with the public at all. Nobody wanted Hillary Clinton. Nobody really wanted Obama either, if we really want to be honest with ourselves. Nobody really wanted Kamala Harris. We just get handpicked, and
more people wanted Hillary than wanted Trump in 2016.
Yeah, and that's why. And that's
listen, objectively, that's why she won the popular vote. Yeah,
she won the popular vote, but it doesn't matter about the popular vote. Doesn't matter. Like,
obviously,
but so it doesn't matter how popular wanted her. Yeah, it doesn't matter how how much popularity you manufacture so that you get the person to vote for. You have to be strategic about it. And it's like, instead of being strategic of like, hey, let's strategic.
The reason Trump won. I'm just saying that Gamergate. I know a fair amount of people who said the SJWs forced my hand. I had to vote for Trump.
Yeah, and like all five of them
I don't want to say it was
never showered.
Like, Gamergate was a genre. Gamergate was a genre starter, and it was an entire media ecosystem that was Gamergate coded, and there was all this anti SJW, this very like the left has gone too far, like all this stuff. Yeah, I know. I love it here. But it was, and it was also like super well funded by like the Koch brothers and all this shit, like who funded all of the like the
Daily Wire and the
Daily Wire, who were bringing on all the same people to talk about who were radicalizing all these people, normalizing all this stuff. They had people like Stefan Molyneux on talking about brain sizes, and like this was all like hyper normalized during this time.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there. I guess my pushback is, it kind of starts and stops there. It doesn't lead to any type of actual political action that ought to be of concern. Where like all of those Gamergate people are still, the math is on my side. They're not going to vote anyway. Like there's the people who vote overwhelmingly, it seems to be, are just older generations of people. So unless we get some Gamergate where the old people get really upset and want to resurrect Charlie Chaplin and go back to the old days of black and white and shit, like overall, I think we're pretty okay. But I will agree that
Yeah. I think you're ignoring and kind of brushing aside the millions of people of an audience that these people have and an influence of an age ranges of primarily 20 to 35-year-olds, but also a lot of people 40 to 65 who watch these shows. Specifically, Shapiro, Walsh. Walsh is a little more recent, not in like the 2016, but these people had a pretty huge influence and were definitely riding the coattails of the Gamergate movement. Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough though. I still I'm not convinced that it's enough. That's my push.
It was a pretty close election.
Ryan, did you get laid?
What? Oh, the beats. I was so confused about that.
All right, here's what I want to do. We can get it's fine if we move into the Trump conversation once we open the panel up.
Sure.
I wanted to, if we can, let's hinge it on that MAGA propaganda and why the Sweeney thing's even happening. That way we stay kind of in the realm. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat. Somebody keeps saying that Andrew wants to join. If somebody can go let him know, the panel is pinned. It's in the chat now. It's ready. And while everybody hops backstage, I'm going to go ahead and run through the donos real quick. And you guys feel free to respond as needed. But another big shout out to Jess Gerald again with the big hundo. We love you very much. Mr. Bill says, I'm going to go those jeans if they are all say what the fuck? Propaganda. American Eagle can thank the left for making them rich. I think that's fair.
Oh, he's saying I'm going to go buy them if the left calls them Nazis. Because I want
the target
to
audience
counter
of
it.
this.
Yeah.
This is the guy.
This is the guy
that they
the one. Oh wait, I know this person. Wait, hold on. I know. I actually was. Listen, I don't know. Shout out to Wick. Hi, Mr. Bill. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are still having difficulty getting potato chips out of your opening the bag. I have that meme or that gif. It's amazing. I know he's a Wicker. So shout out to Wick's community.
Shout out to Wick. It's his birthday.
And happy birthday, Wick.
Happy birthday, Wick.
I should message him.
That's fair. That's fair. Thumping Weevil made her appearance on the screen the other night. Such a joy to have. I hope she makes her way back another night. It's a pun. Don't take it to heart. Jeans/jeans. Get it? Yeah.
That's probably what the marketing team started and stuff.
Everyone gets the pun.
I mean,
nobody's debating whether or not it was a pun.
But I feel like, what is that game that you play with the cards?
Taboo. Taboo.
Cards Against Humanity?
Cards Against Humanity. You can say the most effed up stuff in that, and it gets dirty and racial and sexist. And but everybody laughs, don't they? Everybody sits there and fucking laughs, and you find out who the weak ones are when they don't, right? That's a quick way to find out who's triggered by any and everything by that game alone. And I feel like this is almost like just playing that game. That's all that is. All right. What?
I don't like that take, but we can move on.
The Cards Against Humanity?
No, I mean, I agree with you about Cards Against Humanity being a game where you make very edgy jokes. I don't agree that this is that's what's happening here.
I'm gonna weed out Ryan, we have to weed out the weak consumers by putting a Nazi in every ad. Just to make sure.
What I'm saying is it wasn't even meant to be that way. No, right? It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be racy or like an on the edge kind of joke or anything like that. But the fact that people are getting upset by it, it's like, my God, if you were playing Cards Against Humanity, you wouldn't make it.
Well, just to be clear, I usually win Cards Against Humanity because I'm hilarious, just for what it's worth. But I'm not offended. I don't think anybody on this panel is offended by it. Nobody here.
I don't think so either.
And I think most of the people I've seen discussing this, there's a few people who say it's silly. There was a couple videos I saw, TikToks of people who were like pretty appalled, and some people were kind of emotional, but almost no one's been how dare they? It's more analytical.
Read the room, it's hey, read the room, guys. Look
exactly.
What you're
doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying mostly too.
Yeah. Okay, and Evan says, I like slightly erotic ads and are happy to see them come back. Miss Sarah, could you please play the horse video with the blonde hair? Yes, we do have that one. I will drop that in during open panel. I'll drop it in just for you, Evan. Grid says with a big 20, tell you what I noticed. Sydney is smoking hot. 90% of the wokies bitching about this are the best leftover dog water. Also, Kissy Cat says Sydney has mid face and great tits. So there's that. All right. Does anybody think she's not? I mean, not
she's not my
pretty,
type. Look, I knew a lot of Sydney Sweeney looking people at my high school, and they were not exactly the top tier women. But she's got a good body. I don't think she's
Sydney
a
Sweeney looking women is crazy.
A little bit.
Now there's like a type, like we would put it by.
I mean, she's like a blonde with big boobies. I think that's a type. I think
listen, okay,
it's a right wing type for sure.
I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of women with the Sydney's.
And they all have big blonde tittied wives. Like that's a thing. Like you can see the Republican wife is like a look.
That's fair.
But she's fine. I don't know. Yeah.
Mr. Bill says, Sarah, for context, please Google the people that American Eagle sponsor. Pretty diverse, in my opinion. Actually, because I did look into the company, but because Soy Pill had already kind of laid the groundwork of like, there's a bunch of Jewish guys that did this and yada yada yada.
American Eagle. It's not
highly doubt. Yeah. But for context, yes, I'll throw it out there. When I looked at all of the stuff that they sponsor, it's like they're really big into Special Olympics. They had the whole LGBTQ sponsorship. There was like a lot of all over the place. The Airy branch is very into sponsoring girls, and helping them do stuff. So it's very incredibly very diverse. So I'm
not sure what that's trying to say, I guess.
Diversity.
That they're not trying to push Nazi propaganda. At worst, if Ryan's theory is correct, they were like, let's play on this controversy that we don't agree with the propaganda, but we're going to use it to spin up some stupid thing and raise their stock prices. Like they're probably not explicitly far right, like nationalists.
Also, Sydney Sweeney is apparently very upset about all this. She was crying on her Instagram live.
Well, white women get upset at everything, Charlie.
Sydney Sweeney tears.
Sydney, I will comfort you, Sydney.
I would be upset. I would be upset in her position if people were accusing me of participating in this, or if really crazy white supremacists were like, "Yes, you're our girl." I'd be like, "Oh no."
100%.
That's fair.
She'll be fine. She's rich.
Yeah, should be all right. KTC on Truckin' says Sydney should be on Sarah's horse video, please. Yeah, well, how do you know it's not her? And a vibe says, "Go girl, go with those sexy jeans. Did you wear jeans for this too?" I almost thought about putting on my jean jacket just for shits and giggles, but I was like, I'll get too hot with all the lights down here and everything. Pass says, it's been longer. Much love, Sarah. Here's to your continued growth and success. If you ever need me, you know how to reach me. Yes, I do, Pass. You the best. American Eagle ad didn't go viral until liberals had something to say about it. They knew what they were doing.
That's bullshit. Like, we understand, like, I think there's some
viral.
Yeah, most media, most ads go viral. Especially on a company like American Eagle, and especially considering it's Sydney Sweeney. You're trying to say that like the liberals were mad, but at the same time, it's Sydney Sweeney. She is one of the 8 girls in sort of like American media right now. So to say that like only liberals got mad about it and only saw it because of her, no, like there are people who genuinely like Sydney Sweeney and watch that ad because they like Sydney Sweeney. And that's not even the ad that like made it, from my understanding. The actual ad is like the ones where she's talking about her ass and shit. That's like the one that I even when I was first initially doing a quick double check, that was the one that I saw first.
No, absolutely. There's 2 different ads. And second of all, if you go on YouTube right now and you search like Sydney Sweeney jeans, whatever, you'll find the actual ad. And then the next top video, at least when I did it, it was not some lefty complaining about it. It's a compilation video from some right-wing channel that made like all these videos of every left-winger even mentioning it. Right?
I saw Doja Cat making, because listen, if you ever have seen a Doja Cat live, they are magical experiences. I saw that woman snort coke on TikTok. It's crazy. And then act like she did.
Doja's something else.
Yeah, she's something else. But like she was making that joke of like that ad, and I saw a bunch of other accounts making fun of it. I was like, what are they talking about? Like, and like they all have like the blue eye filter. And then that was how like I stumbled upon like, oh, this is real. Like this wasn't a, but anyway,
Yeah. Trib says, is the goal of pushing hot white women from the right a pushback against the left being anti-fat shaming, or is it something deeper, y'all think?
I don't think it's on purpose, but it's capitalizing off of the, oh, I'm tired of seeing these people in my ads. It got too woke. So anytime there's a skinnier white person in an ad, every single right winger on the terminally online right is like, oh, look, we're back. Look, we're no more woke ads anymore. Like, it's ridiculous. But like, you know, this is the same people that Joe was saying are stupid. It's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, you can't fucking buy Target clothes because there's a black lady selling them. Like, grow the fuck up and buy your clothes.
Fair enough. To Andy Matter backstage. I can't see your face. You got to move. There's something in the way. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. All right. Even if Trump didn't physically grape minors, his fight to hide the files means he at least mentally raped minors. Either way, it's sick. El Trump, El MAGA.
But to be clear, he did physically rape minors. Just to be
what
clear.
What is mentally? How do you mentally?
I think he means like he spiritually does it because he's defending them.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's a messy comment, but those $5 better be going to something good.
I'm just gonna buy me a
the Alan
beer for that
Dershowitz
one.
Defend Trump Fund.
Harry Ludwig saying, Ryan, Charlie, Sarah, tomatoes. Hi, Harry. Panel, how would you feel if Sarah did the American Eagle commercial?
I feel like that would be Nazi propaganda, Sarah. Don't do it.
I would feel the same. The same because of the aesthetics that I've talked about here. Like
I would be happy that you got your bag, but I would also be like, Sarah, come on.
Also, for the record, Sarah, you had a panel like a week ago that was a debate. You moderated a debate like a week ago that was, is the United States National Socialist? So you are like, in fact, I would be more suspicious if you were in.
And all of their claims were terrible. That was teriyaki.
Yeah, well, teriyaki's a moron.
But came to the table with that prompt, and I'm like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And he's like, "Yes, it is 100%." And I'm like, "Nobody's gonna agree with you." Okay. He had to find somebody who had to take his side, even though they didn't agree with his side, just to find. I couldn't find anybody to take that position. So, no. 2.1 million OnlyFans creators, 86 million OnlyFans subs, 165 million men in the U.S. Men, it's up to you to stop paying.
He's an anti-gooner activist, and I can say I'm pro-gooning everyone. Why
is he talking about OnlyFans? Where did
I don't know. I mean, like,
it's always on his mind.
I think we were talking about sexualizing females at some point. I don't know.
Oh, I see. So the 86 million OF subs are all men. Is that the claim?
From America, evidently.
I don't know.
Well, OnlyFans isn't only the sex stuff, right? Like
absolutely.
They expanded to even just like general media. I know some of my DJ colleagues are on OnlyFans that just do curated sets because they don't have the same type of what's it called, copyright infringement. So it's a little bit easier to do things like do live streams and stuff like that.
Nice.
Use that information however you like. So.
Cat GPT with the Big Ten, Copacino and Coca-Cola for the panel.
We're all seething and coping, so
we're all seething and coping. And Lord says it's okay to be racist because Ben Shapiro probably wouldn't have been racist too. Soy Pill. Also, why does Soy Pill dress like a toddler? Are you bait?
Yeah, I do this to attract children, obviously. No, what the fuck? Ben Shapiro wouldn't have been racist. Ben Shapiro just is racist. What's the one you skipped over, Sarah? I want to see that one. Was it bad?
That was I don't do the $2. Yeah, I just don't do $2. They know better.
Yeah. Also, like this guy dresses like a toddler. Well, you fucking write like a 12-year-old. So get your Leet Speak 2005 Xbox bullshit out of there, dude.
Fired, nerd. All right, we'll get through a few more and then we'll bring the panel on. Chef Dylan says, just got here. What's up, y'all? This is evidence libs are too immature to hear the word gene without crapping themselves and needing a group therapy session. All self-reports. Shots fired.
Notice how
can I engage with that a little bit?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm so confused, and maybe the folks coming in can like explain this a little bit better. I don't know how or why there's this idea that we can have a commentary on a particular perspective. There's a bunch of different perspectives that exist within this, but yet our perspective is the one. And again, I don't think we even have like full agreement on the ad itself. I think we're all on sort of like different lanes of this, but somehow like the discourse gets reduced to that for some people. I'm kind of curious why that happens.
That's fair. Well, I think because that's what we're seeing, right? Like in terms of like
sure
the little videos of people whining and crying. BB says most people can't separate personal emotional responses from facts and the real world. It's called freedom of speech. What?
No notes. He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. That's my argument. Thank you.
Chef Dylan says it's perfectly suitable for 4 leftists to be debating this topic, and they're not necessarily.
I'm not a leftist, so I don't know, but that's a whole other thing. We can probably get into that later.
MAGA, actually, so you are, unless you are MAGA, I don't know.
Are you MAGA?
I'm just an independent communitarian friend.
Oh,
that's it.
That's even happier for me because you could play both sides. K2 says, question, how come none of these people that are bitching about Sydney, bitching about the black teens that beat up the middle-aged white couple in Cincinnati?
These people know the what?
That are like, thank God for Sydney bringing back people into ads, because I have to look at all the like fucking black crime rage bait shit in my Twitter feed, and that's upsetting to me. So seeing a white person in a jeans ad, that's great. Like this person's.
Did you know there's World Star videos, guys? Why aren't you talking about the World Star hip hop videos?
This is so random.
Fair enough.
By the way, I disavow beating up random black or white people on the street.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I think no one should get jumped. I'm against physical assault.
I agree with that. And last one for now, there was no secret messaging in the KFC ad with the black family. They're saying, hey, look. I'll leave it there.
Yo, is he good? Like, and also what KFC at the okay.
Did that happen? I don't know.
I don't know. These people are more tuned to media than me.
I think that guy made it up.
These folks are more tuned to media than I am, I guess. All right.
Oh, all right. Well, we're ready for our panel backstage. Everyone buckle up, sit down, and enjoy the ride. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see some new faces here. Tally, you're new. Far away, I think you've been here once before. Andrew, you're, of course, a regular. Brick, Evan. All right, everybody on the top panel is protected. I normally only do that on Monday nights, but we're doing Throwdown Thursday, so why not? Everyone below is bootable. Andrew, they would have to pay a lot to boot you, but I'll do it if they pay $500. And then somebody else has to pay $500 to bring you back up. So they probably just shouldn't do it. But anyway, I want to go ahead and kick the floor out. You guys know the drill. Keep the interruptions to a minimum. Let's have some fun. Go ahead.
Ryan, just admit that you are jealous of my blonde hair and blue eyes. Just admit
it. That's why you're a beautiful boy, Evan. Okay, but does everyone agree that Yahtzee propaganda explicitly constructed a racial hierarchy, placing the Aryan ideal at the top? The the blonde hair, blue eyes. This is at the top of the Aryan racial hierarchy of the National Socialist movement. Everyone agrees with that, right?
That was
American Eagle did not do that, though. They said that.
We can talk about what American Eagle did. That's not what I asked, right?
I don't even agree with that. No.
Okay, so let's dig into that. So you don't think that the National Socialist movement,
I want you
led by the mustache guy,
I want you to give me the evidence.
You want me to give you the evidence that the National Socialist movement
what you just did
created a racial hierarchy?
Stop restating it and fucking give me the evidence, dork.
Okay, so does anyone else require evidence for it, or am I just doing it for Andrew?
I want evidence, dork. Give us the
I
evidence.
think it'll be okay. So like,
give us the evidence for that shit you just made up, stupid dork. Give us the evidence.
Just to be clear, Andrew, I want to be on record. You're saying that I'm right. Just to be clear, Andrew, you're saying that I'm making up the idea.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let me engage with him.
I know. Let's go one at a time.
Ryan. Show us the evidence, dork.
Okay, well, let me restate it so we can make sure everyone's on the same page.
How many times are you going to say the same shit? Just
one more time, at least one more time, apparently, right? So I just want to be clear. You are asking me for evidence.
Yeah.
Not the Nazis, as we're saying here. They had a racial hierarchy where they had blonde hair and blue eyes at the top of that racial hierarchy.
Yes, Ryan. Give me the evidence, dork.
Open a fucking history book, Andrew. Go open any history book.
The evidence is you. That's what I thought, Ryan.
I'm sorry you didn't learn anything about World War II. I'm sorry. You're a dumbass. Like that's
wait, yeah, Andrew.
History book. You got nothing, dork.
Go ahead.
Open a book, dude. I don't care. I'm not.
Pardon me, gentlemen.
So I do actually have I have a link of the
I wanted to
Nazi
hand it
racial hierarchy because they had a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, send it right now. And let's make sure we know who it's from, right? Because no, that's not actually accurate, Ryan. But I would love to see your fucking evidence. The reason that you guys suppose this is my claim.
It's got the Aryan
reason
race.
That you fucking idiots suppose this shit is because somebody told you that once, and you never bothered to look into it.
When I learned about World War II in school, someone told me about my teacher. I learned about World War II in school. Yeah.
So what was the source? What was the source for this blue-eyed, blonde-haired hierarchy that you got from? What was the source of it?
My history textbook.
Your history textbook told you that.
No, I think so. It's like yikes. So, Coder, respectfully, I think what Andrew's pushing on is sure we might have this idea that it might point to that direction, but if you have a difficult time pinpointing that, it doesn't really make the argument that good. No. Is that what you're kind of knocking at, Andrew?
I want to be clear.
This is
my argument is that Ryan made it the fuck up, and he wants you to suppose that it's
Andrew's
true.
Doing what he always says, which is avoiding having any actual conversation by putting pressure on a useless point that no one disagrees with.
I'd love to hear what Andrew has to say.
Let me finish, Ryan.
Hold on. I want to hand it over to Faraway. He hasn't interrupted anybody. He kindly and politely raised his hand. Go ahead, Faraway.
Yeah, so I have a question to Ryan, right? Like, do you think Hitler was a dictator?
Yeah.
So how can the hierarchy be blue eyes and blonde hair if he was a dictator and boss of the whole Reich?
Dude, Faraway, that's so smart. No one has ever pointed out that Hitler wasn't Aryan. That's so fun.
I wasn't asking it. He was. I was asking Ryan, wasn't I?
Okay, so the ideology of the National Socialist movement did not they didn't put Adolf in power based on deciding they had blonde hair and blue eyes. This was the ideology glorified a pure German archetype, which was the blonde hair and blue eyes, and everybody knows this. Andrew's playing dumb. You're playing dumb, probably, but everyone else knows
evidence. But no evidence.
Ryan, you're mistaken.
A book. So like a book that you
SS and done by Heinrich Himmler and the overall National Socialist movement.
I would like to bring this back to the actual ad.
This got weird. I feel like we're getting like.
Wait,
no, Andrew. Okay, so like I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I know I'm on this side of the corner. I hate to do this. But Andrew is correct in the pushback. I think it's legitimate to say, like, come on, man. Racial hygiene is a book that you could cite. You could cite.
Necessary. It's not even necessary to get at the real culture war issue that's happening right now with all of the pushback to this ad. So sure, I'm willing to concede certainly that part of Nazi propaganda featured this racial hierarchy. However, American Eagle is not doing that. They said that Sydney Sweeney had good genes, that she is attractive. There is a real problem. This is like the it's okay to be white thing and the pushback to that. There's a real problem when we say if you happen by dint of birth to be born with white skin and blue eyes, you actually need to feel kind of queasy about being proud of that or about being, people being attracted to you or about getting any type of attention. That is messaging that is extremely harmful because we don't apply this across the board. First of all, I think
this exact reason to piss off liberals by 4chan and
exactly it is just like that, but not for the reasons you're saying.
Exactly. And do you know who it radicalizes? Do you know who it radicalizes? The people who are not invested in either ends of this culture war, and they just see people pushing back to this. Wow, people are saying people are so upset about this idea that it's okay to be white. So, just let me fucking speak, please.
That's not going to be possible, White Pill.
I know. So this First of all, the ad is brilliant. I've got good genes. My genes are blue.
Brilliant.
You can do this with a bunch of people with different colors of skin, even different colors of their eyes, and they can all say at the end, my genes are blue because the fucking genes are blue, okay? It's a brilliant ad. It's a good idea. They could do it with lots of other celebrities. No one would be upset if they were doing this with a black celebrity or with some type of brown celebrity, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. And that double standard here is actually the problem. We are increasing the racial tension and actually increasing the types of neo-Nazi sentiment that you guys are pointing out. We are radicalizing people in that direction when we tell them that actually there is something that you need to be careful of when you're talking about yourself being white or having blue eyes. This is not Nazi Germany. If Nazi Germany wants to be very particular about how people propagandize for their businesses, I mean, I think free speech is a real problem in Germany, but that's something for them to work out. There is nothing Nazi-like about an ad with a white woman with blue eyes saying, I have good genes. Your genes are passed down from mother to father. Even the whole conversation about genes, we need to, you leave room for only the freaks, the bigots, and the crazy activists to have this conversation when normal people pretend that this or step away from this because it's kind of uncomfortable to talk about. Okay, we need to be able to have this conversation. And no, there's nothing Nazi-like about having Sydney Sweeney talking about having good genes.
Okay, so just to be clear, when we talk about the it's okay to be white thing, it is a dog whistle that people were using intentionally, and the whole point of a dog whistle.
I understand, Ryan. I understand. But the purpose
it's the plausible deniability. That's the whole thing of it.
Ryan, yes, but listen, the purpose of the dog whistle is not to attract other Nazis, other white supremacists, and people who think that being white is better than everything else. Yeah. Exactly. So you know what the left should have done when this came out? I actually won't even agree with the order of events here, that it was people on the right. Exactly. They should have fucking ignored it. But exactly. When people were coming out and saying, oh, wow, this is a win. America is so back, baby. We have white people. Hold on.
Look, she's Jewish. I can't help it. We get angry at really innocuous
things. We have white women in our ads now. The left should have said, who cares? Who fucking cares? Why are you giving them something to say, look how fucking crazy these people are and look how racist these people are? Because it is racist.
You're more mad than any of the people on this panel about this.
Sydney Sweeney is white.
Tally. Hold on. They're gonna the people to my, I don't know how it looks like for you guys, but the people to the right of me are gonna monopolize this shit. I don't want to monopolize this shit.
Bill and Charlie are my frenemies.
But I agree with you. I also agree with what Andrew said. I think that if you have a particular claim about what you're observing, you got to substantiate it. Like, I think it's more reasonable to say that.
Okay, well, I posted the link.
That's cool. So, like, I think it's very reasonable to say that. If I'm going to cover both points, the Nazi Germany one and then the other one, right? So like certain communitarians, in particular Carl Schmitt, talked about the idea of constitutive opposites, that the idea that there's always sort of like this perpetual us versus them. And I think it's reasonable to say, if you point to people like Carl Schmitt and then Chantal Mouffe expanded on this and other communitarians, this argumentation that Nazi Germany, for instance, was trying to constitute an opposite. And by constituting an opposite, creating a them, that them included a bunch of other people. And maybe you could say that that pointed to Aryan, that was in what the fuck was that manifesto called for our boy Adolf?
Mein Kampf?
Yes. So like he mentioned the idea of Aryan. It's also in the book that I mentioned, racial hygiene.
Is that what it was called? My Journey?
My Journey, yeah.
That's why there's also always talking about the journeys because they're a bunch of Nazis.
I don't know. There's also the pointing to the like racial hygiene is a book by Dr. Porter, I think his name. I'll put it in the side chat when I get a minute. It speaks to the idea of like how what the us was in practice, and what Aryan meant, stuff like that. It's boring book shit. But I will agree with you that, Tally, that, yeah, you know, when fringes monopolize conversations, it makes it very hard for different expressions to exist, right? Like, I'm in the camp of, okay, this is going to piss a lot of people off.
Because normal liberals are backing out of the conversation. Normal liberals should be speaking.
I think as they should.
There's nothing wrong with this ad. There's nothing wrong with promoting people who have blonde hair and blue eyes. But instead, they're afraid of being.
No one here said that. This whole
Tally,
nobody said what you're saying.
Tally, respectfully,
with blonde hair and blue eyes needs to be careful.
Tally, I agree with you, brother.
K2 says, if you disagree with these people, you are a windmill, a friendship card carrying member every time. BB says 10-second rage baited already, Ryan, straight to the point.
Because he's fucking bullheaded, dude. He's pretending to not know like how the Aryan race works.
You're not?
I mean, I'm not.
Andrew, you
talking
for that question. I want the record to show that I agree with Andrew's push there. It's a toxic push. I'm all for it. But yeah, I mean, like next time, I'm not going to start.
I provided a source, okay, from the Holocaust Encyclopedia, right?
Yeah, and you know what that source doesn't say? That the Germans had a hierarchy in which blonde-haired, blue-eyed people were at the top of. It literally doesn't say that anywhere in the source.
Yazis actually says exactly that. The Yazis idealize Aryans as blonde, blue-eyed, athletic, and tall.
Show me which part.
I posted the link.
But who cares?
Okay, so Sarah has to do some work. Sarah has to do some work. Sarah has to do some.
Try to avoid any actual conversation happening, so he tries to dig into this rabbit hole.
Into the link while you guys are arguing, but first let me get through two more. Grid says Tally is killing it. I need her as a guest on my show. Yes, Tally. I think we're all about to be messaging you here in the next couple.
Yeah, I love how Tally came in and pointed out what normal liberals should be saying and how they shouldn't be all outraged, which is exactly what we all did. We just had a casual conversation about ways this could be interpreted by various people. Nobody said anything insane. Nobody said the American Eagle needs to be canceled. Nobody said Sweeney's a Nazi. Like
you're asking for cookies because you're like, look, we didn't go as crazy as we used to.
Yeah, I want a fucking cookie. Yeah,
and I just want to let you know I can't even find the word blonde in this thing.
First of all, there are people.
Okay, well, you didn't click on my article then.
Yeah, I did. It's the Nuremberg race laws. Nuremberg race laws. Can you post
that's not even
that's
Ryan,
not me.
Andrew.
That's somebody else.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So which link am I looking at?
The one from Ryan.
The one I posted.
The encyclopedia. Wait, you posted.
Like I said, the Holocaust Encyclopedia. Yeah.
Holocaust Encyclopedia.
Yeah, is that not a reliable source for you?
Nazi ideas. Okay, I got it. Hold on, I will read it. Shut up. Nazi ideas about that. How do you say Aryan race? Hitler Nazis identified Germans as members of Aryan race according to the Nazis.
What's their source? I want their source.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask a question real quick?
Nazis idealized. Hold on, it says it right here. Nazis idealized Aryans as blonde, blue-eyed, athletic.
Yeah. Okay. So hang on. This is from a Jewish organization who's saying it.
Listen to this. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Yeah, we can't trust it because it's from the Jews, right?
I want their source.
It is Andrew Wilson, did the Holocaust happen?
Yeah. But anyway, I want the source.
Wait, how many people died in the Holocaust?
6 million, as far as I'm aware. I still want the source.
A lot more than that. Okay, that's how many Jews died.
Wait,
a lot
more source for that, Andrew?
Yeah, there are sources for that. This is a different question. This is a different question.
No, I want to know.
Hang on. Let me defend myself because these are some crazy ass accusations being thrown at me. Right?
I didn't make an accusation.
Where in the world would you ever get this idea that somebody, me, who's historically literate, actually historically literate,
you couldn't even click on the right link from Ryan, buddy.
Would think these crazy.
Right?
Wait, I'm sorry.
It doesn't even say Ryan under that link.
Can I fight with Andrew? It seems like that's the trend.
Hang on, let me at least say my piece, right? Fucking dumb dork with your stupid hat. The case of the matter is that I am actually historically literate. Oh, did I click the wrong link? Therefore, he must not be historically. Good job, soy pilly fucking retard. So back to this. Here's what I understand.
Ableism too.
I understand how
Nazis were also very.
I understand how racialism operated inside of Nazi Germany, and in for instance, if we were to take fascist Italy, you would have you would have a completely different model than what you would have inside of Germany, right? Because of Catholicism and other things. It is actually only the case that there were some advocates inside of the Nazi party and eugenics programs who did want to push this type of ideology, but at the government level, it's not necessarily true. Why would I bring this up when you talk about the Holocaust Museum, right? Is it because, you just don't rely on a source because it's a Jewish source? No, because they may be sourcing to information, which is not great. They just might be sourcing to information, which isn't great. If they had a primary source that they link to, I'm happy to read it.
Yeah, so
that's how
half an hour, Andrew, you can just make your claim of what
I just made it.
Or you could have been reading. You could have been checking into the source.
I just made it.
That's has a PhD in German history.
Good for him.
That's watching my stream. Not Jewish, no, just German. And they have said that racial hierarchies were central to Nazi ideology.
I want the evidence, not I said so.
Andrew. Where's the
racial hierarchy in the American? So where's the racial hierarchy in the American Eagle at?
First of all, we're not even talking about racial hierarchy. We're talking about the fact that Ryan said blonde hair, blue-eyed. That was the top of the hierarchy. That's what I'm looking for evidence
typical
for.
Aryan, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So,
show me the primary sources for this.
What would please you, Andrew?
A primary source.
He wants a
Tell me what's an acceptable primary source.
Andrew,
Like,
can I guess what you're? Can I just make a guess what you're looking for, Andrew?
Yes.
From what I'm hearing you say, you're not disagreeing with the idea that Aryan was the us and non-Aryan was the them. Am I understanding you correctly there?
Correct.
Gotcha. So the thing that it sounds like you're contending with is the idea of what Aryan is pointing to.
Yes.
Right. So so you're familiar with what I'm throwing down. Schmidt,
So for
these other
instance,
fucking
you're right.
communitarians.
For instance, here in the United States, most of our wartime billboards also showed blonde hair, blue-eyed boys going off to the front. Many of the superheroes had blonde hair and blue-eyed, and that was.
And then in America, for instance,
thing is, with blonde hair and blue eyes, plenty of Middle Eastern
please let Andrew cook, Tally. Please let Andrew cook.
Hang on.
Please let Andrew cook.
Was that due to the fact that the United States wanted only blonde hair, blue-eyed people at the top of the hierarchy? No, it's because it was part of their propaganda campaign. All I'm asking for is a primary source, right? Which shows what it is that you're trying to demonstrate, so that we can at least have a conversation under the same suppositions.
What do you think Ryan is claiming when he says a hierarchy is Aryan?
He just said it, man.
Because obviously, hold on, real quick, Ryan, real quick. Right,
he wants a source referencing blonde hair and blue eyes. That's what he
wants. Yeah, or at least pointing to definitively,
pointing definitively, yes.
So what does Aryan? What is Aryan?
What is
Aryan? What does Aryan?
What is the Aryan? Like? What are we pointing?
And
to
he's
here?
and he's just contending to the source of it. That's it. If you don't have that, that's cool. We can probably table it if that's the case.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that.
I don't have it on my fingers.
But if you do, it's cool.
But everyone knows this is the case. Andrew's playing dumb. That's the whole thing I'm pointing out.
Can we confirm that when the word Aryan is said, we now have an association with blonde hair and blue eyes? We can all agree upon
Can I be honest with you?
Apparently not, because we're playing dumb. Because Andrew's playing dumb.
I'm not. No. Like, God. I think.
What you're either playing dumb or actually dumb. I don't think you're actually dumb. So it's
Aryan. Actually, Ryan, just so you know, I think of Iran when I think of Aryan. Can you think of why that would be, Ryan? Why would it be that I would think of Iran?
Meanings in the past, Andrew.
Why would I think of that?
Why is the word Asian and Caucasian? I don't understand. You got to prove to me what it means, Ryan. Let's spend 30 minutes.
Oh, hey.
The definition literally says for Aryan, relating to or denoting peoples speaking Indo-European or specifically Indo-Iranian languages or ancient peoples.
Oh shit!
Wait. Sarah, I looked it up. Aryan is actually a yogurt drink from Turkey.
So,
I don't think it has anything to do with Nazis or even race.
The term Aryan.
Hold on. That's the first definition. The second, it does say dated. And then the second one, it says in Nazi ideology of or denoting white non-Jewish people, especially those of Northern European origin or descent, typically having blonde hair and blue eyes, and regarded as the supposedly superior racial.
Well, at least we settled that.
Okay, so to build upon that a little bit, because there's two parts of this, right? Like, and I talked about this within my thing and like the main like thing. If you didn't watch that, if this is ending up anywhere, watch the first half of the panel. So like. In the book, God, I just lost my train of thought. In the book Nazi Conscience, Claudia Kuhns kind of knocks on this idea that it wasn't just Aryan wasn't just what you looked like, but you also had to adopt the ideas, the beliefs, and the sentiments that the Aryan race was at the top of the ideological spectrum. And when I say ideological, it's like how you look, how you behave, and all those things, and that you ought to take preference.
That's where the term honorary Aryan came from. The term honorary Aryan came from you're trying to adopt this way of life. Your guys are what Ryan's doing is he conflates propaganda, right, with the truth of the matter. And so the thing is all I'm trying to do is say, if you come in with the supposition of, isn't it true that this vast Nazi hierarchy where blonde hair, blue eyed people were at the top of it? Well, no, Ryan, that's actually not true. And so I'm not going to accept that framework as being true. It's not true.
We've established
the Nazi hierarchy.
Propaganda.
Wait.
So I think Andrew. So if I'm understanding what you're,
when you say hierarchy, are you contending with the idea that like, oh, there was like they prioritized or made second-class citizens of people that weren't Aryan? Because I don't think Ryan has ever made that claim.
Why would that be necessary for hierarchy?
That's what I'm asking. What do you mean when you say there was not
so
this
hierarchy is going to be people at the top, people below them, below them, below them, below them.
What does it mean on top? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. You head the country or in the positions
I'm
of power,
asking you, what does that mean?
Do
you think
I'm telling you what it means.
Blonde hair and blue-eyed was better? Because that's all Ryan's saying.
No, they didn't believe that blonde hair, blue-eyed was better.
It wasn't. Okay, so to give it, like, God damn, do I have to be on the bottom? Do I have to be?
Because they did. Couldn't that have just been kind of coincidental? I mean, if I go to
so explicit,
Scotland,
so explicit. This is really weird.
But no. What I'm saying is,
like, weird?
If I go to Scotland and I see a bunch of redheaded people, and they, you know, like, I feel like it's just.
Well, there's a lot of swarthy Germans. My
family. Andrew, buddy, listen, like, so. I don't rope me in with these other people. Maybe I have to be on the bottom here. I don't know, but like something that I'm hearing in what you're saying, and maybe like I'll make a claim or sort of like speak to something, and maybe this is what you're throwing down. Like in different societies and in different communities, people will have this idea of who they are, like who the us is, and that dominant us,
and who belongs within that us categorization.
Right. And then what happens is that us tries to define itself. It can define itself by it looked, how they behave, all that shit. Good. Great.
Or they can give multiple realms of qualia for it. So you don't have to look this way, still be this thing. One way that you can indicate you are this thing is how you look this way. That's one way to do it. This is another way to do it. This is another way. But specifically, when Ryan asked me, though, isn't it true that there's a hierarchy in X place and that this people group is on the top of it and they look like this? The answer unequivocally is
in the ideology.
Stop.
Ideologically.
Stop, bro. Stop. We're not operating immediately under the same framework. Now, if you demonstrate that to me, I'm willing to concede it so we can operate on the same framework, or you can just fucking correct yourself
when he
and
gave
then we
you
can
a
move
source,
on.
You said, I don't trust these sources because their sources are
if the source didn't make the claim, we're at the top of the hierarchy, bro.
What does that mean to be on top? They said they prioritize blonde hair and blue eyes, and you're like, that's not what I meant. That's what Ryan means. Ryan says that proves his point. You're not
prove his point.
Sarah has to do some work.
Thank you. The German, Jonty comes in with a big 50 of something, I'm guessing. The German National Catechism is German primary source, serialized to expound on the Aryan race propaganda. Werner May, Deutscher National Catechismus, second edition, in the citations. Where you can find it.
I just want to be clear. Hang on, Andrew.
People have been using beautiful
the
people.
Topic, I believe the topic tonight is whether or not the ad is propaganda, right? That's the topic that we're talking about. So we keep saying propaganda as if it's like super distinct from what we're talking about. That is actually the topic. We're talking about Yahtzee propaganda.
It's fine to engage within the idea of propaganda. Yes, I agree. It's fine to engage in the idea of propaganda, but just because X group uses propaganda and other X group or Y group uses propaganda doesn't mean it's for the same reasons, the same type, or
never said it was. Never made that claim. Agree, Andrew. True.
Dude, calm down.
Maybe we're on the same page.
Maybe we can actually make some headway here. So all I'm pointing out here is
slogging us down for an hour, dude. Kill me.
I feel it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is my bad.
The thing is that somebody says
this is something everyone here learned in like 9th grade.
Does everybody agree with X? The answer is like no. Give me the demonstration of the proof of that agreement, and you never did. You never gave me the demonstration of the proof that they're at the top of this hierarchy. You just made it up, Ryan. You made it up.
So to something that to something that Tally said, and to piggyback on what Andrew said. I do think that there is a sort of cultural expression in the United States that points to people that look like Sydney Sweeney as like sort of desirable individuals. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's just Sydney Sweeney that's desirable. That wasn't what I was saying. That's why I said I'm piggybacking what I'm saying something separate to what you're saying.
Don't you think that what's all that's going on here is that leftists are mad because hot chicks are selling shit and it pisses them off because they want big, fat, ugly fucking bitches all over
only
everything?
Slightly. They do want this. No, Andrew, they want this to be a race thing. They want this to be.
Oh God, no! Whoa! Hold on, Tally. Fuck that shit.
They. Okay.
Like, so who's the so like yeah so like who's the they here? So from
about this. The people
sure,
who
I'd absolutely agree with you. There's a
It
lot
is
of
mostly
people.
leftist race baiters who are doing this. She's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
about
I'd
that.
agree. I'd agree. Yeah,
So,
I did.
the most views. You're going to say it's from leftists, right?
No.
No,
What
it's
I've
just
seen
like
predominantly on Twitter, the major accounts that promote this that are going this whole jeans means Nazi, this shit. They are actually leftist race baiters. I can
the ones who are
give you
talking about it the most are going to be leftists, is what you're saying.
no, not specifically leftists.
The ones complaining
leftist
about it.
race baiters, Ryan.
The ones complaining about it.
So
not
do you
just
agree
out
that
of the
there's a
people
difference
talking
between a
about it.
leftist and a leftist race baiter? That not
Okay,
every leftist.
so
is
what
a
I'm
race
pointing out
baiter.
is there's probably a lot more people who are talking about leftists being upset about it than there are leftists being upset about it.
yeah, but Andrew's right though.
That's not
Andrew,
what I said, bro.
yeah, like
That's not
hold on,
what I said.
Andrew's.
I know. I said a
Andrew's,
different thing, Andrew. I don't have to respond exactly to everything you say personally.
So then
Yeah,
it has
but,
nothing to do with what I said.
I believe that your sentiment is legitimate. I don't know where Ryan and Zoe land on this, but I do think that there are people that see the situations going on with this. They look at the discourse that is possible and then seize on that opportunity. Is that what you're trying to say, Andrew? In a variation of what you're saying?
No, here's what I'm saying specifically.
Gotcha.
Right,
I'm
I'll
ready.
just caveat it. Simple.
Sure.
While it is the case that there's all sorts of people talking about this left and right, the people who are pushing the end of this, that this is part of a Nazi propaganda campaign for fat. We were just reviewing a ton of TikToks on it earlier. A bunch of dumb women, bunch of dumb 40 to 50-year-old ugly women, by the way, who are all bitching that it was all part of some Nazi campaign because they use the word jeans and jeans. They use this crazy ass. What a crazy thing to use this play on words. Nobody ever thought of that before.
Do you think that
most
there's
of the Twitter accounts who are pushing this that I find who are leftists? Also, if you go through their tweets, what do you find? Shitloads of race baiting. It's almost always race baiting on those major accounts. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me a bit.
Do you think that there's like, because here's my read. I think that those accounts that you're describing are kind of doing too much, where you can say that like, oh, there might be some coded language in this ad, but to go as far to say that it's Nazi propaganda, to go as far as to say that it's no different. Sorry, Yahtzee. I'm sorry, sir. To go so far to say it's pointing to like old school German iconography and stuff like that. That's kind of like a bridge too far. That's kind of where I'm at. Where
it doesn't have to be coded language either. It's just it's a play on words.
There's actually just nothing wrong with saying it.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's just nothing literally wrong with this chick saying, I have good jeans and I'm wearing good jeans. There's just nothing
None
wrong.
of us are saying there's anything wrong with it, by the way.
Then what's the
But at the same time,
Here's mad about the ad.
I'm just gonna every time you guys do this, I'm just gonna start reading super chats because they want to be heard too. Adolf actually wanted to preserve diversity. He wrote about it in his book. He found it disgraceful when languages and tribes were dissolved.
Yeah, but to push on that, he also made it explicitly clear that you had to be subservient in some. I'm using subservient because it's the best word I can use right now. But you give special treatment and special care to the Aryan identity.
Yeah, he had
at the expense. Yeah,
all the Nazis had in groups. Yes, the fascists had in groups, communists had in groups, all of them had in groups. America also at the time, by the way, had in groups. You couldn't be black and be part of them, okay, or Indian and be part of them. That was by the way, in the 1940s. I don't know what to tell you.
No, but can we build on that? Right. But Andrew actually has a point that is kind of important, right? Where if you are a society that said no blacks, and that was America for we're not that far removed from the noble, like the no blacks. Like that's within my family's generation. That's like my grandparents. And then basically society has the task of going, well, if we have to include blacks, how do we include them? And then there are a bunch of different answers to that. I will say that over the past like 5 to 6 years, there has been a push of saying like, hey, in our media spaces, we don't really see a lot of, for lack of a better term, black people, for lack of a better term, non-white people in different roles. That could be things like in modeling, that could be things in acting, superheroes, what have you. And I will say that I think there was an overcorrection. I think that there was a company's desires of not seeing that, oh, we ought to include these people in these spaces. I think they were just like, yeah, this is kind of profitable. Like, let's put some black people in this. It's going to make us money. It's going to tap into a particular base of people who might want to buy our products, even though we don't necessarily give a shit about them. And I think in part, what's happened, especially in the advent of Donald Trump, is that basically people kind of said, like, no, fuck that. We don't want to, like, we're not saying fuck that insofar as we hate black people and we hate minorities, but fuck that, and that we see that you're trying to do this sort of racial readjustment, and this racial readjustment is making people angry, and you don't care about who you make angry, but we're just going to keep driving that. And I think things like Sydney Sweeney's ad, I think things like, kind of to an extent, Superman, but not completely, are pointing to that, like, hey, you know, we can also have white people and all the ideas that white people may contain in these spaces as well, and they can be in harmony with all these other groups of people. And
I would just, well, what I would add to, though, is there's maybe a point that you're missing here, which is there used to be mass vilification of non-white people on TV. That was
sure.
a big portion of
Disney,
of early
right?
American history.
Yeah.
Right?
Did you know that?
Yeah. But
Can you demonstrate it?
The thing, yes, actually, I can. Would you like me
primary
to?
source? Can you give me?
Oh yeah, I mean, no, like, so I can give an example.
Yes,
I mean, like, to.
No,
like, the
I
point.
need you to get it right now.
We all know. I'm just.
Yes.
Okay,
Before we move
okay,
on,
gotcha.
let's
Yeah.
stop
So,
talking and
so anyway, yes, I don't.
No,
I don't
you
make
give me the
claims
primary
against
source right now, Andrew.
No, damn it, I want.
Would you like the history? Yeah, I will as soon as I'm done talking to Joe Lewis.
No, not done.
Yeah.
No, we can't move on.
We're gonna have an hour-long conversation about this
now.
now.
To establish it, Andrew, before we even move on from that point,
Joe
because you're
Lewis.
building an argument on fake axioms.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Anyway, it's just
Oh, that was you.
That was their ass. Where did the ass come from?
Okay, listen, everybody's really excited to get their words in, but we have to do this in a very mindful, civil, respectable, to some degree way. You're all adults. I shouldn't be putting on the babysitter gloves already. It's a little too early for that, but let's just fucking be me.
Okay.
Like, okay.
So easy, right?
Wait,
So
I'm bored. I want to go.
So Joe Lewis agreed with my premise. The guy I'm
Thank you for
arguing
having me on,
with.
Charlie, thank you for joining.
I don't care.
Oh, hold
Yeah,
on.
see you later, Charlie.
Charlie,
I don't
did you
actually
wanna
care
give
if soy pill
Hold
does.
on. Charlie, did you want to give any final thoughts before you go? Are you heading out?
Yes, I have no final thoughts. I hope Sydney Sweeney is okay. She was crying on the internet. Okay, goodbye, everyone.
Bye, Charlie.
All right, Charlie, have a good one now, all right?
So anyway, Joe, the vilification we were talking about, I think that was the key component that's missing is, yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, but if you're talking about the early vilification minority groups to now, what I don't think it's just a matter of overcorrection. I think that now there's become vilification towards whites, period. When it comes to them being in any form of media, especially if they're attractive, that becomes some type of major issue for leftists. Now, I don't even think that it's mostly the minority groups who care. I think it's a bunch of grotesque, ugly, fat leftist women with purple hair who get really fucking mad about it. And then they go, come on, all you black people, you're coming with us. I think that that's what happens in real time.
So I'm not going to go as far.
It's much more an academic class thing. It really
I'm not going.
It's a multicolored coalition. Some of them fat and ugly, but some of them surprisingly good looking, who are invested in this from an ideological position. I really do think that's where most of this is coming
Which ones
from.
are good looking?
There's also a lot of fat, ugly white men.
Listen, Andrew, I'll give you a name. Andrew, I'll give you a name. I'll give you a name.
He's a leftist.
Wait, speaking of ugly middle-aged women, I think.
God damn it!
So doing super chats, Andrew.
No, I wouldn't worry about wives. Not a problem you're ever going to have. But anyway, Joe.
No, so like Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Right. So something that drives me nuts when I watch certain black political commentators, in particular Brianna Joy Gray. I think she's notorious at this, where she'll be having a conversation with a conservative or like a illiberal conservative. I'll put kind of like that, where she'll be sort of like aiming to do a race route, and you can kind of tell that she's doing it, but she only does it to white conservatives, where for black conservatives, she's a little bit more, how you would say, lenient to some of the scrutiny that she levies, when I think that like, oh, if there was a white conservative you were talking to, then you would just be going hard on the paint on them. And like any type of point that they make, you're going to like, if they make any type of slip, you're going to just like harp on that for 40 minutes to generate content, to generate clips, to generate outrage, when it's like, you don't have to do that. Like you can just let people speak freely about how they feel about something, what they're observing, and then that can the virality can come from that. Like I think something
I don't know, that sounds too rational, Joe.
I mean, something, listen, I have a strong critique about you arguing with those women on that one podcast. I forget what it's called, but I see your face and just dogging these girls. I'm like, damn, man. But I will say this, something that you do that's interesting is that you just kind of let them talk and you just kind of let that speak for itself. And then you just kind of call it out. And then it's just like, well, that's not what I said. And it's like, I mean, I let you cook. You gave me steak. I'm calling it steak. And now you're saying it's ham. And yeah, like that's, I think that's an issue where if you're having discussions about the Sydney Sweeney ad, for instance, you can say like, hey, like it's pointing to this idea that Sydney Sweeney calls to an older representation of what a woman looked like, not only in build, but also in just kind of like aesthetic and ideas. Even though I don't think Sydney Sweeney really articulates any of her ideas, but there's definitely like her look points to something. And I think media recognizes that and like, oh, she's pointing in a particular direction. We can use her for that. And then
you get it sells, right?
What's that?
It's pointing to sex because it sells.
She's hot and she's popular right now. It's literally not that complicated. It's not harkening back to some past.
That's not why the American Eagle stock soared by 18%. Like, not because just because she's hot isn't why the stock soared by 18%.
That's right. Reacted. That's why.
Yeah.
She calls back like she does definitely call back.
Popular right now.
She definitely calls back to an aesthetic. She definitely calls back to an aesthetic of like
American
the sales
Eagle
went
is not
crazy.
fucking not
Hang on, the sales and shit went crazy.
I'm not saying that, but I understand what you're saying now.
Because of the slingshot effect of you crazy leftists freaking out about it.
No one
Otherwise, they
here
wouldn't
is
have done
freaking
that.
out about it.
The controversy, I agree, Andrew.
I mean, but they were freaking out about it, and they still are all over the internet.
Some are upset for sure.
Yeah, we're not talking about them though. I mean, we are, but we're not.
Sorry.
I mean, exactly. That's what we are talking about.
This is disingenuous because for anyone who listened to the first hour and a half of the panel, you guys are upset about it. It's true. You're being reasonable. You're talking about it. You're not trying to cancel anybody. You guys literally said that somebody who looks. Hold on. You guys literally said that somebody who looks like Sydney Sweeney really needs to be conscious about participating in an ad that's going to be talking about genes and talking about generations. And
woe is me. Woe is me.
Hold on.
All right, I'm gonna start reading.
Someone might critique me on the internet if I'm not racially conscious.
Rachel comes in with a big pen and says, "Ryan, everyone knows is a logical. Pardon me for a moment, please. Logical fallacy called argumentum ad populum. You absolute spoon."
Yeah, sorry, I should have said everyone who ever took a high school class on World War II.
I want to give credit to Rachel. Calling someone a spoon is pretty funny. I haven't heard that in a while.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, who says spoon? Dearden says, key points, attractive. Sydney Sweeney looks good in those jeans. Libs lost their minds. Beyonce did an ad. Nobody cared. And by the way, she was blonde in that ad too.
Hold on. That's okay, go for it. Sorry. Keep cooking.
There was no problem in the ad whatsoever. Shout out to Andrew. Calm down, Libs.
All right, so I want to push back on that directly. I really want to push on back on directly. Like, listen, I'm going to be real with you. White people didn't care about the Beyonce ad. Like, y'all aren't in black spaces. They were making think ads and when I say think pieces and commentary about what her blonde hair points to. The whole Cowboy Carter, the entire album was a whole discourse within black Twitter spaces, them arguing about like, oh, well, what is she actually pointing to with this? Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, this is an ideological problem. It really isn't like I agree with Andrew largely. It's not minorities or people like that who are upset about this. But yes, there are a lot of black people upset about this because they come from a similar ideological worldview, from this left-wing ideological worldview.
Well,
I think about the significance.
Instead of only talking about the people upset about it, why don't we talk about the people emboldened by it? Why don't you guys want to talk about those people?
Okay,
Tally. I know, Tally. I understand.
Stop. Nope, everybody stop. I'm going to do a couple more because you guys can't get along. Andy says blue hair and blonde eyes symbolized an existing aesthetic idea, not top of that hierarchy. The real hierarchy was fluid, shaped by politics. Don't confuse aesthetic representation. The
Andrew,
ad.
you're nodding right now. If you
Talk about
said
propaganda.
Yo, so
that
can I just
succinctly
like
would've
make
saved
something?
45 minutes,
I don't know. I
so
can't hear you,
that
bro.
would've
What
been
did you
great.
say?
Yeah,
I
real
said-
fast. Who was the
he
person on the
said-
bottom?
I still can't hear you, bro.
Lewis,
Sorry.
No, I want to make something. I want to
One
just
second. Andrew,
powdery dusty. YouTube can flag content that belongs to other sources just by video alone. That happened to me. Don't show the Cindy Sweeney ad. I don't want to see someone like Sarah get demonetized for some reason that she can't substantiate.
Show the Sweeney ad more now than I do now. After you tell me
I
that.
wish I gave a fuck. Just don't do it. Right? You understand what I'm saying? Like it could flag. It could flag your channel. I don't want to see that happen to somebody.
Streaming off this.
Okay, so
not a moron. I've been streaming a while. I'm also streaming off this. There's a whole panel here. There's a whole bunch of noise. I can show the ad for about.
All right, let's not get into that portion.
No,
Airborne.
no, Sarah, let me make my fucking point. Jesus Christ.
Oh my
Andrew, if
God,
you
well-
were nodding along to that comment, if you just said that and said, hey, Ryan, you're confusing hierarchy with aesthetic ideal, which is
I
what
said
Ryan
it
was
4
saying the
times,
entire
dude.
time. No, you didn't
Yes,
fucking
I
say that.
did.
This is the point. You're like, actually,
I
people
literally
that
gave you the example of
love
propaganda
language
for
and
aesthetics,
just
you stupid
say
fuck.
Aesthetic ideal. It's so fucking easy. You're
I
such-
literally said propaganda for
Oh my God,
aesthetic
he's
ideals, you
interrupting me.
stupid
Sarah,
fuck.
play the
So
beans
did I.
butt. He
Good
can't
Lord.
stop interrupting. He can't let me finish. Oh my God.
Do you understand? Why did I bring up
You're
propaganda?
inarticulate. You're long-winded. And
Why did I bring up propaganda?
What
I'm asking you a question. Why did I bring up propaganda? Why did I bring up
Very
propaganda?
bad at landing a plane.
Why did I bring up propaganda?
Just Andrew. Please.
Yeah, you don't even fucking just sit there with your stupid hat. Just sit there, dude.
Andrew,
All
you're
right,
trying.
The
Airborne
adults are talking.
says, wow, these progressive Muppets are definitely suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Sources, definitions, what are those? How dare you?
Drop
you
sources. So
racist.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. So Andrew, something that maybe you can clarify a bit. Like when I hear people talk about the idea of like preferred aesthetic, right? And that there was a preferred aesthetic. That is true, but that puts other aesthetics in opposition to that. Do you think that creates a hierarchy, or do you think it's pointing to something else?
It depends on what we're talking about.
Sure.
It can, but it doesn't always. Like, for instance, I would say that people have a preference for an aesthetic of angular features in women, right? This would be across almost all races. They prefer angular features. They like certain hip ratios to breast ratios.
Oh, angular. Gotcha.
Yeah. Things like this, right? Does that mean
Symmetry.
that those women are at the top of a hierarchy, though? Well, I mean, it depends on how you would frame it. If you say, are they at the top of an attractiveness hierarchy? Maybe, but are they on the top of a social hierarchy? Not so much. So this idea, if you're like, blonde hair, blue-eyed people are at the top of the Nazi hierarchy. Well, you're talking then about a social political
propaganda.
hierarchy.
My
You're
literal-
talking
my
about
statement was
something
literally
totally
in the
different.
propaganda.
Ryan,
Nazi
just calm down. I'll let
racial
you
hierarchy
respond.
specifically.
My
talking
statement
about
from the
different
beginning.
things.
You don't have to let me do anything. From the beginning, my statement was in the propaganda. It was constructed a racial hierarchy, which we all agree. You agreed. You said it like 5 times now. You agree. So we all agree.
You didn't say
That's
that,
not what
bro.
you said.
That
You
is
said
exactly
it
what he's
was
been
back.
saying the
Go
entire
back.
time.
He explicitly said racial hierarchy.
Racial hierarchy
Yes.
explicitly is
Yes.
what you said.
I said
In the
Nazi propaganda explicitly constructed a racial hierarchy. I read it from my fucking notes. I read it every time.
You're at the top.
Maybe if you just asked him instead of interrupting him a bunch of times,
They're
maybe you could have
not,
got to the
though.
point of what he was
They're
trying to say.
not at the
instead of being
top
a
of the
fucking
racial
dumbass.
hierarchy is the
Like,
point,
come on.
stupid.
In the
'cause
propaganda, they were.
No, they weren't. You having blonde hair and blue eyes didn't put you at the top of a
Oh my
racial
God, dude.
hierarchy.
This is so ridiculous.
If you're Aryan, you dumb fuck. How many times I got to tell you that?
Andrew, do you think that
Good
within
Lord.
this?
Andrew,
Do you
if keep being
think?
retarded, you might raise
You're
up
literally
whatever point you think you're making,
because
you
you
gotta
have blue
be
eyes and
fat,
blonde
dude.
hair, dude. It's not how it works.
Andrew, do you think within this Sweeney ad, it's trying to point to that aesthetic that we used to call back to?
Well,
That's
no,
a weird way of wording that. I'm sorry.
It's a maybe it's a retro ad.
How far back?
I could have sworn I asked Andrew.
How far
Talley.
back?
If
How far
I
back?
address you, I'll address you. Right?
Yeah.
Is
How
that
far
Andrew? I'm
back?
sorry.
How far back?
Panel.
I'd say if I had to make kind of like a guess, I would say it's kind of the 80s, like that sort of like
more
Gene.
the literal ad. That
Sure.
they're
Yeah.
referencing?
That's a bit
probably.
closer.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but the whole thing was structured to be
Yeah.
a throwback. That's
Yeah.
why she was driving a classic car and shit, right?
Oh, the other ad or whatever. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Do you think that is propaganda in of itself, or do you think it's kind of just something else?
No, I think
What-
that
what's
she's
your take?
trying. I think that she's trying to do a tried and true marketing, or they're trying to do a tried and true marketing method. It works like this: man's penis gets hard when sees thing, when sees hot chick do thing.
Sure.
Then women see that man penis gets hard and want to be the thing that makes penis hard. In this case, Sydney Sweeney wearing those jeans. So man penis get hard. Woman wants to look like thing that man penis gets hard for. Buy jeans. Very fucking simple.
Desire
really
feels like a desire. Sure.
Glad you caught up to the first 2 minutes of the debate, Andrew.
And for everybody watching over on the tomato side, I'm going to shut down tomato. We're going to raid over to the gauntlet. The gauntlet is up and running. I'm also dropping that link into the chat several times again and again. So please be sure to maneuver over. Thank you.
Tali, I have a question specifically for you because you made a complaint about us being too pearl clutchy, which I don't think we're doing at all. But if you were a white guy in a room full of 50 black guys, do you think maybe you should think about saying, I love being white just out of nowhere and think, oh, that might come across weird? Do you think that's something you should just even consider?
That question is crazy. Have fun, Tali.
So there's literally nothing inherently wrong with that. No,
I didn't say
but
there was.
where in the ad does
yes, for your personal safety.
Wait. Stop deflecting, Tali. I just asked, do you think it's something you might want to take into consideration?
Just you didn't answer the question you asked. You answered the voices in your head.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. My question is, do you think that if you, a white person in a room full of 50 black person, were about to say, I love being white, which is a completely fine, innocuous statement, do you think maybe you should think about the audience and the context in which you're saying that in that setting at all?
I would say my honest answer is you should think about it insofar as like people, it might make people suspicious of you and then make you vulnerable if you are one and there's 50 other people there. Okay. But other than that, I mean, no, I don't see why.
You should just think about
I'm toxic.
Okay, cool,
I'm toxic, Tali. I'm toxic. What do you mean by suspicious? What's the suspicion?
Yeah, why would you be vulnerable in a room full of 50 black men?
What's the suspicion? Because I think that if a white person in a room of 50 black people said, "Oh, I love being white," I think there are some people in that room who would say, "What the fuck is this person? Who do I got to worry about here?" And they would be
right. But what's this?
And by the way, hold on. By the way, that would be fair.
Some people are going to get upset, and we can agree they're stupid.
That I think is what you should worry about.
All right.
I don't think that would. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think that
what did I say that's woke? What did I tell me?
I think that I think that there are certain black people. If some white woman said I love being white, might project their racial insecurity onto you. But I guess I don't understand I don't understand what you mean by suspicious. But I guess
she said that they would become suspicious of her.
The point is,
gotcha. I don't necessarily,
right?
I don't necessarily agree with that, but
I like being white, but I'm not going to just out of nowhere say it to a bunch of black people who are not that because it might have some weird implications.
Sure, but okay, so fine. So soy pill. Can you go on to the next point? Like, what's the next leap that you're trying to make?
Let me ask you a question.
Because you were criticizing us for saying, "Hey, it's completely relevant and tangential to the idea that we're saying, hey, if someone says, hey, I have great genes and I'm blonde haired and blue eyed, obviously that's a completely fine statement out of context. However, knowing the history of how this works, maybe you should just think about how it might come across.
In
a bunch of people are upset about it. Doesn't mean you can't do it. That doesn't mean that the ad is bad. Maybe think about it a little bit and how you're writing it. It's not that hard.
You two, is this a thing? You guys do this a lot, or I mean, dating?
Can I ask you?
I would never date a lesbian.
So if you thought that the 50 black people who were there, if some of them wouldn't beat your ass because you said that, would you say it?
If I thought that they wouldn't beat my ass?
Yeah, if you just thought you were 100% certain they wouldn't respond with violence.
That's not why. I don't think
no, wait, hold on.
Let
me answer, Ryan. If I were to talk about how much I like being white and I knew none of them would hit me.
No, you just walked in and you're like, man, I love being a white person.
Oh,
and you knew none of them
wouldn't, because it's that's like rage baiting. It's like, hey, black people, I love being
but
white.
who would care about the rage without the violence, right?
Well, I just don't want to upset a bunch of people for no fucking reason.
Wait, yeah. So the thing is, so what's your
wait? No, I have a counter question.
Hang on. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the inquiry, and you can ask whatever you want.
Sure.
So what you're really saying is that you're responsible for the emotional state of other people. You're responsible for that,
but I have the capability and the power to affect it. And if
so you're responsible for the emotional state of other people.
Okay. When you say responsible, you mean do I have the control? Like I'm able to control it?
No, but you have some responsibility towards their emotional state.
I know that everyone has the power to upset anyone. Yes.
So then how come you're so freely don't care when it comes to people like me and other people here, but you care only when it comes to black people?
What?
White saviors.
Why is it that you don't care about the emotional state of, I don't know, saying damaging things about my wife, saying horrible things about her?
Because I think you guys are pieces of shit. I don't know.
Right. So then that
black people were
justifies
just as bad. I think you would go and upset them. Go ahead.
Great. Then Soy, I'll just tie it off with this. Then that means that if I think black person bad, then hurting their emotional state, good. Right? Soy, same fucking logic, stupid.
That could be your moral framework.
Racism towards blacks for people that hate black people is justified in their eyes. Yeah.
So can I hold on, wait.
Andrew, wait, I had a question. Tali, I know you've been sweeping for Andrew a lot. Did you know that he's incredibly homophobic? I just wanted to let you know that.
It's clear. Who cares? So
I just think it's funny how much Tali is like buddying up to people who fucking hate her. It's hilarious.
First of all, so I don't know what buddying up means. I've
Defended
Andrew when
really
he wasn't on the panel because I admire the way that he debates. I think he's a very smart person, and I agree with a lot of the things that he says. Also, I'm comfortable being around a lot of homophobic people. I spend time in religious communities. I'm okay with that. If people are respectful to me, I do not give a shit what their views are about homosexuality and religion.
About her homosexuality.
By the way, I don't even think what does homophobic mean to you?
Oh my god, I'm not.
I just want to make sure I know.
You just don't like gay people, right?
So can I ask you something?
No, it has nothing to do with like or dislike of the person.
Yeah, I doubt that's actually.
Andrew and his wife have literally gone on Modern Day Debate advocating to bring back laws that would make it illegal for men to wear too many articles of clothing that are of the opposite gender or whatever. Just to be clear, what we're talking about here.
You're one of the
hang on. If I can give the defense briefly, since you got the accusation, you're going to make the accusation.
I don't really want to.
Please refuse to let me get the defense. Just real quick, I'll give the defense. The defense is just this. Yes, I consider homosexuality to be an abomination and immoral, but if you consider homosexuality, and you do, to just be a preference of attraction towards X person, then the church accepts in homosexuals all the time who are reforming away from the act. There's a distinction between me hating this person and me wanting to reform the act of
abomination. Sorry.
Andrew,
yes, abomination. Yes, that's correct.
I'm filling in a dot here.
Abomination, fucker. It's an abomination, fucker.
I'm filling in a blank because you kind of implied it. You're taking this from a religious context, right? Like one of your formative foundations is a religious
correct.
Okay, gotcha. So the homosexuality shit makes sense. Soy. So do you think it's do you think it's okay to call Candace Owens a stupid dumb fuck?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I do it all the time.
Do you think if a group of black individuals clipped your content while you were having a tirade about Candace Owens being a stupid fuck and just kind of going off on her, do you think that their concern of your language would be legitimate?
Depends on what they're criticizing me for. Are they saying I'm racist or something? What are you saying?
Well, the argument could be some variation of the way that you engage with black creators' rhetoric is alarming. Do you think that would be a legitimate concern?
If you could compile every single dumb bitch like Tomi Lahren clip and I was being way softer on them but went super hard on Candace Owens, I think that might be a legitimate criticism. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I think it's fair to go harder on Candace Owens because she's a spineless bitch, but
And what makes you any better, motherfucker? Like the fuck? You were fucking shaking around like you're tweaking on some cocaine, my friend. What are you talking about, bro? What the fuck is that about?
Everybody can shut up while I get through a few of these. Thank you, Soy Pill. I appreciate it.
I got to get rolling for the evening, by the way. Gentlemen and lady, have a wonderful night.
Bye.
All right,
Take care. Thunderstorm says the 1980s Brooke Shields jeans ad she made was made a swastika with her. That's a reach.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's a reach.
This is why my subtitle was "There's Nazis in the bread" because this is like schizo posting. If you really think this was on purpose Nazi messaging, come on.
That's fair. Skirb says, Chuck, why do you perpetually wear a look of shocked confusion? Brick got booted earlier. Congratulations. And then Chuck says, Ryan wants the fireman. I'll play that here shortly. Farmer Cat. Is that Kissy Cat? You changing your name again? Says.
GPT. Why'd you keep changing it?
Yeah, she was Kissy Cat. Then she was Cat GPT. Now she's Farmer Cat. What are close votes? Spoons, more like forkwits.
You might have hit her super chat, Max.
Oh, well, no, because this one still has the wrench. Ryan just hates the fact that white people are finally waking up to the fact that it's okay to be white. We
Look at
do
Evan
have
nodding along.
queer
This fucking,
culture.
you think you're the superior race? Look at you. I'm sorry.
Shots fired. Damn, that's
You didn't like my blonde hair or my blue eyes. Damn.
That's mean.
BB
We should be
says-
super race realists instead.
BB says, get over it. If you were born in the 70s, 80s with simpler times, that's a hot advertisement. Mike Ball she said she owns blue jeans, not pronouns. Now that's my kind of American woman.
Oh my god.
She said, I saw pronoun in there, Mike.
Another fireman.
I, for one, think
Another fireman. Faraway got kicked. He's still backstage. Dearden says, would Soy Pill make that same argument if blacks say I love being black, or Asians, Hispanics, Indians, natives saying I love being my race? Of course not, because he's acting like his own race is bad.
If Dearden was listening, I never said that saying I think it's okay to be white is a bad statement. It's in the context of, if you said that out of context, or if you said that out of nowhere to a room full of black people, that might come off weird. And even then, it might still be a fine statement, but you might just want to think about like, hey, what might this look like?
I don't
think you can be proud to be white, but
that's
there's
not
a
the
little bit
context.
of a historical connotation to that, and you should just maybe think about why.
No,
you're
I'm all set. I don't think
it's not that fucking hard to just put in like 2 seconds of thought of like, oh, could this be perceived super weird? Even if it's totally okay to say, yes, every race can be proud of their own thing, but I think it's fucking stupid to be proud of something that you had no fucking contribution to.
Okay, I agree with the first half of what Soy said there, but also I think that it's also weird if you're in a room full of white people and you're white and you're like, you just want to say like it's okay to be white. I think it's also weird, and you also might make a lot of those people uncomfortable, just for the record.
Yeah, if a black guy was like a room full of white people, he was like, I love
But that's why it was a really
Kinda
that's why
weird.
it was a really unnecessary tangent and
No, it's
hypothetical.
exactly-
It's so
exactly
disanalogous.
one-to-one with
It's
the
so
idea of saying
disanalogous.
something.
Going into a room of 50 black people or 50 white people and saying this again out of
What if
nowhere,
you
as
went into
opposed
a
to
country
saying
full
it
of
in the context of
340
a
million people and
wordplay
said,
in a
Hold on,
jeans
Soy, do you ever
advertisement in a predominantly white country?
Stop. Hold
the
on.
context couldn't be more different.
Tally,
And
hold on. Tally,
Sorry.
hold on for a second, baby.
Sorry.
Soy, do you ever wait for somebody to finish their sentence?
Why didn't you say this to Andrew, Sarah?
But I'm hearing you over
You're
her
you're
this
really
whole
ignoring
time.
Andrew's interrupting and anyone.
Well,
else.
he did it. Well, he did it. He did it. Where?
No, I just
Seriously,
don't-
she's
I think
asking
everyone
you.
should be able to interrupt.
There are a lot of better
Actually,
examples because, to be fair, when you have that much more viewership, that is something you should let slide if you're someone like Sarah.
I have no idea who's
also
talking
has
right
a
now.
pretty big channel. Like, I mean, sure,
He
Andrew's
does.
bigger, but
Andrew has like
Andrew-
5-6K live viewers.
Andrew,
Boy,
to be clear,
how much are you at?
Andrew said, "I'm in the big leagues. I won't be debating you on Tim Pool."
It's just a diversion.
On this
Don't get me wrong.
She's asking
I'm not
because
defending
he
all
wants
that.
to divert from the question.
I'm not
Sarah,
defending all
Andrew
that.
asked
I'm
you.
just saying
Stop.
pragmatically.
Stop
Sarah
all
catching
of
strays
you.
from Soy.
Why are you all being stupid? Who the
Sarah,
fuck
we're all done
cares? If I tell you something, I'm talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
And I
point
said,
fingers and say, but what
I think
about
it's
what
cool to
about
interrupt,
be
Sarah.
responsible
And I'm
for that
just- I
moment and
find
let it be.
curious who you're calling out for interrupting. Because I bet if you
I
watch, it,
yelled at
interrupt
everyone
time.
earlier. I yelled at everyone earlier. So you want to go back? You want to run the tape?
Got
You
some
want to run
favors,
the
Sarah, and
tape?
that's
Like,
fine.
you know?
I appreciate you.
So we're gonna cry.
So his little ego is acting up.
Do you guys like fruit punch?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything, bro? Turn the brightness of your screen down.
Only with pineapple.
I literally can't. It doesn't have the setting.
Okay.
God help us.
Master Race.
Yeah, God. And Kissy Cat clarified that the gauntlet went into the weird handle thing again. Why are we doing that again? YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's like new. I think YouTube's like starting to fluctuate with that or something.
No, YouTube, stop doing that. We were happy with our usernames on the front end. Like, we don't want the handles.
You heard
We
her,
don't
YouTube.
know who we're talking to. Stop it, YouTube. Stop doing that.
You know, Sarah, if only we had like a Raging Tomato site where people could have a username of their choice or something. Wouldn't that be cool?
Great. That would be really awesome, Ryan. All right, now that everybody's cammed up, I could put people back in their places. All right, Tally, you were saying something to Soy Pill, and then Soy Pill was trying to respond. If you guys want to finish that thought process, I'm happy to oblige.
I can finish it way faster for her if you'd let me, Sarah.
That's what she said.
Haha. So, Tolly, tell me if this is wrong, Tolly, because you're very good faith, and I know you'll respect this kind of reach out. What you're saying is it's disanalogous for me to use the example of a white person in a room full of 50 black people because a commercial is not tailored to a predominantly, black audience or anything like that. Yeah.
That is one reason that it's disanalogous, one facet of the disanalogy.
What are the other ones?
So it's not coming out of nowhere. It's not like socially unexpected. It's not jarring in that way, right? It's an ad. It's a television ad for jeans. You're expecting to see this type of thing. You're expecting to see a beautiful woman up on the screen. You're expecting to see plays on words and puns and things like this. So it's not like walking into a room of 50 people and randomly talking about pride in your race.
Sure.
So that's another level of how it's disanalogous.
I understand that. I think the reason Ryan and I are saying that it's kind of in this context is the zeitgeist and what is happening in politics right now is a rise of right-wing fascism. So people are primed to be looking for stuff like this. And to be clear, even before that rise, people on the far left, especially in 2014 and 15, were just calling everything Nazis. So yes, it's a little bit disanalogous.
Not that far, but yeah.
But I do want to say one last thing, Tali. Did you think that Ilhan Omar was being anti-Semitic when she said Israel has hypnotized the world?
I think she was definitely playing on anti-Semitic tropes. I don't know if she meant to or not.
Oh, so what you're saying is that potentially she should be careful about the words that she's using in the context in which she's saying them, even if she's not being anti-Semitic. Just think about how that might come across to the people you're tweeting to.
I hear what you're saying. Again, I still think this is disanalogous, right? Because again, like she's going in and she's interrogating. She's a politician interrogating like a lobbying group and making accusations about a foreign government and stuff like that, as opposed to an ad running on television talking about jeans and making a play on words.
Do you think that if Sydney Sweeney went onto this ad and said white power, because there's a brand of power
to me,
that says white
to me that would be truly out of pocket.
Well, why? What if she's quoting the name of the company, White Power? I don't understand.
Because I don't want to be doing any of this. I don't want to be doing the black power. I don't want to be doing the white power.
Wait, what do you mean? It's just the name of the. I don't understand. It's just the name of the company, Tali.
Okay, so are you asking me there's a company called White Power and they have a white person?
There's a company called White, and they make power. And Sydney says, "I love white power." In this,
what is power?
Power. It's energy. It's an energy company.
You don't like electricity?
Don't you mean
called
like
White Power?
Yes, no, it's called White, and they do power. So she says, "I love white power."
Let me answer. Okay, yes. So actually, let me answer.
Mm-hmm.
There's a business called White Power, and they want to have a white. Okay, it's called White, and they want to go advertise their new item called White Power, and they want to have a white person, a beautiful, voluptuous white person, go out there and read off their ad. They're welcome to do that. That's going to turn off people in a way that making a pun about jeans is not going to turn people.
Oh, so maybe the language, even if it's innocuous, could potentially be alluding to things that people might associate with bad things, and you might just want to consider this. That's all we're saying.
As a business decision, you should want to consider it. Again, I think if your business is selling an item called White Power, you are really limiting the audience for your business.
So
but that's the consideration.
An example of if you say I love being blonde-haired and blue-eyed and my jeans are so good is obviously a fine statement and out of context, but it might allude to some things, and you should just think about it for 10 seconds. That doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just a decision.
It's fantastic advertising.
It's great.
You guys did the other part of it.
You guys no, we didn't. If you were listening to this at all, you'll know that we didn't do this at all. So
I have a question for
Ryan. You're doing it right now. You're making it into a bigger deal than it needs to be, and you're promoting the advertising. I've never heard of it.
On this panel, and I had a great time.
And that's the whole point, right? Like, Nico's got the point.
I think.
How do you feel about the Bud Light campaign with Dylan Mulvaney, Ryan?
I don't care about it.
You don't care about it, really? Really?
We're targeting a demographic.
You wanted to just say you really cared, right?
It's literally the same exact thing flipped. You know that, right?
How exactly?
I think there's a lot of parallels, actually. Yeah,
I agree.
I wouldn't say it's flipped or like the same. I wouldn't use that exact phrasing, but I understand what you're getting at. And yeah, I agree. There's a lot of parallels.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing how it's. So Dylan Mulvaney, right? He was the actor who campaigned for Bud Light, but it's an interesting thing that the right understood how to not buy the product. And that's as simple as this is. If you don't like it, if you don't like what's going on, just don't buy the product.
That's what people are.
Totally
actually
disanalogous.
Nobody here's talking about boycotting American Eagle. Nobody here's we're not. Nobody's
No,
having
I actually don't think it's disanalogous, and this is the point I actually wanted to come up and
Can
make. Nobody,
Well, but I don't think
nobody's hitting the
here?
intentionality.
Yeah, whoever is breathing into their fucking mic, hold your breath or mute yourself when you're not talking.
Do you
It's
see this?
killing me.
Hold it,
Sarah. Rachel spelled homo like a French person. I think that's like one of the gayest ways you can write homo, but that's really funny. Rachel, by the way, the reason I was nice to your face is because I wanted to have a cordial debate. But just to be clear, I'm not calling you ugly because I think you're ugly. I'm calling you ugly because your husband thinks you're a 6. So
I think you're ugly on the inside, Rachel.
You are also ugly on the
a
inside.
6 is not ugly.
Okay, well,
It's
the lesbian
objectively
is
above
spoken,
average.
I actually defer to her.
Well,
6
yeah,
is
I mean,
still.
Rachel is
And I was
good looking,
making
but
really
also
quick.
6
Well,
is above average.
6 is
One of the
still
things that
60%
everybody
is still.
has not been hitting so far in this debate is the intentionality of it. There were a few ads in this campaign so far that we've seen. One of those ads makes the exact same pun, but the pun is obvious that it's implying that her good genes are her big tits, right? That's the obvious pun going on in one of them. But the ad that makes it controversial is that she
What?
starts the ad by defining what genetics are and then ending with a connection to her eye, right? Like it's over the top, and marketing people are paid too much money to actually not know what they're doing, right?
Bullshit.
So it's intentional to be adjacent to this ideology because they are targeting them, just like the Dylan Mulvaney thing was targeting a group of people who don't normally go get a bunch of Bud Lights, right?
And that would yes, thank you.
Wait, so who are they
That's why I was
targeting?
similar.
Sorry, so hold
So
on. So
wait,
hold on.
so
Who are they
let's
targeting?
make this even more
So
clear.
hang on,
Bud.
I'll answer that question, Tally. I'll
Wait,
answer that question
yeah,
because
okay.
earlier, only Mr. Bill donated, and he said he was going to go buy jeans. This is an old man. He's like he's like a few days away from death, right? And he comes on these panels and speaks his last words to us every night. And like he has said he's going to go buy American Eagle jeans because of this. So these reactionary old people apparently is a target audience.
Ryan, okay, so here's what I'm trying to
Well, here's what I'll admit.
I agree.
I don't think they're targeting racial
that
people.
represents
They're targeting people who want people to say fucked up shit. They want to. It's like that South Park episode where the guy was like,
this
retarded
is where I
maggots.
disagree.
They want those people to be like, yeah, look, they don't give a fuck. I'm gonna go buy
Maybe
this.
they want it. I don't think this is the people who they're targeting for their customer base. Maybe again, I'm not even bought into the fact that they wanted to start a controversy, but sure, maybe they wanted to start a controversy to get attention to their brand. But they are targeting, like Sarah said at the beginning, teenage girls. That is their demographic of who they are selling to. They are not whoever that gentleman that you mentioned earlier, old man who's close to death. They don't make jeans in his size. They're not going to fit his body.
Well, they probably do, but
they're not.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't. You would have to really tell me that American Eagle is trying to target white identitarians.
Girls,
regardless of
who's
the intention,
reactionary leftists.
Regardless of the intention of the ad, I think that this reaction would happen either way. Like
either way of what?
What? Even if they didn't mean for this to happen, which I don't believe they meant for this to happen.
Of course they meant for this to happen. Are you stupid, bro? Like what the fuck? Like to say genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue. They're clearly trying to stir some shit. Like you could say
our entire economy is starting to be driven by attention.
Yeah, like American Eagle doesn't care about
their stock price went up. Like
American Eagle doesn't care about white people. American Eagle doesn't care about white people. They don't even care about girls in this ad. This ad campaign is to legitimize their brand and recenter themselves as a legitimate brand that you ought to buy. That's all this ad's trying to do. You could say, sure, that there's another avenue of expression that like within the myriad of expressions that can happen. Outrage is also another thing. So it's stirring that pot. It's stirring all these different pots. But at the end of the day, they're not telling you to buy the direct product of the jeans. They're trying to sell themselves through using currency as attention. That's why I think I said it in the opening, in the closed portion, that they knew exactly what they're doing and what they did was a success. Like it doesn't matter how you feel about liberals being upset, lefties being upset, conservatives, their ad campaign was successful in this context.
Yeah, and I just want to add one
let
really,
me
really
interrupt
quick.
and I'll
Okay,
hand it
yeah.
back to you, Ryan. Backstage, I've got KO Dave, Zers, I've got Dearden, I've got Caucasian Sasquatch, and I've got Korth. Zers is the guy that goes turtle.
It's not Xerxes.
Yeah, I call him Zers.
It's not a young black man?
No.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was my buddy.
I was going to say a good analogy.
If you want to see a panel shake up, you know what to do. Joe, Ryan, and Soy are all off limits, but everybody else is fair game. Back to you, Ryan.
So the only thing I was going to say is that I think an interesting analogy is like Steak and Shake switching to whatever, like the tallow, like beef tallow or whatever. Like their feet, there's a certain like cultural currency, like kind of like Joe said, there's like currency in the attention that you gather from appealing to the current zeitgeist. Like the cultural zeitgeist is what they were using, I think, in this case. But yeah.
But before I just would like to say something before I head off. I think that if you look at like this ad, like the main thing they were looking at is just the appeal of aesthetics. Traditionally, or rather in like a lot of cases, there's different archetypes that look good, like black hair, green eyes, or black hair with like another different colored eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes, or black hair, blue eyes, or like there's a variety of different things, or just
diversity is our strength, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, or like visual diversity. Like, and I think that looking at like Sydney Sweeney, like if you look at that, I don't think they were looking to produce anything other than just here's an attractive woman that meets a certain aesthetic that is good for like America, especially targeting like young girls who want to go in, or not teenage girls / young adult girls that would more likely get into it. Just kind of like calling back to like the 80s, like Californian, surfer sort of aesthetic, which like that thing was the blonde hair, blue eye thing. But
Sydney Sweeney is attractive. Sydney Sweeney is not only attractive, but she is popular. We're going to tap into attractiveness and popularity as a means of help re-legitimizing our brand, because people forgot we even exist in the mall.
Yep.
Sure.
I want to give Flo, this came in on your side. You want to read it? You're muted or something.
Mike 23 says, "Oh fuck, man, I'm going to get brain cancer soon. Can America go back to a time when we just didn't care so much about how Americans became so sensitive?" Amen, Mike. I agree with you, and thank you for supporting my grift cancer. It's in remission. We're getting there.
You're in remission. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah, but just again, nobody here is like complaining about the ad in that way. Like
grift cancer.
He said grift cancer.
Fake grift cancer.
Can you stop singing the fucking song?
My apologies.
Okay. My God.
Well,
no, Flo does not have
too.
cancer. It's grift cancer. He's being funny. He's playing on words and being an asshole. Anyways,
Gotcha.
thank you, Mike.
Wait, speaking of lying, though, do you guys think that Trump's in the Epstein files and might be playing up on this to distract from the outrage?
I really don't want to talk about Donald Trump right now.
Is related to that, but anyway,
I don't think the Fox News apparatus talking about how mad libs are at this thing.
I have no idea who said that.
Fucking
Brick. It's the person who's too scared to turn on his camera.
No,
so
bro,
Fox News has been putting out a lot of
I
articles.
was cammed up earlier. What the fuck are you talking
cam
about?
up.
Wait, why'd you
Cam up
wait?
all
So
the fucking time.
why did you turn off your camera?
Do you want to see my beautiful face?
Somebody in the audience asked me a question. Yes, I am transgender.
So a camera is helpful because like
are you happy?
it's just a
screen.
a camera is helpful because it's a disembodied voice. Otherwise,
Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down.
But Joe,
it just makes it easy to follow for me. I don't know. I can't turn mine on.
Bye, everybody.
Anywho.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the people talking about the outrage about this are louder than the people actually outraged by it, and they're using it to distract. That the right wing is plummeting right now. By the way, there's a really cool Gazan relief fund for the children that are dying in Palestine in my description. If you guys want to go help all the suffering children, so
we are so righteous, right here in America. You so righteous, such a good person.
I don't necessarily.
I didn't say I was a good person.
Bro, we have homeless people on our streets right now. What are you talking
about?
It's
a bad thing to be a good person.
I donate to them too. I got a lot of
but the omni cause comes first.
Wait, why not
I
things at once, right?
The greater good.
So I don't necessarily buy that the right is delegitimate right now. I think liberals in this current situation that we're in are pretty fucking irrelevant. And I think they're kind of fighting to find ways of relevancy and using Donald Trump as a means to try to find ways. And I don't think that's going to work.
Democrats.
What makes you think liberals are irrelevant? They're like
I think
they're the minority. They're the minority. They're
in
currently
this position like 3 times in the last 3 presidents. Every single
they're
time
the minority ideology in America.
Democrat.
I do not mean Democrat. I absolutely mean liberal. I absolutely mean
Well,
liberal
then
here.
it makes even less sense what you're saying.
Oh, it makes even less sense. So, please explain to me, Tally, why it makes less sense.
Because I
then
think
liberals are not the
majority. I
majority.
think your criticism makes more sense if you're saying Democrats right now, they're kind of culturally irrelevant. Even their own party is not excited by them. They have nothing going on for themselves, so they're using the Epstein files to bring attention to Trump's bad doings. That would make more sense. But to say liberals are irrelevant right now, I think that's
Liberals are irrelevant right now.
But I don't know what that means. Again, I think it's a stronger criticism if you say Democrats.
It means that liberals are captured on 80-20 issues and firmly standing on 20 side of every single one of those issues.
They have I don't know how else I can.
Levers of power currently because of who was elected in the last cycle.
Liberals are currently
Donald Trump's
on the
liberal.
What makes Donald Trump? What makes Donald Trump a liberal?
Donald Trump
dispositionally, I mean, the way he lives his own life, he's certainly a liberal.
I mean, Bill
So how did so when I say liberal, what do you hear? How would you define it when you hear me say liberal?
I don't know what you're saying. That's why I'm
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm specific. Okay, so a liberal is an individual who believes that by having choice.
What I think you're saying, by the way, not if I can define liberal. By the way,
okay, great. I'll gladly reset, and then I'll make my claim, and then you can do whatever the fuck this is again. So, a liberal believes.
No, we won't let the loudness of your mic oppress us.
A liberal believes you are free through choices. You are free through choices, and if you have enough choice in your external life, that makes you free. That idea and that ideology is on the back foot currently. It is not the popular ideology that's in power. It might be the popular ideology in social circles, maybe. But if you were to say that Donald Trump is a liberal, when I hear that, you are trying to say that Donald Trump believes that by having enough choices in society that makes you free. I think that's absolutely bullshit. So I define how I see liberal. How do you define how you see liberal?
I mean,
what are you observing?
So there's something to what you're saying about liberals believing that choice is sort of inherent in freedom, and liberals are trying to maximize freedom. So I would agree with that. But I guess I still don't understand. So you're just talking about an ideology and not a specific group of people?
I'm talking about an ideology.
Liberalism is on the decline?
I'm not saying liberalism is on the decline.
Foundationally liberal country, right? We are a free market.
We're a neoliberal country. We're a neoliberal country. That's a rationality that emerges from liberalism. Neoliberalism posits market logic in all areas of activity, that the market should dictate every single area of our engagement. If you were to say that Donald Trump has neoliberal tendencies, then I would agree with you. However, we're talking about the rationality at that point, not the ideology. And the ideology of liberalism currently is on the back foot to conservatism. Conservatism, long story short, appeals to particular traditions, and that appealing to those traditions is what produces the most freedom. And one of those traditions, which goes to the rationality, is market logic. Because conservatives also believe in market logic.
Maybe aesthetic conservatism is on the rise right now, but I don't think that the current administration is really functionally conservative. And again, I don't think that liberalism is really on decline. So
I agree. I actually agree with that. I don't think they're functionally conservative. I think that conservatism is kind of on the rise in that, a lot of liberal, more liberal-minded,
so we're moving.
People even. I got you. Been talking a while, right? A lot of these people are starting to manifest more conservative tendencies in terms of recognizing the institutions that we have right now, and we're seeing someone like Donald Trump start to tear those institutions apart. So yeah, we want to conserve those institutions more, those liberal institutions. But yeah,
can you bring it back to the ad campaign?
Sure. I think that one of the rationalities within neoliberalism is rationality, is not an ideology. It just puts market logic and says that market logic ought to be the way that we structure all areas of our lives. So if we look at that neoliberalism as a rationality, using this ad in context, then yeah, it's saying that in order to be accepted into society or be like seen as like the it person, then you ought to buy these jeans. You ought to see what Sydney Sweeney is doing, how she presents herself, how she behaves, and model that behavior. That's what celebrities do. Celebrities are saying, we are the standard of how you could model certain behaviors, and these behaviors are desirable.
Now, what specifically is that model? The model that she's saying, use this model.
The model.
She doesn't explicitly say the model. The model is her. The model is her. It's saying
the model is whatever society wants it to be.
Right.
What our marketers kind of tell, like I said, we have our influencers, we have our marketing, and that's like, whatever's trendy,
just alone
like that.
Yeah, not to cut you off, Sarah, but like just alone by what Sydney Sweeney wore in that ad will bring that back. That's the type of influence that she has. Like the girls will look at that outfit and go, I want that fit. She doesn't have to say buy that fit. She just has to wear the fit. And that's enough.
The reason I'm asking that
I had
is
a couple
because
super chats that were addressed to me. Do you want me to reply to those?
Yeah, I was gonna get in there if you want. No, I appreciate that. Airborne says Soy Pill and Coper are talking smack to Rachel about her only being a 6. You are 2s and would be lucky to ever get a woman half as awesome as Rachel.
First of
that
all,
is why you talk smack to her.
Andrew.
I'm not calling Rachel.
Are you a Soy Pill? Joe Lewis, you've been talking so much, buddy. Let me address this fact. First of all,
60% is still failing, by the way, Rachel. So
that's not how this rating system that Andrew is famous for works.
Oh my God, Tolly.
It's not a rating system. 60 still failing.
Go ahead, Troy.
It is a rating
system.
You said you've never watched the show.
First of all, I never said that she was a 6. Andrew said she was a 6. I think she's a 4. And second of all, if I had to date her, I would never be able to get it up. So I am very grateful that I would never have anyone like Rachel. And also, she's really stupid, which lowers her to like a 1.
And Ryan, that was directed at you too, for talking.
No, I never said that about Rachel. I said she's ugly on the inside.
Do you think she's ugly on the outside too?
I don't think she's a particularly ugly person.
Okay, me neither. I think a 4 is like not an ugly. It's just a little below average.
This one comes at you too. Soy is stretching this argument further than Ryan Gaps. Are leftists really dumb enough to think the point was not her body mentioned for years before?
If this absolute mongoloid moron had been listening to what I said the entire time, he'd know that I said the reason she's in the ad is because she's a hot item. It has nothing to do with weird fucking Nazi propaganda. But they weren't listening, so.
And
If you would have anybody with a problem, it would be the writers.
Also, sorry for the strays, Rachel. I'm sure you're all right. Andrew thinks you're pretty enough to marry, so that's enough, right?
She's a married woman. She doesn't care what any other man thinks.
She's done. She's chilling. She won.
Right.
She got the Super Bowl ring. She can go.
And then liberals, lefties are losing their minds because of this commercial. Ryan and Soy are a good example of this, and all whining they do. Hi, Squatch.
I agree, Ryan.
I think we had
wine, right?
Yeah, I feel like we had like a really productive conversation about the phenomenon, and or at least before the open panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and all we did was sit here and talk very calmly about what we were examining, and like, so the idea that we're like, there was whining, yes, in the frustration during the open panel once Andrew came on and denied that the Aryan race was like part of fascist Nazi propaganda, but like besides that, like, I mean,
did he though?
And then Tally has gone from a panel that can't actually define socialism to a panel that can't actually define liberalism. But what does the toddler think? Which one's the toddler?
I don't know.
To be clear, I define to be
that's Soy because of the hat. That's me.
Yeah, to be clear, I define liberalism. Soy and Coder didn't, but that's all right. They can define it for themselves.
I don't think Donald Trump is by any means close to what most people would use the word liberal for, but you know, Tolly, if you're saying he's like a New York Democrat, don't worry, I've listened to Tim Pool too.
What is the is though?
True.
You said what it is not. What is it?
What's liberalism? I don't know. Like,
they like to use liberal
so,
meaning.
do you think Donald Trump is a conservative?
Depends on what you mean by conservative. I would say that most
exactly
are. So, trying to overturn abortion, trying to lower the tax rate, trying to. I'm sorry. Are you arguing with someone else here? Because that's not at all what I'm talking.
He's not trying to overturn abortion.
Yeah, and then I'm saying things, and you're not listening. But that's cool. I didn't expect you to.
Keep saying what it's not.
Overturn abortion. What do you mean? He elected Supreme Court justices Roe v. Wade and are trying to do a nationwide abortion.
It's not what it is.
And he's bragged about it.
And as
he specifically said he would be against a nationwide abortion.
No, he said I think
that was what he campaigned on.
And they asked and then they asked him if he would veto a nationwide abortion ban. He's like, I'm not sure. And then both his vice presidents, both Mike Pence and JD Vance, said we are pushing for this. So that's pretty clearly what they're trying to do. And
to be a bit, it's not quite
Tully, but other people care.
God damn it, Soy, that's not exactly the case. The thing that Donald Trump does, because I think some people aren't.
I'm really curious.
Donald Trump is not exactly an ideological person. However, other people are filling in their ideology within those holes that he exists. For example,
saying we don't have to talk about this more than that. That's his conservative policies, not liberal ones. It's really that simple. Maybe he just cares about himself. It's not a big deal.
Fascism very often is not like some specific threaded ideology. Like it usually is like a very opportunistic kind of power grabbing thing. So yeah.
So, sure. What are you saying, Brick?
No, I kept hearing what it is not, or just like, it's not Donald Trump. It's not Donald Trump. But I did not hear what it is.
What liberalism is? It's an ideology.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Hold on. Joe, I liked Joe, I liked your definition. And it's a great definition. Okay. Cool. Soy, I did not get a definition from.
Yeah. So I would say that they're people that are a little bit ideologically to the right of progressives, insofar as they might not be as hard on things like, LGBTQ issues. They might not want as high taxes on the rich people, but in general, they're going to be people that are for progressive tax rates, for social issues in like progressive areas. So like, hey, let's give more rights to, minorities and make sure there's no discrimination. There's people that are saying we should have more social programs. Like these are all typical liberal or neoliberal programs. And
okay.
I acknowledge the definition that Tali is using. I just don't think most people use it that way.
I don't know what that has to do with
I agree with that too.
That's nothing.
With respect, Joe, you definitely reduced liberalism to mere choice. That's just stupid and reductive and not a useful definition.
Well, yeah, because it's a unified belief of individual freedom through choice. But there's two aspects to that, right? There's the individual aspect. That individual choices produce individualized freedom. And within that, it emphasizes other things like personal autonomy, expression, different types of rights-based frameworks, oversight of like collective obligations and traditional hierarchies. Not retarded. While liberals may, as an example, disagree on specific policies, they generally share this conviction on expanding individual choice. I don't want to be heady and intellectual. I came on here to fuck around. God damn it. Can I be shorthand and not get... thanks for the $5, but fuck.
Yeah. I think Joe's definition was a good shorthand for liberal. I think it's fair.
Yeah, that's why I accepted it.
Y'all baited me. Here's some money for Sarah. Also, we won. Have fun, people who don't immediately identify with me. Soy, you've been arguing about race this entire time. You clearly got it. Cope harder as you fail to argue Aryan sources.
I clearly got, as they're saying, like, did I get the jeans pun or whatever? Like everyone got.
I think the something to be concerned about is that people might walk away from this debate like because of Andrew's shenanigans earlier, genuinely believing that like Nazi propaganda did not have a lot to do with promoting the specific blonde hair, blue-eyed archetype.
Wait, Ryan, he agreed with that. He just took 45 minutes to make it seem like you were trying to say that like all the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people were like in the leadership or somehow like first class.
Like how come Adolf didn't have blonde hair? Which was
that is the wildest thing.
Your original point
splitting
was,
that hair.
Oh no, wait, no, that's true. But you never said that, Ryan. So that was
also shout out inquisitive archivists who gave me $5 Canadian, which I understand to be akin to Monopoly money, but I'm very thankful for it anyway.
Hey, I like my money.
A couple days.
Oh, right, because
and he is a year old now, so we are very proud of him.
Oh wait, we gotta do doggy solo layout.
He's very sleepy right now. I just woke him up.
Cute dog.
But yeah, happy
So
birthday,
cute.
everyone. Oh, my good boy.
Birthday.
I'll get him doggy treats. He's gonna get a steak and everything. Yeah.
Aww.
Can I read just like a really quick excerpt for Tally, just in case you didn't know about this? Because like as someone
go
who
ahead.
historically does try to inform herself about the Trump admin before she votes for them, the plan to enforce the Comstock Act, which is a 150-year-old law, as an abortion ban, is spelled out within the Heritage Foundation's 180-day playbook, which details nearly 900 pages worth of actions to be taken in the first 180 days of the new Trump administration. The scheme is echoed by Jonathan Mitchell, Trump's lawyer, before the Supreme Court, and Mitchell wants Trump and anti-abortion groups to, quote, keep their mouths shut on Comstock as much as possible until the election. So just so you know, they've been very explicit, but also that they want to ban abortion nationwide. It's very obvious to everyone if you're paying attention. If you don't know
I'm
that,
not denying
you don't have to argue
that,
because you're going to say something really
I'm
dumb.
not denying that the Heritage Foundation has this as part of their doctrine. I'm not denying this was part of the Project 2025 or whatever thing. Okay. I'm saying that when Donald Trump was asked about it specifically, first of all, I don't think that Donald Trump is against abortion. So whatever he would do if it actually came to a veto on his desk, you're asking the Senate to actually pass.
Do you think Donald Trump would try to follow
legislation
playbooks? Like,
do you think Donald Trump lies?
I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I do think he lies, and I don't know where he would actually come down on it. But my feeling is that he's not particular. That's not an issue that he cares very much about outlawing.
If his lawyer tells him to keep his mouth shut until the election because he might let it slip that they're trying to do something that would ban it, do you think that might be an indication of maybe of what their plan to do is?
Mouth shut.
Just a crazy side note before we read this chat. I just posted a link to a Project 2025 tracker in the back chat. It's actually 46% done, just so you know. So they are working their way through.
Wouldn't just do it? Do you think? He didn't say. He said he wasn't associated with it. So I don't know what he would do when
That's crazy. And they put Russ Vought in the as a director of budget.
Okay, Donald Trump, I'll say it again, is not an ideological person. People around him inject their ideology in the holes that exist. The reason why Donald Trump is cagey on abortion, because he is cagey on abortion, is because he's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. He understands taking a stance could potentially alienate and cause divide within the people injecting particular ideological frameworks. So what he does do is that he kind of relies on the fact that the institutions are strong enough where a national abortion ban won't ever hit his desk. So he doesn't have to do that. He can say, oh, I'll leave it up to the states to decide and let the states decide what they want to do. That leaves all the frameworks that are possible up to the states, so he doesn't have to take a definitive stance on a hypothetical that he believes that he will never have to engage with in the first place. If he doesn't believe that he has to engage with it directly, he'll just dodge the question.
He knows that his base is to the right of him on this, but this was a topic of conversation within right-wing media of people doing sort of apologia to the base, saying like, listen, guys, I know that he's not as pro-life as we would want, but, you know, he believes that it should be a state, you know, he believes that it should be up to the states and stuff like that. So there were right-wing commentators who were having to run cover for the fact that Trump is to the left of his base on this issue. But I think the most fair rebuttal, because I agree completely with Joe that Trump is not very ideological. It's really the people around him. But what's very fair to say that the people around him are very keen on outlawing abortion and all of these things.
Yeah, and what makes so like,
can I bring it back to the?
Before you do, Flo has a super chat in that came in on his end. If you want to read it, Flo.
Says Soyful, stop jacking off to anime porn.
I stopped jacking off to anime porn when I was 14. I only saw beautiful real women.
That hat. That's all right. Thank you, Mike.
Right, guys. Can I bring it back to the?
Wait, before you're the guy who donated. Yeah.
So first I want to say hi to Joe Lewis, Tally, Brick. I don't think I've seen you guys before. But
how we doing?
But here's what I notated. We've reached a point where saying genes determine eye color is somehow racist. Really? That's where we're at.
That's what we haven't reached that point.
Anybody say that?
Hold on, guys.
Let him say his points. He paid a lot of money.
Look, eye color is a biological trait. You're born with it. It's coded in your DNA, just like your blood type, your height, range, your hairline. That's not oppression. That's biology. But some people hear genes and instantly assume you're making racial judgment. No. Saying genes determine eye color. It's not saying one race is better than the other.
This TED Talk
It's not
sucks.
some secret dog whistle. It's just a scientific fact, and facts don't care about your feelings. Denying that
racism.
hold on,
Congratulations.
guys. Let me get this out.
Shadowboxing
Denying that gene-shaped traits like eye color doesn't make you anti-racist. It makes you anti-science. And when you start calling science racist, just because it makes you uncomfortable, you don't fight racism. You actually weaken the fight against it. Not everything is a hate crime. Some things are just how human bodies work.
All right, we got it. You got all the 2016 Benjamin Shapiro points.
Hey, let me get this out. I'm a
Dearden, is that straw man on fire yet?
Unfortunately, I was not trained in special ed education, so this is really
one paragraph away. Dude, shut the hell up. We should celebrate human diversity.
Brian, are you going to call out the soy pill for his ableist Nazi-like attitudes?
I do. I disavow.
Okay.
We should celebrate human diversity, not pretend it doesn't exist. Genetics doesn't erase your humanity. It's part of it. So no, it's not racist to say genes determine eye color. It's called reality, and we need more of that.
I would give your 4th grade essay a C.
And how?
Oh my god.
I was
I don't know what's so funny.
You should restructure your arguments. The 5 paragraphs should be a little more shortened, and you can make your point a little more concisely. So
Durkin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
I have to go. Sarah, does that all the super chats? I was gonna head out.
Dearden, did you listen to anything
what?
that happened
I'm
in this entire panel?
I'm sorry. What was that, Soy?
I just said, is that all the super chats? I was gonna head out otherwise.
Well, I've been waiting to get
so
up
bad
there,
that you
so
chased
yeah,
off the panel.
I don't have anything else for you.
Okay,
What's
last
up,
thing.
Joe?
I have one last question for Tally before I head out. Tally, does Andrew saying that you're an abomination at all assuage how
He didn't say that I was an abomination.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, he did.
Oh my
Wait.
god, he really said that gay people are an abomination and you're gay. Like this is so easy. Yes or no? Like, do you care at all about that?
That's
No, I'm not bothered
porn.
by religious people's disapproval of homosexuality. No, otherwise I would be living in a constant state of feeling discriminated against because I live around religious people. So no, I'm not offended by it. I'm able to go on living my life. If people respect me, I respect them.
Well, to be clear, Tally, he doesn't respect you. He thinks you're an abomination.
Okay, I don't think that's an accurate representation. He even said when you said, "Oh yeah, you just don't like gay people," he said that's not true. It's not about not liking gay people. He believes that I literally
cannot wait to clip him saying, "I think gay people are an abomination." Next to you
I'm
being
sorry.
He did
You
literally
can't
say
force
that
the
he has
gay
mixed
person. You
reaction.
can't force the gay person to hate the person. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry.
He's trying so hard.
I know.
Allie, he is trying so hard to make it happen.
And I think
It's
there should
crazy.
be some like slur for people that are like Uncle Toms for like every fucking.
Bro, she doesn't need you to white knight.
That's me.
I'm not trying to defend her. I think
Yeah,
that
you're
when
soy
Andrew-
pill.
when
Remember
Andrew
that.
gets-
What
when
do I do in the
Andrew gets
opposite?
power and starts calling in the camp first, I'll be like, "Hey, I told you," but she can be like, "Well, he was respectful to me in the debate." She's fucking stupid. But anyway, Sarah, thank you so
Soy Pill's
much.
intentionally misunderstanding
My
things.
IQ drops rapidly every time I'm here, but I love you to
believe
death,
that.
and I'm going to go now. So have a great.
Mike
night.
mentions
All
anime.
right, so you have a great night, friend.
Thanks for jumping on tonight. Well, fuck it.
It's because Mike mentioned anime corn. And then he
Wait,
was,
can we bring that person back? I have a question for them.
Yeah, but he is booted, so I actually have to bring him up for your question, and then I got to put him back because people pay to boot.
I appreciate you. All right, Deargan, I have a question for you. It's very simple. Deargan, Joshua Deargan. Do you think that phenotypical characteristics match onto mental characteristics?
Excuse me while I define what the heck that word means.
Sure, I got you. So phenotypical characteristics are what we are just biological traits that people have. So skin color, eye color, hair texture, height, facial features, our body shape, the pitch of our voice, our absence or presence of things like freckles. Do you think that those things relevantly match on to mental characteristics as well?
Such as?
Well, if you're black or white, are you just going to be completely tardo?
Yes,
I'm
no.
trying to figure out where we're bringing race into it.
God damn it.
Anything
what? It has nothing to do with race. I'm asking you
Oh,
if
he said that, not me.
Sure,
it could be eye color, skin color, the hair
No,
color.
he asked me a question, Brick. So hold on.
Go ahead.
Sure.
So what I know is that what I learned is you can know a lot from a sonogram. You can know a lot from a DNA test. You can
Man,
know.
someone pay good money for this motherfucker to be gone.
I'm just trying to so like the thing that I'm trying to understand is, do you think that
out why everybody's trying to silence me? I'm literally answering the
Somebody
Yeah.
booted. Look,
like
it's
that
part of
sometimes,
the stop.
Yeah.
It's part of the show. Anybody that jumps on willingly for open panels knows that they are subject to getting booted by the chat. Almighty Nate paid to boot you. I'm doing a mini veto to allow Joe to ask his question to you. It's nobody's trying to silence you. It's just that somebody paid to boot you, but you're still here. That's
yeah,
all.
but your guy in the top right's really trying to shut me up.
That's
You're getting
Flo.
special treatment right now.
Yeah, you are literally getting
DEI.
special treatment right now. You should probably not.
a white woman is passing on their affirmative action onto a black person? I'm just so happy.
Right in front of Joe, too.
Got him. All right. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, like, so do you like those things?
Question,
Yeah.
The best I know, because maybe I'm out of my purview on this, but all I know is that I learned today that they can figure out what your height's going to be, what your weight's going to be, whether you're going to be overweight, your eye color, all sorts of things. So I have no idea to answer your question whether or not your mind.
He's asking if you think those things are also correlated with things like intelligence or personality or skills.
I don't believe that,
like
by the way. I don't believe that like phenotypical characteristics match onto mental characteristics. I don't think like how you look matches to your mental characteristics, for instance.
Okay,
I think those things are different.
I
Joe,
understand
you should revive him since you want to have the
where
conversation.
Where does that come into play with the ad? Because nowhere in the ad does it relate to racism or Nazism as they're making the claim.
Yeah. So, like the reason why I asked is because you made like a scientific-y argument. I just wanted to see like the extent of where your scientific like argument went. But it seems like it doesn't go to the mental is all. That's all I want to say.
I don't think he was really making. To be fair, it's easy to hate on him, especially because he's talking slowly, and you know he was straw manning. Because I don't really think the people on this panel were reacting in that way. However, if you guys just open up TikTok, the speech that he just gave, there are a whole bunch of young women on TikTok who actually need to hear that. Okay, who actually do believe that these things are inherently racist. That talking about any type of hereditary components, right, is racist. That things like the gene editing and all this stuff is eugenic and stuff like this. So there is actually a demographic of people who need to hear that message, but it wasn't the people on this panel.
Yeah, I'm just making the one thing is a lot of people are arguing, have I been watching? Yeah, I've been watching ever since the beginning, so I haven't had a chance to come up. So normally when I'm welcome to join a debate, I like to do my research and prepare. I'm always coming in at last minute, so I don't have a chance to argue in the beginning. So I'm excited to come up and debate because I'm trying to be a part of it. So you guys might have already said everything I just said or been a part of what I've already said, but I'm just excited to say what I did my research on. So
fair enough. I'm gonna put you back to the back of the stage and
can I ask one question first?
Let me put this out there to the chat. You have 4 minutes to get 3 more of those yellow super chats in, or we all go to bed. You know the drill. You know better. I shouldn't even have to tell you this. One question.
Okay, you told us a lot of things that they can tell about you just from your genes. Could they tell that you were going to be like this, or?
Well, I'm going to tell you like I tell everybody. My jaw was broken in 3 places. My nose was broken. I can't control my speech. I have been told I can go get some kind of orthodontic surgery that might help me, but I don't know.
Might as well just leave him up here now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put you back. Effigy's on his way back up, and then I have Jaunty backstage as well, waiting.
Ryan, you're a bad person for laughing at that.
I can't help my automatic
Nazi,
humor
Ryan.
response.
You don't get
Nazi.
to choose your sense of humor, sir. How about that, Brick?
Yeah, that's right.
You choose what's funny.
It's my genes. I just can't help it.
So, Cosquash, I haven't heard much from you. What's your read, friend?
Sorry,
What's your read on all this?
I wanted
sorry.
to, sorry. Flo, I don't think you read this one yet, right?
Mike says, Soy Pill, I can see all the toys behind you, and you beat off hard to anime like it owes you money. Which is no surprise that that's where he went. The minute you said anime corn, he had to go,
Yeah, that's fair.
Good call there.
Credible Hawk says, why is Soy Pill even allowed on these panels? He's a self-admitted liar who's okay with manufacturing proofs to achieve his ends. He should go away forever. Once a liar, always a liar. I have no issues with Soy Pill. He didn't do me wrong. I've had nothing but good interactions and engagements with him. So that I know Rob Noor's experience is not mine, and I refuse to like.
He's still around?
Somebody else's. Rob Noor?
Rob Noor, yeah.
Yeah, he's a regular.
For him. What about I don't have any more names. Yeah, Rob's a good guy.
That's fair. We got
sympathy for those PA folks.
We got a lot of people that swing in and out of these panels. Joe is now making an argument that Down syndrome people do not have mental or behavioral problems that are biologically based. Luddite science denier.
So Nick Fuentes believes that on top of you having phenotypical traits, those phenotypical traits also have a relationship with your mental capacity, with your mental traits. What I was trying to figure out is if Durden believed a variation of that, but it seems like he did not. I don't know what you're engaging with, friend, but that wasn't what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think that's
also, just to be clear, the people who do believe that, they don't believe that it's your phenotype that would determine your cognitive traits, but rather that these things are correlated. They're all hereditary, right? So this is again where, like, I think part of this conversation is an interesting one to have. But when people talk about it as quote unquote race science, it starts to mean nothing because races are not meaningful like ethnic groups in this way. But yes, when you look at things on the aggregate, you can see patterns, but it's not your actual phenotype. It's not like your skin color causing something. It's literally your genes, your family, your ancestors, and the way that things cluster.
Yeah, and the thing that's like a little alarming is that like if you believe that these certain things to like have a relationship with your mental capacity, whereas like, oh, if you have blue eyes and blonde hair, that must mean that you are subservient. That was something that I read in
these are scientifically illiterate people. Exactly. Trying to
like
extrapolate from what the data actually.
Yeah, because there's this book I'm reading right now called Women of the Clan. And it's wild. And like one of the things that this book does is that it outlines that like they believe that certain was that?
I didn't write that book. Had nothing to do with it.
I don't know. But anyway, it's like within that book, one of the things that the authors revealed about the ideology that women had that were in the Klan, they believed that their physical presentation connected to their to their mental biology. So they're like, the way that we look is actually like the mentally preferred way, and other ways are obsolete. So it's a really interesting read. But yeah, I was just trying to piece that out because people like Nick Fuentes kind of believe that. It's a little dicey. But anyway.
There are a lot of also like minority, non-white groups who believe that about themselves also.
Tariq Nasheed
said there's no victims from this ad until the stupid left created them. So one of the points that I wanted to talk about throughout this that we barely got to really touch on, I mean, we did a little bit during the initial conversation, is that in the current political zeitgeist, we are facing like real actions based on racial hierarchy, right? Like we have some like Stephen Miller is actually like a white nationalist. This guy and he kind of has his hand on the wheel, and we are deporting people who just look like we're grabbing people, or ICE is grabbing people up off the street who just look Hispanic or whatever, right? And so like when we're talking about normalizing white supremacy and racism and Nazism, I'm pointing to these things, I'm pointing to that because I think if we're emboldening those people, that's something to be concerned about. There may not be victims of the ad, but there will be victims of people who are inspired by the ad, or rather further radicalized down a pipeline that's already been normalizing shit like this for a long time now, and that's what I want to talk about because I think it's really interesting.
So you think that like
hold on, that ties in.
Sorry, I got one over on Rumble. Trump is a 1990s, early 2000s democracy. Sydney Sweeney's initials are SS. Request play the SS agent dismounting wearing the cutoff jeans. Yes.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Forgot earlier, I owe one to the ladies with the firemen. That was compliments paid for already.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by...
There you go. And my apologies to everyone. I have been incredibly busy behind the scenes. And like, I just want to say this. I know this is a little off topic, but don't fucking message content creators when they're in the middle of a fucking panel. Like, especially with stupid questions that, you know, unless you know them personally, don't fucking message us. Like, our shit's already going off left and right. There's already 10 million things we're doing and trying to focus on, that when the shit's lighten up because you have something you got to send to me right now that has nothing to do with fucking anything, don't fucking do it. That's stupid. I don't mind them on any other time, but when I'm in the middle of the show, unless you're one of my mods or a content creator I work with that it's important, don't fucking do it. All right. And to keep the show going, Dusty sent 1 and 2, and Doomsday sent 10. Says, let's see those jeans, Sarah, or jeans. Just to keep the show rolling and to kick off with the goal. Thank you so kindly. Sarcastic State says, brick in the back for now. Flo, put your Pope hat on and give us your unholy take on this prompt. Break in the back for 5. Ryan, go change your diapers. And
my diaper is still clean.
And John says, I watched the ad and thought she's hot. I prefer Wrangler. Nobody thought of Wrangler in this. I must be a terrible conservative for not hearing a dog whistle, but you heard it.
This is a common point of gaslighting. Real quick. This is a common point of gaslighting that people do when. If you're aware, no, shut the fuck up. If you're aware of how people use dog whistles and you point them out, people will gaslight you and accuse you of being the one who they're targeted towards. But it's very obvious that's not what's happening. It's very clear what I'm describing. Caucasian, why are you still talking?
Why are you both talking?
Because I started talking and he said 1 minute, like he does every time. The last person.
And then I said one sentence. I barely fucking talked for like the last hour.
Hold on. Sasquatch actually never talks when he's here. He tries to a lot, and he sometimes he'll just wait until he's gonna leave and give like 3 thoughts. So I'll give it over to Sasquatch because he is always very patient. And then back to you, Ryan.
The only point I've utterly flummoxed by this is an advertisement agency utilized a pun to freak all of these people out. It blows my mind that you went, they used a pun. Oh no, my fifis are hurt, and completely went nuts. This has been going on all day, all over YouTube, social media, every freaking where. It's a pun.
Thank God you said that. That was so helpful. So anyway, I'm going to respond to the super chat. So the super chat talks about how people.
1 second, Ryan. Whistles, right? This is a fantastic marketing campaign. You're doing exactly what they count on you to do.
So anyway, dog whistles, right? People will gaslight you and tell you that if you recognize a certain dog whistle, that you are actually the target of that dog whistle. But I'm here to tell you, you can be aware of how dog whistles are used, and you can communicate that, and you can point it out when it's happening without being the person inspired by those dog whistles. Just so you know, just so everyone knows, just so John Smith knows.
Is it possible that you see dog whistles in places they don't exist?
Yeah, that can happen too.
Awesome. Lovely.
I'd like to say something if can you guys hear me? Can I? So I'd like to say something. So onto Ryan's point, I do think that the ad was on the nose. I know Andrew was in here earlier, and that's when I sent the 5,000 yen super chat, citing the source, and that source being that the Aryan propaganda was specifically blonde hair and blue eyes. I don't think most people who are actually like talking about it in the way that are like, whoa, this looks like, eye raising, are saying they're doing it because Sydney Sweeney's ugly, right? Or whatever, or she's a racist. She's hot, whatever. But she's known, for having nice tits or whatever, right? Not you have blue eyes, right? So I think really it's kind of weird because, like they say, like the zeitgeist of white nationalism, white people feeling like they're not being heard, they're being pushed down. They can't really express themselves in a way that they feel like, hey, I'm proud to be white. They think that this sort of messaging is like not the best way to do that because it's literal like Nazi propaganda, right? It's Aryan race type shit. So,
well said.
What?
And Ryan, shut the
You
fuck
think
up
it
and
is
let
Nazi
others
propaganda?
talk. If I had a choice, I would put up your whiny little girly ass in the back.
Where did my audio?
Ryan sticks the whistle up his ass.
But you can't, bitch. Sorry, sarcastic saint. Fuck you.
Well, if the whistle's up your butt when you fart, does it like squeak? Like
Depends
a
on which
whistle?
way you listen.
It's silent. Yeah, just to answer his question, he said, "Did I think it was Nazi propaganda?" It is part of it, yes, like definitively there. Unless you can prove otherwise, that the Aryan race is not Nazi propaganda, then yeah, it was. Like,
wait, but just mentioning blonde hair and blue eyes is not inherently a reference to the Aryan race or Nazi propaganda. So I'm like, I think Ryan's
it
argument
is
about
when you say genetics, like
Not
was.
But anybody can have blue eyes, though. Any race can have blue eyes.
It's not that you have blonde hair or blue eyes that you're Nazi, or that you think that people who are beautiful who have blonde hair and blue eyes are like beautiful, right? But the ad is doing something very specific, right? They intentionally did it, right? They talked about genetics, right? They correlated genes, and they said blonde hair and blue eyes, and it's like, okay,
but
the main slogan is good genes.
So right, and the
pun
issue
is
with,
not
like,
just genes; it's
Nazi
good genes.
propaganda is not just, I mean, creating this sort of racial class or recognizing that genetics are passed down from mother to father, but it was the racial hierarchy, right? I think we have I think we're actually moving into or rather we've been in actually for a while, we're in a bad state when we can't just talk about things that are true. Like, I actually think we're increasing the dog whistling, we're increasing the radicalization when the left, just for lack of better terms, has these types of responses. Like, it is actually okay to say that genes are passed down. It's okay to say for 200 years my family has been blonde and blue haired, and that shouldn't be a Nazi dog whistle. And I think we need to be careful of the way that we are negatively polarizing everybody when we push back. Again, if it was saying that if it had anything about being the best, about some type of hierarchy, about some type of preference, even maybe then you would have more of a leg to stand on.
But it is
But
about
talking
being.
about
TikTok about this.
your
Here's
hair
the
color.
thing. So when they say good genes, right, that means it's preferable, right?
No,
and
it
they
means it's good.
No. It means it's preferable. But let me even further contextualize.
That's your interpretation, sir.
So okay, sure. But so they are a brand, right, that tries to say buy our genes, right? Like Joe said earlier, all she has to do is wear their clothing, right? These are the clothes you should want to wear. These are the things that you should want to be modeled towards, right? And so when they're wearing that stuff, or when she's promoting that and saying good genes, they are saying that it is better. It is superior.
Not.
In their
Good
eyes.
is not relative.
Is CRISPR are they like is that like Nazi technology? Like anything that has to even that recognizes genes and even preference of genes?
In a vacuum,
is it inherently Nazi?
In a vacuum, no, but it can be depending on if they're signaling Nazi rhetoric. Again, like if it's blonde hair, blue eyes type stuff, yeah, it's Aryan race type shit. I don't.
Yeah, what's your name again, friend?
Jaunty.
Jaunty. So, like, I think a thing that you're not asserting, but it comes off like you are, is that there's a definitive truth about what the ad is trying to do. I think that what you are saying is just as valid as what Tally is saying, and both of those two things, among all the other things that are being said, allow the ad to exist. If that makes sense. Like, yeah.
So all I'm saying is it's not doing, like, that's the thing that just irks me about it. It's obviously it's a freaking nothing burger, right? Like, they're not going to essentially cause fascism to exist in America or whatever, right? But it's really weird for people to say it's not clearly saying, like, or alluding to like the Aryan race sort of propaganda simultaneously, while also saying, oh yeah, sure, she's really hot genetically.
That's the pun.
That's the whole
That's
deal.
the joke.
It's saying Yeah, like it's saying all of those things at the same time, and then based on your ideological leaning, how your identity engages with that, you'll respond to it in a myriad of ways. I agree with you if that's what you're kind of throwing down.
Jacob says the people saying this is a nothing burger are the same people who see a black pilot and get scared because use of DEI. Don't lecture us about ads when y'all thought black people was getting jobs without merits.
Well, black people are
also literally how.
Well, hold on. Black people are getting jobs without merit. Like, why are we acting like that doesn't exist? It just doesn't exist in the level of severity that people are trying to allude to, right? Like this idea that every single black American was deserving to get into your university of choice is bullshit, because we understand that in America it has really very little to do with your skills and your ability. It has a lot to do with what you know. It has a lot to do with your connections. It has a lot to do with a lot of other factors. There are people who explicitly will take risks on black people just because they're black. That exists in the labor force. And I think what's happening to soften Holly's stance a little bit is that there are some people who understand that exists, that idea that we don't really do this whole idea of hiring people explicitly because of merits. We do this because of different types of things that have nothing to do with merit at all. So we should be alarmed about anybody in their job position if they're actually qualified for it, because it's possible that you might end up in a situation where they might have the tools, but they might not be able to use the tools in a substantive manner yet. And this employer is taking a risk on that person. So I understand what he's trying to throw down, but
you make a good point.
When you agree that's like the exception of DEI, like most DEI programs are not doing what you described. Like most DEI programs are actually are fixing towards meritocracy, not fixing away from meritocracy.
They literally disrupt meritocracy.
Yeah, well, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Joe.
DEI is trying to
they're fixing toward equal representation.
They're trying to
demographic representation.
Equal opportunity.
I'm not sold on DEI being the correct path. I think
I'm not saying that either.
Right. Yeah. But this is why I struggle with this as a topic, because I think DEI is bullshit. So I'll just say that off the jump right away. I think it's just another idea of trying to fit market logic and neoliberalism into all areas. So they're trying to shoehorn that in to try to say being black is actually a marketable trait that you can do towards a business. Like being LGBT is a marketable trait that you can use that can provide value in the job market, which is absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's not untrue. It's not untrue, right? Like,
what's that? Well, businesses. There are businesses that explicitly have this is good for our marketability as a business. It might not be good as a marketability for you, but by you being here, it makes us look good. But we'll still treat you like shit. We'll still pay you like shit. But at least you'll get to be in our training ads. That type of stuff I don't really agree with.
Someone brought up Candace Owens earlier. She's kind of like a DEI commentator, right? Like part of her product is her blackness, right?
I think that there are plenty of different black experiences and black perspectives that exist. And I do think that Candace Owens is whole aesthetic, everything that she presents is a very powerful thing for something like a Daily Wire, until you start talking about Jews and then they'll just kick you out. Like the minute you start talking about questioning the legitimacy of a Jewish state and Israelis, and she thought that she could take that same type of risk. She could thought that even in this ecosystem, I can take this risk, and because I'm a free thinker, I can at least challenge this thing. And Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, word, you're going to be independent now."
I love how you still have a scapegoat, and it's the Jews. That actually the reason that was holding her back was the Jews. She dared to talk about the Jews. I mean, the people who talk about not being able to talk about the Jews talk about the Jews more than any Jew I have ever met. So I don't buy that for a second. Candace is a loose cannon, and the Daily Wire likely made a good decision cutting ties with her, but it had nothing to do with her talking about Israel and the Jews.
Did you watch the Norm Finkelstein interview? that she did?
Yes, unfortunately, I've watched a lot of her content.
Right,
She's
so
very
do you-
compelling. She's very compelling. So I don't
Do
even. I
you
wouldn't even
think-
consider her to be a DEI hire in any way. I think she has a lot of charisma and she has a
Okay.
lot of attention that she's able to grab on her own merit. I just
So-
don't think that it tells the truth.
Okay,
I
great.
think she's
So
a
like,
grifter.
if Candace Owens brings on a person and they start talking about the idea of Jewish supremacy, do you think that might rock the boat for Daily Wire?
No,
No. I mean, that's
no.
one of the reasons why she
if
got a lot of
anything,
heat.
it hurts their cause to be perceived as censoring someone on the basis of the content of their speech. They are a conservative outlet, so it hurts their cause for this type of framing. So no, I don't think it would benefit them to kick her off for talking about Jewish supremacy, and I don't think that is what led to her dismissal.
It was, and she went on many interviews talking about that's exactly why she got fired. But you don't believe her.
Take her word, right?
You don't
she's
believe
a
her.
proven liar. Yeah. Right,
What did she lie about exactly that makes you come to that conclusion?
Well, we could start with Brigitte Macron being a man. That's one big lie that she's been peddling for a while. But
Why do you think?
again,
Why is that a lie?
She's very compelled. It's a lie because it's not true.
How did you determine that?
French courts found the evidence compelling that she was actually the mother of her children, that her brother was testified to who she was. So when Candace ended up peddling that she was replaced by her brother, these are all things confirmed by French courts.
Now, Candace,
Is this
her
all
line
something-
of attack is fantastic, though. Again, because she makes the point that I was making back in the Olympics with Imani Khalif, which is just swab your cheek, just prove it, right? And it's like the reticence of people to come out and prove it makes them look suspicious. So they played into her game and gave her a lot more credibility in the way that they responded. So, but I don't think it's true. I don't think that Brigitte Macron is a man.
Flo, do you want to read that?
Sure.
Somewhere in time, since $100 says Cywar Soldier Dog Whistling. Thank you for the dono and the support. And I dropped her a link in my chat. If you're not subscribed to her, subscribe to her.
Fair enough. Nuke says Jeans for Jeans Day is fundraising and awareness campaign that encourages people to wear jeans. Nobody wears jeans anymore. We all do know this, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's not a practical pant.
Cargo shorts too.
Yeah,
it's never been a practical pant. Like
it's not a good time for jeans, but I like wearing them in the winter.
Great for working, but like if you're working with a lot of like stuff that
it's good for like sticky kind of labor. Like it's good for like if you're, for instance, like painting.
They're perfect.
What's up?
Yeah.
If you're riding a horse, jeans are about the only comfortable way to deal with the saddle.
That's not what I hear from all my equestrian friends, but sure.
When you actually need a barrier between you and something else, jeans
Right.
are great. But outside of that, like in the wintertime, they're still fucking cold. They're uncomfortable to wear. They're thick.
They don't really insulate well.
There's no insulation. It's just nothing to jeans that I like. And I think I know there's actually, I just read an article about how like leggings are going out of style too. Jeans are going to listen. We're all going to be wearing sweatpants. No, it's sweatpants right now. Like the comfy leisurely pants. A lot of girls are wearing that. They're like all
very
the teenagers.
open, like baggy-esque type of clothing, like breathable stuff.
Pretty soon we won't even change when we get out of bed anymore.
Damn.
Yeah, pretty much. And I don't even like wearing jeans. Lord says dog whistle arguments are subtextually based and therefore psychoanalytic and relies on what is not said, meaning you can just make it up.
No. No.
How's it wrong?
Can I engage? Or I mean, Joe, do you want to take it? Or
you can have it.
Well, that's the point of a dog whistle, is that it relies on what's not being said. That doesn't mean that people aren't actually doing it for nefarious.
You can call anything a dog whistle.
They don't mean something.
Can't
So
prove
no,
otherwise.
again,
Sure,
correct.
say whatever you want.
Correct, and there are a lot of people who see dog whistles where they are not, and that's what makes dog whistles effective, because you don't have to say the whole thing out loud. You are relying on what is not being
It's
said.
a great way to accuse somebody of doing something they didn't actually do.
Yeah, both of these. Yes, correct. Both
Still
of these
true.
things are true.
Yeah.
I agree. Both of these things are. Yeah, totally.
Like,
but
the
that doesn't make
question-
any. That doesn't. Hang on, I never got to respond. That doesn't make it like invalid, and it doesn't mean you can't like you got everyone. when I point out a dog whistle, people spend so much more time complaining about me pointing out the dog whistle than they ever do considering whether maybe or not it actually was a dog whistle. Like maybe I actually can pick up on the subtext a little bit better than you think I can. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Maybe you're just adding your own shit in there. Maybe that lay that's on your exercise machine.
Or maybe you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, no, I think God damn it.
Criticism of you using dog whistle to claim something. It's a shitty claim.
No, it's not a shitty claim. The question is, like, is the interpretation based on clear, like, historical parallels and credible context, or is it just like ideologically subjective, personally subjective in that? And sometimes what people do, which I'm sure you will agree with, is that when you go to the actual, what are you talking about? Like, you're saying this is pointing somewhere, you're saying this is a dog whistle. Well, what is this pointing to? And then when they give the context to that, sometimes it's a little dicey. And sometimes people will make like a subjective claim of context when it doesn't really have any objectivity to it. And I don't say, I hate using the word objectivity, but
dog whistles are all statements or claims that are interpreted to mean something other than what they're actually saying, right?
The interpretation hopefully is based on a clear
dog whistles
historical
are about intent.
The interpretation is based on a clear historical parallel. That's what makes a dog whistle something that you can detect and be like, okay, this is clearly a dog whistle. If it doesn't have that historical parallel and you can't articulate a historical parallel, then your argument's weak.
Do you think Christ is a dog whistle?
Do I think what is a what?
It's about intent. It's about intent. So you're correct.
Nobody can know what the intent of the
You're right, but you can try to suss it out based on context, and you can be wrong. But also, some people obviously do it with intent. There's just these both of these.
Yeah, like dog whistles. Oh my goodness,
dog whistles don't exist. It's a shitty claim to make because
no, it's not.
It can't.
You don't have to like it, but like, who cares? Who cares? Dusty doesn't like dog. Dusty doesn't like.
Let me finish.
Wait, dude. We get it. You don't like the discourse about it. Like that's all you're saying is I don't like it. I don't know what you guys talk about.
Have a heart attack.
Calm down. No, I'm not.
It's a weaker form of evidence. It's a weaker form of argumentation because you have to rely on things that are not said, and you have to be able to impugn intention, which is very, very hard to prove. So it makes which is part of which kind of gets into what Radical Coder was saying. And I messaged you, Ryan, because I'd be interested to talk to you about this in longer form. But this is why it's really easy to gaslight people with dog whistles, right? Because someone who means to abuse you, means to drive you crazy. It's true. That's what you can do because it does rely on intent, and you really can't prove people's intent. So I completely agree with you.
Yeah,
but I agree. But I would say there's the other half of the coin as well, which is dog whistles. They are there's intent, and then there's also the people who pick up on certain dog whistles, even if there's not intent. I think that there's two parts to how dog whistles manifest. And that's
there's
any of it though? No, of course not.
Dog whistle.
Dog whistle, doesn't that make you a dog?
No. Dog whistle, like listen, dog whistles are context.
The point is that only some people hear it, right? You're using coded language so that only some people hear it.
Yeah. Only some people hear what you want them to hear in it, right? And there's even like different layers. All different people are going to hear a bunch of different things, right?
Dog whistles are context dependent, right? A phrase or even an image can be completely benign, meaning like it just kind of means nothing in one context and carry very serious implications in another. That could be like something like, and it points to things. It can point to like racist, anti-Semitic symbols, extremist symbols.
Kind of reminds me of the gematria guy. Everything was everything meant something.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The gamer
and you can totally
like for instance, like y'all, like you guys might not be. I don't want to say too old for this. You're probably not nerd enough to remember this, but there was a situation back during in the Pokemon TCG where there was a symbol that resembled a swastika on a card, and it had a lot of rubbings in the wrong way within like the American community. The American community was like, this is a swastika. This can't appear here. It is harmful. But that meant something different in the context that it was used. And the resolution of that was, I don't know who ran the card game at the time. I think it was Upper Deck decided to censor that card altogether. I think there are still copies that exist in the wild. Was it? Yeah. I think there's still copies of it in the wild. But yeah, like same thing when Yu-Gi-Oh has to change every single Star of David that they have on things. An example of this is I'm getting really nerdy here. I'm so sorry.
I love this.
My nephew plays this game, so I'm kind of semi-involved. But like one of the cards called the Seal of Orichalcos has a star that kind of resembles the Star of David, and that got recentered to just be this like weird symbol iconography. A lot of the cards that appeal to this monster known as the Dark Magician also have different type of like demonic symbology symbols when you take it to the American side, and they just censor it. Because
they also censor every cross. If you look at like the Japanese Monster Reborn card,
even the
all these cards
on Monster Reborn, and they also censor titties. Rest in peace, titties. But like,
rest in
peace, anyway, I digress.
Lady.
Yeah.
I mean, why are we so sensitive? This is the part that's kind of weird to me. Like, why are
though, Sarah?
No, let me finish the statement. Why are we so sensitive to things that have happened in the past, right? Like that obviously we dismantled, we took care of it, it ended, and then something as simple as what you're saying, like this little swastika sign on a Pokemon card that obviously did not mean what they thought it meant.
Sure.
And like we have to uproar and move everything because we just presume it means one thing instead of like what it wouldn't, if we were so open and like we're so open to all of these cultures and different things and different this and this, like wouldn't we have a brain to say, oh, that probably doesn't mean that, let's look into it, oh, it just means this, it's good. But we completely we're like, no, if I see that symbol, like somebody said earlier, the girl had her legs crossed like a swastika in that one commercial. It's like, what the fuck?
Can I ask you a question, Sarah?
Trying to leverage the power of a recognizable symbol. It's actually, ironically, people trying to take power from the Nazi symbolism.
No. I don't think.
I don't think any of us here are saying we should be outraged. What's being said is we should just be aware of what's happening. We should be able to recognize these symbols and what's trying to be invoked here. I messaged Ryan about this earlier. Olympia, I think, is one of the greatest movie examples of this. Everything in it is supposed to be a documentary in the 1936 Olympics, completely funded by the Nazi Party, directed by the leading Nazi propagandist Leni Riefenstahl. When you look at this movie, everything in it feels like it could be in place, from the classic statues showing the idealized Greeks of like the classic age to the opening scene where you have the nude male discus thrower trying to model after the ancient Greeks. If you understand this is coming from a Nazi propagandist, you're going to see the underlying context here. This is trying to invoke something about the blood and soil ties we have to Europe, to our genealogy there. If we can't acknowledge that this happens in this case and that there are at least some context, there are some things that are going to have that subplot there that we should at least be able to recognize, and because someone on TikTok is going to be screaming, oh, Sydney Sweeney is evil, they're going to find something to complain about anyway. I can point to all the conservatives who are going to be crying about how Harry Potter Dungeons and Dragons are satanic because they have some demon monster in it. Both sides of us have these crazy, terminally online people who are going to find something to complain about.
Sarah, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to I'm going to be careful how I ask this, and I want you to try your best to answer as honestly as you can. Do you think the United States cleanly in 2025 has all of the Confederacy behind them, insofar as we don't idolize any of their iconography, we don't have any type of expressions of Confederate sympathy? Do you think that we as an American countries move beyond the Confederacy substantively?
Probably not. I mean, I know the Confederates flag is still a thing and they claim heritage to that, right? Just the same as the whole statue issue. It's always an uproar over these, like, I was kind of getting tired of like which statues coming down today, like it was just it's just kind of becoming a trend almost at this point, with like ensuring we go around and just dismantle everything, like just turn it all off, shut it all down.
Yeah, the reason why I ask that is because I don't think America has some of these things clearly behind them. Like, I don't necessarily believe that we've legitimately engaged with the Confederacy, so that's no longer within any aspect of public life. I extend this to the Klan as well. And I think that for a lot of reasons, but we're dealing with kind of like these byproducts of it. For example, right, like if somebody said today that they were a slave owner, that like their occupation and that they own slaves, we would look at them and go, what the fuck are you talking about? We did that for certain areas, right? We did that so that the idea of owning other people, like literally owning black people in this case, is not something you can do. Like we weeded that out of the societal zeitgeist. We kind of weeded out this idea that if black people exist in public, then it's a justification that they don't belong wherever they are and they ought to be, and they're owned by somebody else. Like this idea that black people are owned by others is not in American public life anywhere. Maybe not anywhere, but like if you ran into that, you are in the deepest of the deepest of the deepest of the rabbit hole. And I don't know where you found that. But I think there are certain expressions, like historical expressions, that we haven't gotten rid of. Like the idea that we like, there was this thing in like some place in Arkansas of these people saying that like they want to have like a all white community, and everyone was just like,
Missouri, yeah,
what?
There is one in Missouri.
Yeah. So like, back off this, right? It's just like we haven't really moved on, unfortunately, beyond what was like. People identified as Nazi propaganda, Aryan race stuff, which is, blonde hair, blue eyes, you are superior, right? We haven't really moved on from it. And also within the American culture, we haven't really kind of pinned down what is, like, I guess, positive white culture. Anytime that I can think of,
that's
like,
fair.
recently, like what people would, if somebody was white and they're like, I want to, say, I'm proud to be white, right? There's not a lot of things that we can kind of point to that's like
sure there is
positive necessarily.
Well,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
I'm not. Well, hold on.
Rock,
I'm not.
rock and roll.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying
Music.
that there isn't anything in our culture.
It's like a
but
big
like when
factor.
Right, but when I say that, I mean like things that like have happened. Like we see like people who's like, I'm positive. I love white culture, and then but it's also always like some extremist. It's always some guy who's trying to dress up like a Viking or some shit and like go to the fucking Capitol or something. Right? It's like. We haven't necessarily pinned down how we feel comfortable in showing white national pride.
Judicial law works really well.
No, we've just decided that it's not acceptable to show white national pride.
Right,
And by the way, I don't
yeah.
really know like what white national pride means. Like I do
'Cause it
think
doesn't
like
exist.
a lot of the
No,
white
no one knows.
identitarianism
No, it doesn't
is
exist.
incoherent.
Yes,
but
it's
Jonty,
actually
part of the problem,
disturbingly-
I do think that part of the problem. So I agree with like a lot of the sentiment here that like many of these things we have not actually like extinguished from our society. However, there's two things that I would say in response. One, I don't know that it's ever possible to fully extinguish these things, even just for the reason there will be contrarians out there, right, who are going to want to revive something because it will still live on in history books, and someone can adopt this later. We could extinguish it, and 500 years from now, someone could bring it back, right? So that's number one. But number two, we have to be conscious of how we try to extinguish it, and oftentimes censorship leads to sort of like conspiratorial thinking around this and can make the polarization worse. It's something that I've experienced personally. Like the more that we censor things because of the swastika or some perceived anti-Semitism, the more anti-Semitism brews because these are the people see that you can't talk about. So I do think that we need to be discerning in what actually is like unacceptable, or what we've decided is outside of the Overton window, and what is actually harmless, and also how we are going to try to deal with this, because I don't know that just censoring these things or assuming negative intention is
I just don't think it's been crafted like carefully, and that's why
Well,
people are just reacting to it.
Yeah, like something that you tell that I want to push on a little bit is that you can get rid of it. If you have something in a society that you do not want, we can point to history.
an action.
We
you
can't. We can't. No, we can't because here's why.
You can.
Hold on.
Okay,
we can't because here's why. Because every time like something like this, a fucking commercial comes on the TV and everybody like, oh my god, fucking commercial, or somebody writes something on their Twitter or somebody does it, we cancel the shit because then we don't like that.
Who's canceled? Who gets canceled?
No, let her finish.
So and what that's what we start censoring shit, we start getting rid of this, we start doing that. It's always like a get rid of, and then eventually everybody's afraid to fucking talk. Nobody wants to make a move, nobody wants to say anything. Then we're trapped in this weird place where somebody either has to go completely off the hinge point, or everyone just sits in their little corner like I'm too nervous, I don't want to say anything. And now we lose creativity, we lose any type of, like, even in that the commercial, the symbolism, whatever, like it wasn't, to me, it wasn't there. It was symbolic to a very sexualized thing that was a little creepy, but whatever. You know, you were talking about the Pokemon card and how that symbolism was some completely different. We lose the
I really want to speak to that.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, Ryan.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. We lose the ability to be creative and think outside the box and do all of this other stuff because we're trapped into who am I going to offend today? Well, if I move this way, it'll be that person. If I move this way, it'll be that person. If I move this way, you can't make anyone fucking happy. So we start what? We start censoring shit down. We start putting caps on shit. We start doing well, that's considered hate speech. That's considered this. That's considered bad, or that's taboo, or it's we cancel left and right. People lose sponsorships. People lose jobs for shit that they said on the internet. Like, we can't even have a fucking opinion even anymore, let alone a fucking ad with a girl wearing jeans and her tits hanging out. I give up. I give up.
I don't think you do. I think that, like, yeah, I understand. Yes, I understand what you're throwing down. The reason why I said that you can is because history has shown that you do it through violence. You do it through actualizing what you want, directly pervasing into whatever area of society that people come in, and then actively over policing that thing. So, like,
not
if you want
ideology or bigotry, though.
So violations.
You can police behavior very effectively.
Yeah,
but you can't police ideology or
Yes,
bigotry
you can.
or tribalism.
Yes, you can, through force.
You can't.
Through
okay,
force.
But you can't. No,
Not in
you
this country.
cannot remove it from someone's brain. And again, once
Through
we
force.
moved it through force, and then it's no longer an issue, and so we're not.
You can.
Bro,
So you're saying there were a ton of Yahtzees left in post-war Germany?
Obviously cannot police bigotry out of people. You can't police discrimination. You can't police tribalism out of people.
Yes,
no, but you can deconstruct it. You can deconstruct it. That's what you do. You can fucking deconstruct it.
Hold on, Ryan, Sarah.
A Pokemon card. You can't even have a swastika that has completely different intentions.
Wait, and Sarah, has that gotten rid of
company
bigotry?
making a business decision, not a government.
That is doing something that's not even effective.
Children's fucking playing card.
I think Effigy is gonna throw down where I think he's gonna throw down. So I'm gonna ask Tally this question and see how she responded. Why didn't the northern states murder every Confederacy after the Civil War?
Bro, do you know who Sherman was?
Why didn't we go out there and say, if you are a Confederate or you show any type of Confederate iconography, we will hang you like you did the black people?
But I'm not disagreeing with you, but that doesn't get rid of people's thoughts. And that is what I'm saying. You cannot force people to
Yeah, I think you can. I think if we not only delegitimized Confederacy iconography by doing a legal framework, and then also acting out violence against anybody who even had the thought of being Confederacy sympathetic, we would absolutely be in a different position right now in 2025. We wouldn't have people. Was that?
Undoubtedly. Did it work for Christianity 2,000 years ago when it was illegal to be a Christian and they were executing them?
We don't have witches. We burned witches to the stake. We said we called all these women degenerate and saying, like, clawing on your fingernails, confess to your degeneracy.
We have witches, and the tighter you try to squeeze on an ideology, the more
right. But I think you're missing the point that I'm trying to make here. Is that these are clearly not desirable things to have in society. So in the face of an entire side of the country that said that black people weren't people, America, for whatever reason, tried to figure out, okay, well, how can we integrate these people into a society where they don't hold these type of beliefs? And it's very, very clear that quest, that job did not really work out fully. So now we're dealing with like the after effects of that, right? We're dealing with the after effects of not seriously trying to readjust and engage in the cultural institutions that prevent these type of things from happening. And I agree with what Sarah was saying, that like you can't do these things by force. You can't like just censoring.
You said, Joe, you said the only way you can do it is by force. And I just think you can't extinguish people's bad thoughts. Again, even if you successfully do it somehow in a generation, because there's so much self-censorship going on that people just refuse to think things.
The force
in
is
generations in the future, people will pick up the book and read about this time. Exactly. You can't kill an idea. That's the easiest way to say what I've been trying to say.
Yeah, but you can still socialize.
Or Germany.
Sure. Yeah, but my point is you're never going to but you're never going to get rid of the belief system.
Yes, Tally. We did this for homosexuals for decades. We said that, hey, we can't kill you for being a homosexual. Can't do that anymore. However, we're going to configure public life so that being a homosexual is going to exclude you from institutions, is going to exclude you from being able to express yourself
and we
freely.
Never eradicated homosexuality.
Transphobia is still around, right?
Yeah, it's prevalent. It's prevalent right now.
What are you saying?
Homosexuality or homophobia?
Yeah, because all of those mechanisms were undone.
Yeah, all those mechanisms that say
because people don't like that shit, bro. Like that's
some
why
of
the
you
mechanisms
are talking about laws
don't
and publicly visible sides of it, and some of you are talking about the sentiment. I think you're talking
I'm talking about the sentiment.
All
of those
extinguish
the sentiment out of
you can't extinguish the sentiment, but you can. Sorry, not to talk over you. Sorry about that, Tally. Like you can absolutely acculturate a group of people to not want to point to that thing. If you don't want trans people in your society, then you're going to have to take trans identity seriously, so much so that you make a culture that being trans is not a desirable thing, and it excludes you from different areas of activity in public. That's the only way you're going to get rid of it. However, conservatives don't want to do that. They don't take that aspect of the next step that seriously. So instead they say like, okay, you can be in public, but just don't tell us. But even then that's kind of dicey. Because even when you don't tell them, they some folks just like assume for weird reasons.
Pride parade?
Let me get through a bunch of super chats here real quick, and then we'll you guys can absolutely continue. This outrage seems so selective. Where was the outrage when Tyra Banks says model genes when judging Next Top Model, or when Naomi Campbell says she has good genes in reference to her own looks?
That was a controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently it was a controversy then. There you go.
Airborne says, if you are the one hearing a dog whistle, you are admitting that you are perceiving something that others do not perceive. Maybe it's all in your head, so stop projecting it on others. And I kind of alluded to that earlier, that it's,
this is gaslighting, by the way.
A lot of
therapy speak
going on.
It's gaslighting to say that other people are gaslighting.
So just to be clear, I'll explain myself. It's gaslighting because it's crazy making behavior, right? So like the idea is that like, oh, you must be crazy, or you're actually the racist one, or whatever, because you observe that other people are using dog whistles, and it's just stupid. It's just
So I guess I want to know, like, what kind of glasses do I have to be wearing to see these things, right? What kind of perception
ones socially aware ones. Deconstructed racism ones.
Are you saying that Nazis are socially aware and educated?
I also look at
absolutely.
What kind of
it's like
big time, yeah.
You just have to be aware of the context.
Look at Charlie Kirk for a little bit.
Really.
No, I mean, come on, this is a really simple thing, right? So, like,
the
at
glasses
some
are just
point, it became
glasses.
In American politics, it became a thing where you couldn't just openly say the N-word. At one point, it became that. So, what happened? You start having politicians say, like,
everything
I
but
don't like it when those monkeys come into my yard or something. Like, they started using language that you couldn't say, oh, well, you said that literally, you must literally mean these animals. No, they started using things, and then they were like, oh, well, that's not what I'm talking about. So it's the exact point of it, is so that you can deny your actual language, but the people who know, right?
So people comply with the social demands, but even then you're still finding it in things that they say that are innocuous, but you decide that they're not anymore. This is paranoia and a witch hunt.
Not exactly.
Social demands are
so
just
like,
an approximation for what we're trying to get, and that's the intent of.
There was a
really
situation
good example of a dog whistle that happened during this very panel was a chatter calling one of the either I don't know if it was Ryan or Soy Pill, but the chatter called them an inbred pug, which is literally a dog with like an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
He's white.
Soy Pill's Jewish.
I've never heard pug. That's a
that was an earlier
that was
it might have been a typing error. Yeah.
Wait, pug is a dog whistle against Jews? I saw the comment. You're saying pug is a dog whistle against Jews?
Yes.
No, I would have never known that. You learn something new every day.
It was just coded language. Like it don't focus on the colloquial phrase. It's coded language.
Inbred is a commonly used anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's sure. Okay, so here's the problem with dog whistles. Here's the problem. Okay. The problem with dog whistles is that it does this thing that we're talking about here. So you're right. It then makes these potentially innocuous terms or things that people are just using as like generic insults into these larger meanings. So yes, there are people who talk about Jews being inbred, but like I have no reason to believe that the person who was saying that comment, calling them an inbred pug, was trying to use that as an anti-Semitic dog whistle. The
strongest examples of these are the ones that appeal to your argument, Tally. These are historically contextual things. For example, there was a football team in my state where the opposing team from a private school threw bananas at the home team. The entire football team is black, and then everyone was like, "That is racist. That is racism." Throwing banana peels at a football team of all black people is racism.
It's just fruit, man. Everybody eats fruit.
And the argument is, and then the next step is, well, why is it racist? Banana peels are just fruit. And then you go down like, well, historically, black people were associated as being monkeys when you couldn't call them the N-word. And you have to go down these historical contextual lines. But a problem is being demonstrated even here is that even when you give the historical context as to why something exists, people will still deny it. And that's an issue, right?
The only thing I can relate this to, like in my head to make it make sense, is like when my daughter was little, our coat hooks, she used to call them hookers, right? And every time she'd say it, she didn't mean it. Right? She didn't mean it like a hooker, like a prostitute. She meant because it's a hooker. You hook things on it. And I would always giggle, and she never knew why I giggled, right? So I get the concept behind it, but also,
but that's not a dog whistle.
She knows.
But what I'm saying is, it's like it's my perception is my reality. Like what I don't know is what I don't know. You know, like ignorance is bliss in a lot of these. Like for instance, I would have never watched the Sweeney ad and been like, oh my God, propaganda. Oh my God, this is Nazi stuff. Like I would have never in my brain put that together. And maybe and it's not like I don't know, historically speaking. I just took it for exactly what it was. It was a commercial talking about, basically it was sexualizing a girl and her genetics, and they were doing a play on words.
That's why we need to be discerning, right? Is because we don't want to hand out punishment. Intent actually does matter. That's the whole point of the dog whistle, right? The dog whistle is something that it's like microaggressions. I don't actually believe microaggressions are real, but I'm going to use the definition here. For example, it's something that could potentially be innocuous, right? But someone is taking it in an offensive way. A dog whistle is something that could be innocuous, but someone is meaning it in an offensive way. And so intention matters and context matters if you're trying to discern whether something actually is a dog whistle. So yeah, everyone showing up to that football game and all of them throwing bananas, you've got a pretty good case there.
Peels, not bananas, banana peels.
Peels, sure. But my point being, now if there's one person in the crowd, right, who throws out a banana peel because he brought his lunch bag with a banana and an apple, and that was the weapon that he had in his hand at the time, is my point. It's similar to using inbred. So people call a lot of different groups and people inbred. It's become a common insult. So I think it was likely that chatter was grabbing for an insult from their tool belt of insults and not trying with their intent to signal, this person is actually some type of inbred freak because they're Jewish.
Yeah,
and so we do need to be
discerning.
Intention is the most
There's
important
nothing.
thing.
I
makes
actually
something
looked it up. I
dog
googled
whistle.
it. I said inbred pug as dog whistle or gaslighting. Literally nothing came up. It came back up. It says your search did not match any documents. So if you have a course,
be clear,
I would love to see it, because that shit's stupid.
to be
That shit
clear,
is so dumb.
to be
For real.
clear,
Bring me a
to be
source.
clear, to be clear, I believe that the chatter made a typing error because "you" is right next to "I." Usually, the phrase is "inbred pig." So maybe look that up and see what you get.
I honestly,
now we're gonna say it was meaning something
honestly,
else
like
It's-
my thought of the chat was, I thought sometimes I could understand if Soy Pill looks like a cute little dog, right? Like he kind of has a little puggy face. So that's the way I took it. Yeah, because he does. He's got a little stub nose, and it's like, his face is a little poochy. Like that's how I understood it. And then to throw inbred in the front of that. I
Just an insult, generic
I
insult.
took it exactly as it was, and maybe ignorance is bliss in that. That's why I kind of chuckled at it. I was like, it's kind of funny.
Ryan, have you ever heard of inbred being used as a dog whistle?
Look, it's also this. It doesn't
You've
have
heard-
to be
yeah.
just
So-
overt. It can also
Yeah.
be overt, right? Like
Yeah.
sometimes it's just suggestive language, not just coded language. So like it doesn't have to be like that subtle. It can be, but people just saying shit like in meaning these
That
horrible
was
things.
so
can
subtle
also
that
be
only
counted.
anti-Semitic people seem to pick up on the anti-Semitism that allegedly was in it that I don't think was there at all.
No,
I mean, that's kind of like the Zoran Mamadami globalize the intifada, right?
Bro, the
So
dogs
ju-
don't
That's
even
what's
hear the
being
dog
called
whistle.
a dog whistle all over by
Just
the
the
right.
cats.
So just to be clear about this, to get off of the inbred pug thing, it's the two things in tandem. Pugs are animals that do not exist in nature. We created those as humans through selective breeding. Inbred is pointing to a particular type of breeding and engaging, in this case, with other humans. The two things are combined in this context. You can't separate inbred from pug in the word. I don't care about the semantics of the chatter missing a thing, but inbred is clearly demonstrated by multiple authors to be pointing to anti-Semitism, and it is something that even certain groups, even groups I don't agree with, recognize as a thing.
Just so you know,
You guys want a more recent
I think this
example?
is
The
really
current use of the word
But
groomers.
sure.
Okay, wait.
But anyway.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. I just want to say to the dog whistle thing.
Oh God.
I'm so sorry. I think that we have had such a long conversation about whether or not one thing or another is a dog whistle or what qualifies. I think these are interesting conversations. I don't understand why it's such a big deal for someone to point out that like sometimes something is used as a dog whistle. Like if there's something that's commonly used as a dog whistle and someone points it out, it suddenly becomes a fucking nightmare for that person. And what you are doing is disincentivizing people pointing out certain dog whistles,
If
right?
the
And
dog
I think
doesn't
that's
notice
cringe.
it's a
You
dog
guys are
whistle
doing
and it's only
cancel.
the cat,
Hang on.
is
Shut
it
the
really
fuck
a dog
up.
whistle?
Shut the fuck up, Rick. You guys are doing cancel culture. The people
got him,
just
Rick.
pointing out dog whistles. Like, what? Do you not see that you guys are doing the same thing that you're bitching about?
I'm trying to
Sometimes
understand.
it's deceptive. Sometimes it's a lie, and it's used to
Yeah.
silence people invalidly.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
And try to push a narrative.
No one
right?
disagrees with that.
No, listen, Ryan. Is the dog whistle a dog whistle if the dog doesn't hear the dog whistle and only the cats hear the dog whistle? That's not a dog whistle anymore, bro.
It's contextually
or if it's like nobody hears the fucking whistle, but somebody's sitting there. Look, there's a whistle blowing. I swear. Look, and like everyone's like, I don't hear it. What am I supposed to hear? Right? It's like it's selective at that point. Let me get through some more super chats. Lady has talented bumpies, and it's okay to be white. Liberals are delusional and irrational. Candace, court wise supremacy hearing is for you, Ryan. I don't know what that means. Lord says vague bad responses to your psychoanalytic tea leaf reading that you try to pass off as valid and proven. People complain more because you speak out of your ass, Ryan. If things don't go your way, you spurg. Nuke coming in, I think over on.
I've been so quiet tonight, frankly. Like I have sat here and bit my tongue so fucking much. So fuck that person.
I don't know if it says on Ryan or Flow State side, but steak.
It's for me. It's steak for Umbreon. Thank you, Nuxus.
Aww, thank you for Umbreon. Jacob says, because dog whistles are very effective, look at Birth of Nation, which was a big dog whistle, and what spawned from that. What is Birth of Nation?
Birth of Nation is
a Klan movie from around 1915. It was
played in the White House.
Gave the insurgents of the second wave of the Ku Klux Klan.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pseudo-historical narrative around the Civil War.
Oh, I think I remember watching that actually in media class. Yeah. Sarcastic saying, if Dylan Mulvaney was the one doing the jeans commercial, then most liberals lefties would call it empowering for trans and have no problem with it.
Wait, can we?
I think that's actually a perfect point.
Yes,
because
that's correct. The right, like,
and the right would call it pro-trans propaganda. They would
different.
Say
yes, go for it. You're cooking. You got it.
The right's going to be the one complaining, oh, this is just trying to harm our families. You're doing antinatalism. You're doing pro-groomer. You're all these signals. That's the
true,
them.
But the left would no longer but the left would no longer be saying talking about genes and blonde hair and blue eyes is a dog whistle. So again, if
we're not saying talking about them as a blue eyes.
Well, but if nothing changed on that subject of the individial, if they had blonde hair and blue eyes, and then they used that
and it was a
well,
trans woman,
they would,
and it was a trans woman.
I think they would. I think everybody would see something and it would bring it up. Right, the right would be like, you're trying to move people, and then
actually,
the left would be like,
I'm the one who brought it up, and the reason I brought it up is because instead of the left going to the internet and crying about it, what they did was they just stopped buying the product.
I don't what?
No, that's not true. The right went to the internet and cried about it a lot.
Yeah, but they stopped buying the product,
like they always do.
So,
if you don't like the product because of the commercial, just stop buying the product. It's that simple.
Brick. It has nothing to do with the product, right?
Oh, it's nothing to do with the product. Okay.
So we talked about this before, about how the ad is not looking for people to go buy jeans. The ad is looking for American Eagle to re-legitimize itself. I would argue the same goes for Bud Light.
Wait,
Bud Light is trying to...
The company doesn't want to sell products?
They want to make money. They want to make money.
Basically, what he's saying is that the product, the company became not what's the word? Relatable anymore.
Relevant. Yep.
Relevant. Thank you. They're not relevant anymore. So by doing some kind of grandstanding, it kind of helps bring them back down to the people. Like it puts eyeballs on it, just like what happened.
Right. And I don't disagree with that. Advertising is a great thing for companies to do when they're selling products. That's great.
Okay.
That's smart. You want to advertise as a company.
So let's see. Let me see if we're following. I'm going to see if we're following. I'm going to be nice here. I've been nice all night. People remember me as a meanie, and I've been nice all night. So, in the same context of Dylan Mulvaney, is it fair to say that Bud Light prior to this had a legitimacy problem in that only a certain group of people may have been assumed to drink Bud Light?
No, because they didn't actually do an ad campaign in anything like the realm of what American Eagle was doing with Sydney Sweeney. They did a little off the side influencer gimmicky type of thing that people got very upset with. So I actually don't think they're analogous. So Bud Light, I don't think Bud Light was trying to reinvent their brand and like revive and make all this money. I think it was truly just like someone in their PR department is getting together with influencers and they send them these little customized cans. And Dylan Mulvaney had a big following.
So,
I think it was more a virtue signal.
Using Dylan Mulvaney's platform to rise up the platform at Bud Light. That's how the relationship works.
A little bit, but again, I just want
A little bit, or a lot. Come on, Tally.
No,
you
yes, a
bad
little
faith
bit. I don't
fuck.
think-
Like, come on now.
No, I'm not being. Hold on, no, I'm not being bad faith at all. I actually don't think that they were trying to create some online controversy. They could have gone out and done an ad campaign the way that American Eagle.
You
did
don't
with
think
Sweeney
Bud
and
Light-
actually putting money in it? They put 5 cents. They put 5 cents into customizing a 6-pack of beer and sending it to Dylan Mulvaney's house. I do think it was a throwaway thing. I don't actually think they expected the backlash. It didn't help them. Like you said, people were boycotting and all of this stuff. So no, I think these two situations, they played out similarly in that they caused a lot of controversy and
underestimated
brought a
people's
lot of
bigotry.
attention to the brand. But I don't think that they had similar intention.
They did.
No, but Tally, respectfully, I didn't mean to call you bad faith there. Look, I'm a little frustrated with you sometimes, but you're fine. You're a chill hang. So the thing that I'm like pushing back on is that these companies don't just decide who to go to because they're just kind of guessing. They explicitly had a purpose for Dylan Mulvaney, clearly by the iconography that they use for that. I mean, Brick, I think, misgendered them too.
A tiny amount of time, energy, and money was spent on it. Is my point.
Yeah, but again, they're not looking.
Hold on now. What did I
Their return is for their return.
What's that?
Huh?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like
You don't know what
misgendering is, or you misgender?
Okay.
Well,
I don't know if you're trolling.
Again, I don't know if it was
couldn't
Brick,
we
but
break it
somebody.
down, though?
Anyway,
Couldn't we break it down a little differently though? Because Mulvaney, well, yeah, I said that right, Dylan.
yeah, you're right, Dylan Mulvaney. Yeah.
Mulvaney represents, in an instance, something that is not like, for instance, the Nazi propaganda thing with Sweeney, right?
Sure.
That's based on something that was historical, and we're like, no, that's bad. Now we don't do that, so on and so forth. And it's like bad societally, right? As a whole, we've all said morally, Nazi people, that's bad. Okay. Whereas Mulvaney represented something that was like would be considered kind of outside of that range. It's not something that holistically society has deemed bad. So I don't think it's I understand the similarities between the two things, but in terms of categorically, it's Mulvaney being a representative wasn't a protected thing in our society necessarily, if that makes like Nazi,
I hear you,
that's
but
very, very bad. Mulvaney, in terms of what they're representing something that we haven't necessarily. Yeah, but they're not representing something that globally we're like, this is, we don't do this anymore.
Yeah, I think it's right, but I think it's fair to say that in America, we don't. I'm just going to be very honest here. We don't believe trans people. When they transition, we don't believe that they're the gender they're assigned with. And there's plenty of expressions that have variations of that, right? Some people go as far as to say, well, if you were this in this country, you would be hung or murdered. Or in America, it's more of just like, we'll just call you a man every time you assert yourself to be a woman. And I think Bud Light took a risk in thinking that like, oh, we can do this as a means of trying to like signal that we actually care about this group. And I don't believe that like Bud Light even gives a shit at all. But I do think they do understand that like the risk that Dylan Mulvaney brings by platforming her in the first place, because it's the controversy they care about. It's the eyeballs that they care about. So sure, they don't care what you do with the Bud Light. They don't care if you destroy Bud Light. They don't care if you don't buy Bud Light. You're still talking about Bud Light in the same way like you're talking about American Eagle, right?
Right. Let me. There was.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah, no,
it does. Yeah,
it does. I just when you were saying, well, the right was just as mad at the Mulvaney situation as the left would be as mad at this ad campaign. It's like, well, but this ad campaign wasn't done with those intentions, and
I see.
It wasn't impeding on. It didn't bring forth like it wasn't Nazi propaganda. It wasn't with that intention.
Yeah.
Whereas Mulvaney was in fact something where like it was done with the intention of bringing forth that that category to light.
Sure, like bringing forth like the visibility of that individual or that type of person.
It's all just to make money.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
We 100% know that. So in terms of society, like society getting upset at something that like the transgenderism concept, like society getting upset that somebody wants to be represented by the transgender community and like appeals to what you were saying, like the fakeness of it. We still call them a man, or we still don't believe them, and so on and so forth. So society, you know, you say it's coming in from the right wingers, but even at that, like society as a whole is coming in saying, like, why are you doing this? That doesn't make sense. Now you're affirming something that we've already established as a whole, that we're, you know, not believing, or we're not,
Gotcha.
we're not accepting it.
Yeah,
whereas
you get called woke.
Whereas the Sweeney thing, it's like it was simply a fucking ad. There's nothing that's like outside of what represents our society here.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke, Sarah. That's my bad. Like
No,
I don't.
I had a hard time explaining it.
No, you're good. I don't ascribe these things to exclusively the right. I don't ascribe the idea that like people don't like, only conservatives don't believe that trans people are trans. There are plenty of leftists that don't believe that trans people are trans. A lot of gender critical people don't believe that trans people are trans. A lot of like even, and what sucks about that is like broadly speaking, well, that's what I was trying to say.
I only
that,
feel
like,
that right wingers feel that misgendering trans people is a virtue signal.
What's that?
It's a vice signal. It's a vice
signal.
Vice signal. Sorry.
Yeah. So like,
they're proud that they misgender trans people. They flaunt it.
Yeah.
And maybe, and even within that, there are people who, I'm not going to ascribe it to the right, because I see lefties do this too, but they ascribe that, I think a TikTok space that I was in yesterday, and it was awful. I don't recommend this for anybody, but the argument was essentially that because white identity is so undefined and so fragile, that white people just want to be trans, so they have some type of identity to attach to. That argument was crazy, and that whole space was crazy. But in that, it's like it kind of shows that there's different expressions or different responses to groups of people, where it's not exclusively like conservatives are responding this way. It's not exclusively that leftists are responding that way. It's more that like everybody's going to have their different type of response. Like based on like your ideology, based on like how you feel about your identity, you're going to respond to all these things in different ways. And those ways are all valid. Like those ways all exist in observing the thing. So like when you see, I don't know, a conservative, let's just say a generic person, MAGA hat, jeans, t-shirt, and they're just outside. Some people might just see like, oh, he's just wearing a MAGA hat. Okay. Some people might see the MAGA hat as a direct threat of like they're being threatening. Like just by wearing the MAGA hat alone, they're being a threatening force. And most people would say.
So I have a question actually. So Sarah, do you think that America takes transgenderism, like thinks it's a more serious issue, regardless of who you are, than Nazi rhetoric or neo-Nazi rhetoric, for instance? Like, do you think like they think one is more realistic than the other, and that's why this whole situation of not seeing the whole Aryan thing is like being taken seriously by some people? They're like, oh, that's not fake. It's not really in our lexicon. It's not here, right? Whereas, you know, somebody who's trans and signaling being trans or whatnot, they're like, oh, that's actually like, that's dangerous to society. I think it's rampant. I think it's growing. Like, do you think that America thinks one is more cool than the other?
Yes, 100%. I think you're cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably agree. At least on the right.
I guess, but I do think if you surveyed Americans, I think more Americans would say that like racism and Nazism is a bigger threat than transgenderism.
Right. So and that's why I guess this dog whistle is important.
Depends on I'm sure.
Because it's like one is clearly like we don't want another World War II type thing, right? We don't want our society to be so complacent to the point where we develop in a way where now it's like it goes there. Whereas, okay, accepting trans people is not going to lead to the death of millions upon millions of people, right? So, yeah, I just think, yeah.
I don't know, man.
I can't see,
feeling right.
I can't see how America could possibly be described as anything other than considering the trans issue to be more pervasive and dangerous than, you know, the race issue or the MAGA issue, whatever you want to call it, because Americans voted the fascists into power instead of the pro-trans party.
Well, I think
like
that's a really like
it
silly
seems really
binary. They weren't choosing between trans and fascism.
I know, but like if
I mean, the way they treat it, though, the way they call it trans ideology, and they treat it like it's coming to get you and coming to turn your kids
because
trans.
there is an ideology around it. And I think there's a distinction here that makes the trans thing maybe just not a good analogy, or just something that needs a conversation in and of itself. Because
there's academic thought around everything.
There are
right?
people who quote unquote don't believe trans people, or like think that trans people themselves are a threat. But there are other people who just don't believe that humans can change sex, don't believe that asserting yourself as the opposite sex makes you so, don't believe that transition makes you so. And these are like differences in perspective, or disagree with like queer theory and gender ideology, but that's different from like viewing trans people as inherently a threat. And I don't know that like people being skeptical of again the gender ideology, or just not agreeing with like I said, like sort of like dogma, I guess, around how
I think I agree with you
about trans.
This right here is a perfect example of someone in the chat said trans is very dangerous because they can't multiply, they have to recruit, and they go after the children.
Not a perfect example.
Like,
I know what it is, but it's
well. Listen. Like, look.
Before we deep dive down that, because
Sure.
we've done a good job with staying away from transgenderism on these panels for the last couple months.
My lord.
Might have something to do with a certain someone not being here anymore, but well, it kind of every panel always led to it. It was kind of getting tiring. But before we go down that rabbit hole,
really easily though.
But not because of that person. It was usually because of people bringing it up at that person. But yeah.
Well, as our talk about Yahtzeism and stuff like it fits in really easy because these kind of like fucked up ideologies have to have building blocks of others to focus people on. They have to have that external fear, and this is one of them. It's being overblown, and we've got actual ideologies that have like really long histories of fucking the world up. And these people are like, hey, these people who just want to like be weird with gender and sex, like they're going to destroy the world. It's a fucking ridiculous claim on its face.
This is exactly
Let's read the super chat.
Sorry,
Let's read the super chat.
Oh, I hate it here.
I know. I said before you go down the rabbit hole, gentlemen. Airborne says, if the left didn't keep it alive, racism would be gone today. As a Gen Xer, it was on the ropes until shills looking for relevance and power resurrected it.
It was never. It was never on the ropes.
This is completely.
So
we already established. Never mind.
Yeah, please, just real quick. It feels like there's a lot of energy that goes into noticing it feels like they might not use the word dog whistles, but what people are identifying the same kind of phenomenon from the right when they point at like critical race theory or queer theory or any of these things that being like slowly normalized through discourse. I feel like these things they're hyper fucking aware of, and they're driven crazy by them, and they're really triggered by them, and you can't say cis around them, Sarah, or they freak out and they get upset about it, right? But these things, this is all apparently okay, right? These things are it's okay to be triggered by all these things. But if you point out that like if you point out a trifecta of blonde hair, blue eyes, and jeans, and like the stuff that's explicitly Nazi propaganda, you point out this, and you're an insane liberal who's triggered and you're going nuts. And I think this is a weird double standard that I want people to engage with more.
You know
right?
what the fucking double standard is, Ryan?
I'm ready.
When Furby refers to herself as a female, and I always respected calling Furby a female, and yet when I say do not call me a cis woman, I am a woman, she couldn't respect that That's the fucking double
Well, Furby's
standard.
not female,
Oh.
and that's part of the problem too. Is we should be able to say that Furby is not female, and even still use her pronouns that she wants and all of these things without being labeled a bigot.
Oh, this is a person. Okay, holy fuck.
That's-
I got
no,
so confused.
wait, no.
You probably remember them, Joe. You probably remember Melanie Maxwell.
Listen,
as a cis
Ryan
myself,
is,
I can't call you cis.
Hold on.
You
Ryan
were
was
thinking
trying to
of
throw
the
some
old toys,
shade,
weren't you?
but in that very moment of throwing shade, you were actually double standarding the double standard on what the fuck you were talking about. Like that's exactly the point. That's the part where I get the most irritated is that you're sitting here saying, "Well,
Can you
there's always
elaborate
this
on that?
double standard," and then, well, here that's the double standard, right? That's where, I say, "Well, this is what I'd like to be called. Please call me this," and someone says, "Well, I prefer to be called that," and I respect the fuck out of everybody else. But when I say, do not call me that, I do not refer to that. This is what I am. And then what do you do, Ryan? You sit here and do shit exactly like this, saying, we can't
Get
call
'em.
Sarah a cis woman. We can't call her cis. She gets mad when we call her a cis fucking woman. When Sarah, you're a cis woman. And then fucking spurging out in the chats and doing this and doing that, making fun of me saying, please don't call me a cis woman.
Can I confess? Can I confess where my dumbass brain went? I thought the manufacturers of Hasbro made an affirmative decision on what the gender of Furby was, and I was so confused. And the whole time I'm like,
I am
Furbies
Sarah,
are.
I want to say, Sarah, I'm sorry for throwing shade at you because maybe if I hadn't done that, then someone would have actually engaged with the stuff that I just said. So, but I apologize.
Well, that's what you get for saying stupid shit, Ryan. That's where you
Yeah,
go.
God damn, I'm
You're over
stupid.
there trying to be a smartass about it, and you end up fucking yourself over, and nobody cares whatever it is you just said. John says with the big 20 says SS initials, blonde hair, blue eyes, so BMB, which is boobs and butt. Her BBs look like an 8 and 8 SS and 8 are yachts. Are we doing gematria?
No,
Also,
he's cracked the code.
16. Adolf was 16. Yahtzee. No, this is the gematria. They're making fun of the gematria guy. Is that what you're doing? I'm pretty positive.
Oh, it's less logic at the end. Okay.
We had a gematria debate. It was like we've all been ruined since then of numbers.
Chat, if you want to keep strawmanning us lefties, how about you send more yellow super chats so that the goal could have gotten finished, huh?
Yeah, none of us can respond to any of the yellow super chats. Just the yellow ones. They're all too smart for us. Just like the color gets us.
Mike coming in over on, I think this is Flow State side. Joe Lewis, do you think it's possible to stop ordering chicken nuggets and start going out more? You are stuck home all day in your room and overthinking things.
Okay, so
I like Joe.
Last year, can I just contextualize something? Last year, I weighed 347 pounds. Today, I weigh 209. How much more weight do I have to lose till you fuckers stop calling me fat? Like, I don't know what's happening.
Another 50.
How? Like, apparently, and then they'll just start calling me the N-word. And it's like, I can't wait.
Damn.
They'll drop the chicken. They'll drop the chicken.
I did the things. I stopped eating the nuggets. I started drinking the water, hitting the gym, but damn.
That's fair. Joe, we tried to stamp out Confederate culture. It led to Jim Crow laws. History proves you wrong.
Wait,
Jim Crow laws the result of the failure of Reconstruction.
We gave up on stamping them out.
Yeah, we gave up.
What led to Jim Crow laws.
The point was we stopped.
So
we thought that we could integrate the Confederacy into society, and that clearly
it's not a good idea.
That's fair. Saint says, you losers should give Uncle Guns a big thanks for putting up with your lunacy in the chat. You caused this man to become an alcoholic. Good job. Shout out to Uncle Guns in the chat. We love you and all of our mods. We have great mods here. Fredo says, if gaslighting is crazy making behavior, Ryan is king gaslighter. Shots fired. The correct term is gas lamp. Always has been.
That's gaslighting.
Yeah. Past, present. Dog whistles and gaslighting are real until libs and leftists get accused of being PDFs and groomers. Then all of a sudden, subtextual arguments don't count.
Do you guys have any new talking points? Please, I want to hear a new one. Your
No,
God. Please give
Tully,
me
you
a
can
one.
still man this. I have no idea what they're trying to say. I actually don't.
Dog whistles
Groomer
and
thing
gas.
is literally a dog whistle.
Grammatically, it doesn't make sense. If anything, they need to like change one of the things. So like, it sounds like they are obviously
Giving Sarah money?
leftists are also offended by accusations of pedophilia and groomers. I mean, this is just it doesn't actually make sense.
So like,
I
there's
know, I
something.
was just referring
We
to
tried.
the
Are there more
PBS
super chats?
thing.
You could run it in like with the like, for instance, the transgender reading kids to or reading books to kids or something like that, and then the right calls that out like as like they're grooming our children and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You could essentially call that a dog whistle.
The super chat is just silly because Ryan and everyone who is arguing that this is a dog whistle would completely agree that it's a dog whistle because you need to take into account the subtext and the arguments around it. So your comment is self-defeating, I think.
True.
And even with that, like the
Plus,
shitty
it's
dog
not
whistles, like the shitty dog whistles are the ones that you just declared as a dog whistle without elaboration, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
You
Mike
docked on.
20
Oh, there's more. Sorry.
That's okay. Oh yeah, there's a lot more. Mike 23 says, "Okay, I give up. My brain is friend."
Right.
Brain is friend.
Brain's friend.
That's what makes it funnier. That's what makes it funnier.
I'm gonna use that from
I'm
now
glad
on.
your brain is your friend.
It's so fried. He wrote friend. Fuck it says, "Get out of mama's basement and learn a dog is not a dog."
What the?
Whole whistle.
Whistle. Rachel said he's down dog ugly when she got called a 6. Liberals can't be helped. Man, you guys are just mean.
I'm pretty sure
tonight.
Soy Pill was referencing Andrew calling her a 6. To be
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was Soy
60%
Pill.
still failing.
Yeah, but then Soy Pill called her rated her a 4. So he added.
This was all before she. This was all before Rachel. This was all after Rachel made the anti-Semitic dog whistle.
It was not.
I'm not. I
That
don't
was
think that we can confidently
no.
call that an anti-Semitic dog whistle. I think he
I feel
actually
I
has
can.
a face that with features that look like
Yeah, I
a
think
pug,
he
and it
looks
could have
like a
just been a
pug.
targeted insult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Rachel is a pretty nasty
Dave,
woman,
if you
know.
find that
I
reference,
mean that like.
please put it in the back chat.
I'm not
Lord,
willing to give
Lord
that benefit
says
of the doubt.
Ryan needs dog whistles to be accepted because he cannot make explicit arguments. He needs to be able to submit his own words for what isn't said.
So true. That's what someone who doesn't listen to anything I say would probably argue.
Damn.
Ryan
Still
is mad because
cooking.
Soy was called an inbred pug and he was left out. Okay, Ryan, you look like an inbred chihuahua and you sound like one. Happy now?
Yes, finally.
Hey, at least the dogs are getting love. I'll take
Why
that.
is Ryan catching strays? I'm the one that called it out.
Ryan gets. I'm a magnet for the
Jesus.
Really
I don't know. 1987, "Don't Hate Me Because I'm Beautiful" by Kelly LeBrock. Do you accept that, Flo?
What?
Do you accept that?
What
boot?
choice do I have?
I'm giving you the option. It's 2:00 in the morning. I don't give a fuck at this point.
Damn.
Do
Yeah,
you
except-
stay or you accept? You want to leave?
You put me in bed, right?
There's 3 more people. It's gonna take a while to get back up.
Fuck those people. No, I don't accept. That's bullshit.
All right, fair enough. Only Mr. Bill says talking point number 1: take a nap of.
What?
Take a nap of.
I'm confused.
I don't.
Yeah.
Do you have an English-speaking audience, Sarah?
I don't know.
Mr. Bill is in hospice care.
Hey.
Forgive him, okay?
It's like Google Translate.
Jacob says probably had something to do with pardoning elected politician Confederates, which led to segregation. Did anyone pay attention in school?
Well, we
Not Andrew,
did.
apparently, as we learned earlier.
What?
I learned,
God damn it.
I learned a bit. I'm Canadian though, so I didn't learn it all.
we did not substantively stamp out the Confederacy after the Civil War. We gave them concessions and we gave them relief. That's what happened. Like it is what it is, you know. Like we had to deal with it now. People waving the flag in
Or
public.
did we
and it's like,
systematically go through the states and purge all the bastards from all of their state legislatures?
Joe,
I'm pretty sure that
So, would you say
we left in a lot of Jacksonian Democrats
quick
on the Supreme
logistics
Court?
here to the chat? I'm giving you one more chance. You failed the last goal. You didn't even hit one of them. I'm giving you one more chance only because you have been so gracious tonight and great. We'll do one more speed round. Hit it or quit it.
Pick me.
Your choice. Because it is 2:00 in the morning. Now, you guys know I'll party all night, but you got to tell me that you want it. Oops, I hit the wrong one. Sorry, I hit the wrong one. Let me redo that one. Go ahead. Actually, no, we'll leave it there. All right, back to you guys.
Disembodied voice. Oh, Dave. Okay.
Yeah. Hi. What's up? This might be a bit too cheeky. Would you say that the U.S. gave the Confederacy reparations?
I don't know what they did. Definitely wasn't reparations, but I think they gave the Confederacy a bunch of concessions and had a vested interest in not just glassing them all after the Civil War.
Kind of the point, though, right? After the Civil War was over, they weren't the Confederacy; they were just us. So it was more like us fixing our shit, right? I mean, I get you, I know, but that's what they were arguing.
Yeah. There was like, you're us now, and it's like, but we still have all of our ideas and beliefs, and now we're just American. Okay, cool. Fuck.
I was gonna do it covertly. Fuck you guys.
I mean, people still
I'll see you at the Supreme Court, buddy.
What do you guys? What do you that corner think would be a more appropriate solution in that situation?
Kill more generals.
Kill more generals?
Yeah. Don't make
So-
statues of said generals. Don't like
probably similar to the treatment the Nazis got after World War II.
Yeah.
So they all
Like,
get
if you okay, jokes aside, like cheeky short answer aside, I think it's reasonable to say if you have a group of people who are radicalized, because that's what they are. Confederates were just radicalized groups of people.
Not in the cool way.
No,
Was
they
that-
were just living by a different legal standard, and that's the part you're not understanding.
No, I clearly understand it. It was a radical legal standard that said that black people weren't people. They were just things that uses labor.
It's a state thing. It's not the people. It's the state. It's the law. That's
Technically, it wasn't they weren't
It's
people. The
law.
ruling
Wait,
only
who
said
makes-
they couldn't
well, who
be
makes the law?
citizens, and they were lesser people.
Listen, you vote, you change the law, and then if people don't follow the law, then they get punished.
Court,
That's what happened.
Law didn't mandate that they owned slaves, right? Like they didn't have to do
Yeah, so
slavery.
that's why they changed the
You
law,
kind of give that up when you start a war, though, right?
Rick, do you know what the ruling in Dred Scott was?
They forced the South to change the law because the Constitution is the law of the land, and so the South wasn't living by the law of the land.
Rick, do you know what the ruling in Dred Scott was?
Yeah, I did.
What was the ruling in Dred Scott?
Was it the 3/5 or?
No, it was black people cannot be citizens in any state laws that said they could be. They could be were now unconstitutional. The Missouri Compromise, which was passed by legislature, was now unconstitutional.
Yeah, and guess what?
This
Things
was
changed
the
because they
ruling of the law at the point.
Right, they went and changed the laws. Right.
No,
exactly.
seceded
It was
because
a
we had to
Supreme
change the
Court.
law.
It was a Supreme Court decision.
Right.
This
and they
was
fought a war to
Robert
make sure that
Taney. Roger Brooke Taney wrote this Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah.
It was 7-2 in favor.
Yes.
And so if they can't sue in federal court, that means they can't get shit changed. And
Yeah.
so and not until that was overturned.
Not without a constitutional amendment.
Like, and so like in practice, right? What does that mean? It meant that black people, enslaved or otherwise, didn't matter. They are not under the word citizen. Therefore, they can't sue. They can't appeal to the federal government for lawsuits. They can't appeal to the state for grievances. They basically said that you are existing under a different framework of existence that doesn't qualify as
So
citizen.
is that the thing now? Is it precedent now, or did that get overturned?
that got overturned by the 13th Amendment, which was only able to be passed because the Civil War secession caused so much backlash that even many of the Southerners started a new party called the Unionists.
So it worked, right? So the judicial system.
No, it didn't
You
work.
can't-
This was
you-
what
war
because
works.
we went to war.
We went to war over the
There was a war over an ideology.
When you go to war, things did not
war,
work.
a war that was more bloody for Americans than either world war.
And think about that. All that had to do is with black people. And when you think about that from like a broader sense of history, that's crazy.
That's not true at all.
It's not true at all.
Not true at all.
But
It's not.
They
Trust,
seceded
like,
because
black
of the
people aren't
election of
that important to
Abraham
white
Lincoln,
people.
knowing that
What's
he was
not
a
true?
pro-abolitionist
It was not
Republican
the
at the
States.
time.
What's
and
not
this,
true?
he was only elected due to the backlash against the Dred Scott ruling.
The Civil War is about the states seceding from the Union.
States' rights.
Why were they seceding from the Union? Dustin?
Yeah. What was, the prime cause?
It was not because they were that mad at black people.
no,
Why
it's
were
not.
they
It's
seceding?
not about mad at black people.
They were mad that they were going to lose the states because the abolitionist was elected president. That's why they seceded, Dustin.
They were going to lose their hold over slavery because an abolitionist president, Lincoln, was elected.
Mm-hmm. And
So they seceded from the Union and started a civil war.
No, they seceded. They received
Yeah.
the Civil War.
Yeah, they received it, right. The North actually attacked them.
So and that matters, right? Because
they
when you
started the
think-
civil war by seceding, whatever.
what did like
The Union was voluntary. The states actually properly should have been able to secede. I'm not supporting slavery, but I am saying that as far as being part of the Union, that is a voluntary thing.
I like how Sarah perked up like, huh?
The Civil War would suggest otherwise.
Wait, so hear me out, real quick. 'Cause I promise you, I'm gonna try and circle it back to like a kind of topic. Basically, what Abraham Lincoln said, for lack of a better term, was that black people are people now, fully realized people.
That's not
And
really what he said, though, about black people.
That's basically
He suggested shipping them back to Africa.
yeah. He said to all these people, "You can't have slaves anymore." Period. And then people went like, "So what do we do with all these black people?" I don't know. Figure it out. It just kept on keeping on. But then they're like, "Hey, but if you keep these people, we will be back. Okay, so just figure it out. I'll see you in a couple hours. I got a bunch of other houses I gotta go to let people know." Like, but you figure that out, buddy. And then with that, right? Like that's an agitation. Like imagine being a farmer. Let's say you're the one nice slave owner on the history of the fucking earth, and you're just like doop doop doing your slave thing, and somebody says to you, "You can't have these people as slaves anymore." Your whole existence is propped up by these slaves. Your whole agricultural thing, your whole making money thing, and this person comes in and says, "You can't have these people." I'm talking about the people who have more than like 10 slaves. Not everybody had like these lofts of slaves, right? So you're basically telling a group of people without any type of remedy that you can't have this anymore.
Right.
And
Their
then-
economic model was completely undermined on the spot.
Yes, it completely revolutionized how you engage with the world. Fast forward a couple decades later. Hey, I know you've never engaged with black people in your entire life, but now you do. In your schools. What? in your businesses. What? Like that's another revolutionary thing in society. There are thousands of communities during the 1900s to the 60s that had no black people in it. And then the government came in and said, "You're going to have to engage with these black people now." Okay. And what happened? You had different communities responding in different ways. No different than now. Like if you're looking to do something revolutionary, let's say you're trying to reintegrate a population of people that have been segregated, you're going to have to alleviate the conditions that make people anxious about that idea. Anxious about the idea of being next to black people on a school bus, being anxious to the idea of having to do your work in a different way, do your farming in a different way. And time again, America has demonstrated it does not really interested in that alleviation part. It's not interested in what's that?
Abolitionism was a popular social movement before Lincoln. Lincoln didn't just come in and ram through abolition.
He rammed through and said, "You can't have slaves anymore. Figure it out."
The movement had already happened in England.
Yeah, it had already happened in England. I was just going to say that.
And it was a popular movement that the political machine got on after it was already making momentum.
Sure,
And
but I don't think you're.
speaking of momentum, chat, you have 5 minutes to figure out that goal. Then that's your second time. I gave you a freebie. This is your second time failing. We're gonna go bye-bye. So you better figure it the fuck out. All right,
The point, the point I'm trying to make here is that when you do a radical change in your society, and you don't do anything to alleviate the people who are living life in a particular way, you're going to have these type of backlashes over and over and over. Like something within the conservative argument, which is true, it is a
do anything to alleviate those people.
What's that?
How do you think that they didn't do anything to alleviate those people? They went to war over them. They banned that. Years later, they forced segregation. They did a lot to alleviate that.
Nearly
no, but okay.
No.
Are you talking about alleviating the slaves? Because I think
alleviating Sorry, go for it.
Joe's talking about alleviating the slave owners of the anxiety about losing their slaves and about the economic impacts of that. I think that's what Joe's talking about.
Yeah, but Reconstruction came immediately afterward too. So
Yeah, and a lot of those slaves just became sharecroppers. So it's like, imagine I have nowhere else to go. Hey, you can live here still, but just give me your earnings.
Welcome to rentals.
Yeah, imagine that crazy. Yeah.
Isn't that almost where we're at with the illegal alien farmer that are doing the farming and agriculture and stuff?
Well, it's
aren't we
like
kind of
sort
there
of.
because they're not getting paid the full amount.
Which is why we should give them a
the-
pathway
Yeah.
to citizenship, right?
Yeah, Sarah, you're cooking.
You're definitely able to
with
violate
that,
their rights, right?
So I hate that we're ending soon. People send their fucking money.
I haven't heard any of you, by the way. You're all swindling there.
Money. Give Sarah money. Hurry up.
Yellow donos, guys. Let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Well, no, I even put it down to
made them green.
$5. It's either way. It's got to be 50, or somebody could just send the big 50 and call it a day, and I'll be a happy tomato again.
So
yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So with that, right? There's a truth in there.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of industries that are propped up under illegitimate labor, i.e., immigrants, and their statuses are ambiguous. They're getting paid in scuzzy ways and in adverse conditions. There's a reason why the government's going to Home Depots to round people up, because they understand that this exists. And basically, what I appreciate that Donald Trump is doing is forcing states to figure out this problem. Because on one hand, if you legitimize that entire population of people, the economy is collapsing. Full stop. Shit's gonna it'll be crazy. But then at the same time, if you deport all of these people, it causes the same thing, because you don't have a culture in America. And when somebody in America, I'm talking about mainland American-born citizens, to go into these industries because they're like, I'm not working under these type of conditions. I'm not going to be out in 100+ degree weather without protections and just mow lawns or do dishes for X amount under the table. Yeah, I want I'm an American citizen. I want the protections that come with being an American citizen. And
So we're an exploitative. We exploit external sources.
We have an
Just
exploiter-
Very often mutually
we have-
beneficial, though, right?
Yes,
I mean,
just like we have the little kids putting
Yeah.
together Nike T-shirts and shit like
no,
that.
but no, not just little kids, because you could argue that that is immoral. But there are people who come from different countries who are able to make 10 times the amount that they would be able to make in wherever they're coming from. They send the money home. Maybe they're able to bring their sister over, their kid over years in, and it is a good deal for them. Now, obviously, obviously, I'm not saying that we should allow people to be abused because they're undocumented or in the country illegally. But there are plenty of places where illegal people are being paid under the table illegally who are not here as citizens, where they're not being abused, and it's a good deal for everyone.
And
the business
across the ocean for that opportunity.
Yeah, and what Donald Trump is trying
Correct.
to do, like what I appreciate Donald Trump is trying to do, and I'm not saying his actions as the president, but I'm saying what it does for us at this level is to be able to kind of like engage with that question legitimately. Because for the longest time, we just accepted that, you know, there are people in this country unlawfully, they are working in this country unlawfully, they are engaging with our communities, but they're still in this ambiguous status that at any point they can just get shipped back. And they're just being smart and meticulous about how they engage with that. But that's another thing. Like if you, however you engage with undocumented individuals, you believe they're illegal immigrants, what have you, that's still going to revolutionize labor in this country. And neither party wants to actually engage with that. They don't want to like answer that question fully. That's why, and like in a lot of ways, maybe we just have to reimagine what it means to be a citizen. Maybe your labor is how you legitimize yourself as a citizen. Maybe being born here is how you legitimize yourself as a citizen. And the reason why I say that is because those ideas create agitation. Like conservatives were absolutely correct about liberal institutions and democratic institutions in America. They're careless. Are they careless enough that your boy is going like, is the education, like democratically led institutions, in particular education, the education system, are they so careless that they're going to prevent your ability to have grandkids because your kids are going to come home trans? I don't necessarily think so. Are they careless enough to make your white child believe to hate themselves because they're white? I don't exactly think so. But I do believe that they're careless in engaging in how we exist in the world. Not careless enough that they might not believe that they are the gender that they are on their body. There are examples of that. Really good examples of that, though. Same thing with the hating white people. There are really good arguments with that. But at the end of the day, for me at least, like these institutions are careless. When Democrats lead them, they are careless. Republicans, when they lead them, they just kind of don't care. Like they just kind of go like, whatever. And for a lot of people, whatever is better than trying to half-assed answer a problem. I think that's why there's like an appeal to like Republicans and a appeal to conservatism. Like at least conservatives have some type of connection to God and Christianity. At least they tie what they believe to the Bible or tie what they believe to some foundational religious document. That's better than just thinking justice is this thing that just magically appears out your asshole. I say all that to say, because it was really long, I'm sorry, is that
why?
I say all that to say that when it comes to the Sydney Sweeney ad, it's pointing to this idea that there's certain things in society that should be accepted. Like what Sydney Sweeney looks like ought to be accepted. And I do agree that there's sentiments of people who unironically believe that the way that Sydney Sweeney looks is not desirable in society. You shouldn't desire to be Sydney Sweeney. I would agree, by the way, because fuck celebrities. But that's a different argument. But at the end of the day, like these things, whether it be Sydney Sweeney, Dylan Mulvaney, they're challenging something and they're challenging how we look at the world. I think it's a good thing, you know? But change is only going to come through some type of revolutionary fashion because America does these things half-assed all the time. Democrats do it half-assed, Republicans do it half-assed, and then they kind of like hold hands in their half-assery, which is frustrating for everybody.
I don't want a revolution. Keep
I mean, we had multiple. The revolution gave you the right to vote. The revolution gave you the right to marry who you want to marry. The revolution gave you the right to express yourself how you want to express yourself. Those were not revolutions. That was absolutely a revolution.
The revolution gave you America itself.
Before we go down the revolution era of rabbit holes, chat one more and I'll forgive you. One more and I'll forgive you. While I'm reading these, somebody over there in the chat's going to send in one more and make me a happy tomato once again, because they know I'll just hit the end button and we'll all go the fuck home. Yeah. We've done that enough times. Liberals think snide replies and taking on smug airs is substitute for argument now. Pretty pathetic panel that leans on armchair psychoanalysis. Wow.
How much money is this account giving you?
They've actually been going, but they're
Oily.
probably a heavy hitter tonight. So I remember seeing Lord's name in the super chats before on other shows.
Can I respond to that last message? I'm pretty sure it's about me, right?
Go ahead.
So I've had a couple, like three core arguments tonight that I've returned to whenever I've been pretty quiet tonight overall. And the main arguments that I've made are that the substance of the ad in question involved a blonde woman with blue eyes, right? Which calls back to a specific Aryan prototypical archetype. And it also ties to the gene piece. Okay, so those three things, it's like a trifecta of kind of Nazi propaganda. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing that I brought up more recently that we didn't dive into is that there is a lot of pearl clutching and frustration about people pointing out things like what I just described. There's a lot of people who are very upset that we're even mentioning this. There's a lot of people who are really mad that leftists online, some of them are being kind of cringe about it, I guess. People are upset that anyone's even identifying this thing. But we will spend so much time doing that exact kind of policing about queer theory, CRT, literally every topic that like it's all very like one side, like whatever the Republicans like pet project is in the content sphere, like we can speculate endlessly and pontificate endlessly about all of the underlying, like all of these different structures. But the moment we talk about something like Nazism or white supremacy or any, like, everyone just shuts their fucking brains off, and it drives me crazy. That's
Ryan. What would you say if I told you that the real dog whistle is that she was trying to prove that evolution is real by talking about gene theory?
I tell you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
She said genetics, right? Genes, right? That's a reference to evolution, right?
Prove a science.
I would stick my head into it.
Are we going with like scientific evolution now? The dog whistle was
You're doing race realism now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably what that is.
Is that where we're going?
Evolution.
Please don't.
Oh my goodness. Is Doc talking?
Yeah, isn't this also interesting? I'll be very brief, but yeah, Bricky and Ryan, a very interesting point. I mean, American Eagle has always had this brand that you can be cool, wholesome American, and just be yourself, compared to like Hollister, where life's always at the beach or whatever, or Abercrombie, where you are you're ready for wherever you are. And who knows, you follow the fashions. Maybe it's less or more clothes today. Buckle, right? We're not done yet, folks. Buckle, you can be successful and dress trendy and cool. And so, the US has had a long history of, working in genetics. It might be horrible timing. You don't need to have an intelligent mind in your brand. When people are talking about fascism, when people are we're seeing the rise of white supremacy groups tracked by the Southern Poverty Law Center, both decentralized. Like there's like 20 plus groups right now. And so why not just say, hey, really bad timing. I don't totally get it, but I don't need to. It's marketing, folks. That's just what that is. Sydney Sweeney.
Lord says the Northern Union was not voluntary. It was a drafted army of mostly Irish immigrants conscripted to do all of the pesky dying, you dolts. I guess that's better than calling you a spoon. Say thank you, he says.
Thank you.
Airborne says, this is wild. Joe is advocating for glassing those who he disagrees with ideologically. So President Trump should start glassing blue states. Why not?
Cancel that.
Who would fund the red states then?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so when I said glassing generals, I was being hyperbolic. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. But how do you get rid of things ideologically? You do what the Democrats did to socialists, Marxists, and communists. You drag them across coals and delegitimize their movements. You delegitimize the ideology, and you delegitimize it in society. You can't be a socialist in public. in America. You can't just be an outward socialist.
That is literally so far from true, especially on the left right now. It is
politically,
popular. Yes, you should listen.
Oh, this is such DSA code.
The most popular liberal podcast right now online in the YouTube sphere have been talking about democratic socialism and coming out.
That's
as
not socialism.
That's not socialism.
Sir. Okay, guys, the idea. I agree that it actually should be unacceptable to be a fucking communist or a fascist in our society. But what I'm telling you is that it's not.
Different things.
On the left.
So different.
Okay, it is completely acceptable to call yourself a socialist on the left in America in 2025.
Tally, so let me just ask you: I'll just ask the question and see if Tally is in reality. Can a socialist run in the Democratic Party on a purely socialist platform and win?
Bernie Sanders actually ran. He didn't win.
He was a Democratic socialist. Next. Socialist. Outward socialist. Not Democrat socialist. Not advocating for democratic socialism. Socialism, period.
No, if you don't know the difference, admit you don't know the difference.
But also socialists themselves literally hide their power level in order to influence and radicalize other people. So this idea that
this is known.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. So yes.
Why do you think they're hiding their power level within the Democratic Party? Why do you think a socialist can't be a full socialist within the Democratic Party?
Because it would be political suicide.
Evil.
Thank you. It would be political suicide.
Yes, but it is becoming more and more acceptable. That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
Ignore that.
We're no closer.
Ignore that at your own peril. Yes.
Ignore that at my own peril. We are no farther. We are no closer to socialism in 2025 than we were in 2016.
We have way more people.
The DSA has more members. The DSA has more members, and the DSA can herald that they win certain primaries and stuff like that. But socialists cannot disaggregate themselves as a socialist party in the United States. They cannot wield political power. Not yet. When?
Okay, but
when the fuck are they going to do that? When the fuck are socialists going to be able to compete?
I didn't think that fascism would ever rise in America, but here we are.
Yeah, but again, like the thing that I'm trying to say here is
discounting any possibility at this point.
Yeah, like
not out of hand.
Sure, but the point that I'm trying to make here is that socialists can only exist if they are tolerated within the Democratic Party, because that is the party that they are tented under. So once you become a socialist, you then have to change what you're doing, because if you're a member of the Democratic Party federally, you're beholden to the party platform. So it doesn't matter what type of socialism that you want, you are beholden to the platform. If the platform doesn't say it, you shut the fuck up. If you advocate for that as like something that you ought to do as a Democratic candidate, you are gambling your political legitimacy. And they don't want to give.
There's a fight in the Democratic Party right now about how much airtime and how much bridge building and how much concessions they should be giving to the Democratic Socialist, the socialist light of their party. So it
because DSAs are ops, bro. Like
still there. Okay, the stigma is still there, but it is lessening. They are becoming more comfortable with people who are identifying as socialism and socialist adjacent.
Can socialists take all that power and build a political party separate from Democrats? Yes or no?
Not right now, but that has nothing
to
do with
when do you think that will
that
happen?
it's becoming more popular. I don't
more
know.
Popular doesn't mean anything. Reparations is more popular.
You know what's happening right now?
Which is a modest one.
What is happening right now is the Republican Party, they're extremists. The Republican Party's extremists are leading the party. The fascists in the Republican Party is the norm now. They are the ones who are elected into the White House. They are put into every position of power.
That's also just completely separate from my claim.
We are not at all close to that in the Democratic Party. But just because we're not close to it does not mean that we should not be vigilant anyway. Right.
And the thing is, right, if you're going to make a party that's more sympathetic to socialism, you're going to have to give concessions to socialists. And the Democratic Party does not do that. They have not given concessions to socialists. They have no interest in giving concessions to socialists. They want socialists to give concessions to Democrats. That's the game. That's the actual relationship. And that's the relationship that we ought to critique. If you want socialists, build your own party. But if you build your own party, you're going to be opposition to
socialists. by the way.
Okay,
in
well,
case
you don't have to
anyone's
vote
worried.
for them then. That's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah, take what's that motherfucker's name? Zoran
Well,
Mamdani.
I can't.
You're Canadian, right? Yeah.
I'm Canadian, yeah.
Take Zoran Mamdani, for instance. All these motherfuckers are so excited. Oh, we're gonna have a socialist mayor. Yeah, and he has to deal with the NYPD. Do you really think that Zoran Mamdani is going to challenge the NYPD and win? He's gonna get fucked the same way that every other governor and mayor has gotten fucked when they tried to challenge the NYPD. He's going to have to deal with the taxi lobby. The taxi lobby isn't going to have you do free transit. Are you fucking kidding me? They're going to challenge you tooth and nail. Now, Zoran Mamdani said, hey, I'm going to challenge this industry. I'm going to challenge this avenue of government or of institution in my city through and through as mayor. He's going to lose. There's no world.
Sarcastic Saint says, who was the first documented slave owner in the U.S.? Anthony Johnson. So why aren't we talking about him and his history concerning slaves? Brick is now sitting backstage.
Shame on him. He shouldn't have owned those slaves.
Airborne says the left has to reach back to 50 plus, 100 plus years ago to have any semblance of an argument and mistaking their side for the side that stopped it. Ducky,
so that's literally projection.
I'd like to respond to this because, this is a misconception on the right, and not even universally. But yeah, ideas like third wave feminism, which are often associated with left-leaning methodology and things like this, actually do have a basis in evolutionary psychology. And really, implications for lots of areas of society, not just like my own interests, like research and stuff like that, but society in general, which are very modern, very 2025, very today. And you can go find these easily if you wanted to. And so this idea that the left, progressivism doesn't have a story that goes, that has to have a story that goes back 50 or 100 years. It can't be seen. And is somehow not better because of that, I think is a straw man. And I think it's a weak and sort of a cowardly way to pull people, and no offense, Airborne, it's a cowardly way to pull people away from an actual debate that I think you would be capable of having. Maybe not on Raging Tomato, but you would be able to have that debate somewhere.
This guy's pretty good. Chet Marmore.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
Why are you giving those wide eyes?
Unfortunately for Duck, he gets kicked down quite often.
There's a reason why Duck gets kicked a lot.
Good to see you.
He's on good behavior right now, and he's not off on some random philosophical tangent. So he's actually not.
I do that all the time. I'm one of these guys that it's really hard to keep me in track. In any circumstance, especially if we're talking about Sydney Sweeney, I'm all over the place. It's crazy.
A lot of people want to be all over the place with her. So.
Actually, I'll even say Duck has his own membership emoji here. We have the no Duck emojis in the chat because he just gets booted so much. I think he spends.
Sarah, I got Bluetooth installed, so I don't even have to touch it to get it to go.
See, I told my girlfriend the same thing, and she gets so excited.
Let's go, men. Let's go, men. Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
My contribution to the grift. Thank you so kindly. Mr. McCoy says they would do the jobs if we got rid of social entitlements.
Yes. So your solution to exploitative labor in the U.S. is to create more exploitative labor in the U.S.
Republicans solving problems.
Well done.
Look, you're gonna have I don't know, man. We can do.
I mean, we all see what's happening.
I feel like I spend half the debates nowadays explaining what words mean.
Well, I mean, like if I mean, we see it. What is our unemployment rate sitting at right now? Or
like
I mean,
3
what
something?
Does it sit on? Where does it sit on average? Right. I mean,
it's supposed to be around 4, right?
I think it's at a healthy level right now. I'm pretty sure, right?
I could think of something you could do, right? It's just
that's like a healthy unemployment rate. We don't want
starter jobs, Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
I'd make smoothies.
I don't like the idea of like take away like the way people get food and housing or whatever from the poorest Americans, so that they'll have to figure out something immediately, like, or else they'll die. I don't love that idea. Other people might. I don't.
I think our entire like entitlement program, like our food stamps, WIC, like welfare of all different sorts. I think the system's all upside down and needs to be corrected. And I don't think people should be chastised for working. I don't think because that's a big Flow State and I have talked about this a lot. How the numbers, like you lose benefits as soon as you get a job, right? And then you're doing the math in your head and you're like, I could just stay home, not work, and make actually more. And I think our system is not set up to catch and release.
But
right?
It's hard because what about
escalatory programs? Okay, Doc. Yeah, go.
Sorry, I was just going to say something really quick. I mean, it's just weird because over the course of when someone's planning their finances in 2025, it's like, well, do I have to think about my money differently than like a millennial or a Gen Xer did back in the early 2000s? I and maybe this is a little bit of my privilege where I'm from and stuff, but I worked at restaurants in high school and college, and I didn't worry once about money. I was working and going to school and stuff, like, virtue signal, but I do have a little empathy, but I also have sympathy for that. Sorry, Ryan.
I think that we just got to accept.
If you're about to leave.
No. Like, we just got to house people. Like, listen, hear me out. If you're working, you should have a house for free or a place to live for free, period. Like, we're in a country that says you have to work. There's no way around it. You have to work and actualize yourself through labor. But I think it's reasonable to say that you also need a place to live, like a bare minimum of like how you can live. I think it's fair to say if you're employed in the United States, you get to live somewhere for free. You can have amenities if you'd like, but there's a baseline. There's a baseline that says, this is the baseline of housing that we are providing for you. You can have amenities that you can use for the earnings that you get from this job, but at the very minimum, you're going to have to work for this house at the bare minimum. And I think if you do something...
Before we go any further, Tally would like to make her exit.
Sure.
You want to give your final statements, please?
Yeah, I'm going to tap out. This was fun. I would love to do it again sometime. Final words on the Sydney Sweeney ad. I think that I agree, whether it was intended as a dog whistle or not, the group of people who are attuned to hearing that whistle certainly exists. And I think it's worthwhile to talk about that. And I think it's also better to talk about that than to talk about the ad, frankly. But I think what I wish we could reckon with more when we have this conversation with people on the left, and that's where I spent my entire life until like 4 years ago, is how the left's obsession and focus on race and prioritization of race does fuel this. It is negative polarization, and that doesn't excuse what we are seeing, but it does feed it. And if we want to address it, I think we need to address what's going on both sides here. So those are my final words. I am a co-host of the Wick and Tally show on Wick TV. Our next show is on Tuesday. Wick would kill me if I didn't mention that. So thank you very much. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Good night, Tally. Thanks for coming. I enjoyed your time here.
Bye, Tally.
And then who did I interrupt? I apologize.
Oh, it was me. I was talking about the idea that like if you work in the United States, you have a place to live for free, and apparently that's controversial.
Well, okay,
because we're so far away.
Isn't that slavery?
Is it slavery?
I mean, think about it, because like wasn't
Slavery.
Amazon trying to run like a little
really.
community, and I think Google was trying to do it too, and basically that all that means is like once you get somebody locked into being dependent upon something else, you can change that leads to exploitation, that leads to slavery, that leads to things that shouldn't be happening, because now they don't know how to survive on their own. They can't survive on their own. You raise the prices just enough, a little at a time to where they can't get ahead. Yeah.
But housing, but what I'm talking about in particular is that in America, you have to work. There's no way around it. You have to work to get things. We constructed society as that. So why don't we just engage with the fact that we are detached from nature in such a way where we can't survive without the things. If you cannot live or survive that long in America and how the laws are structured and how we terraformed society around us, that you can live with just the clothes on your back. You will die in like a month. I'll give most people a month. And what you have to do, you have to figure out your means. And you're not going to be able to figure out your means without some form of labor. What I'm saying is that you still have utilities, you still have responsibilities if you have a house, but the burden of you losing that thing is not attached to something arbitrary like the cost of it. So for example, like in the framework that I'm trying to describe here, you still have utilities, you still have certain things, you still have to pay for internet, you still have things like taxes if you have a house. But if you have an apartment, it's going to be a little bit different. You're not going to have to engage in the taxes in the same kind of way. And then people go like, well, how do we pay for it? Employment taxes. The fact that you have to work to be able in this country feeds it into itself. So you have a tax system that feeds into itself that says, hey, as long as you're working, you have a place to live. It's not like the Walmart model where you're trying to create like.
So can I just
Hold on, let him finish. I wanted you to
done.
finish. No, because I wanted to chime in, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. It's not this matter of like.
So Joe. Okay, thanks. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting just because if we look at the way that the United States has conceptualized citizenship and what we think of as economic rights, what we think of as civil liberties and civil rights and stuff like this, like those have a 300-year history, right? And so, you know, when we talk about housing being included as a basic freedom, it's like, well, you know, it's difficult to even say that for either evolutionary or reasons that specifically pertain to how we conceptualize the American identity, the national character, things like this, that you know, that idea is either desirable to debate or it is perhaps like you know, like there would even be political will or a reasonable argument for it. I would challenge that this is one of those sort of cloud nine ideas for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. The thing is that like the thing that I'm observing is that when we actualize ourselves in the world, right, to kind of like I'll get a little bit heady, but try to stay on earth. Like when we try to say like, hey, I want to do a thing. Money overdetermines our lives, period. We constructed this thing that in one way or another, you are determined by how much money you have. You're not determined by your merit. You're not determined by your skills. You're determined by how much money you have. And for some people, they're like moderately have to worry about that. It's like, hey, if I want to have something to eat, I have enough money in such a way where I don't have to necessarily worry about the content of what I can eat. I can eat generally whatever I want within my needs.
But
that's not the case for
but can I ask? Yeah. So and I like to say try and say this the right way. Like, but isn't something like even like food just a choice that you make in a liberal capitalist society? Like, why wouldn't it be the case that it's like, well, like, you know. Like, I don't understand why I need the government thinking about that if I can think about that better. And I'm saying this as someone who's also very progressive.
Yeah, I think like there's a few things with that kind of tickle my brain. One of those is that we ought to be able to determine how we get our own properties back to ourselves. We should be able to self-determine how we eat or what we can eat, like the content of that. And what the government tends to do is that it tries to determine what the content is without us having any type of like bargaining power in what that content is. So like, for instance, in terms of food, it's like, I have $5 to eat. And then the world says you can get these things. You know what I'm saying?
But inevitably, like, you know, you implied that there would be a tax system that would essentially pay for this housing, right?
Yeah.
But if I own my own house, I don't want to pay for other people's. I'm busy paying for mine. I don't want an extra tax to come out of my pocket to pay for somebody else's when I've already done the work to make my own, right?
So what if you're Yeah, so what if your property taxes just go towards the cultivation of the system rather than arbitrary things that you can't really see?
That's basically what the taxes do now, and we don't have a choice on where it gets spent.
Right.
Sure. And I'm saying it gets spent in maintaining the thing for everybody who's employed.
So, Joe,
no, hold on. I'm employed and I own a house. You are employed and you can't afford a house.
Sure.
We're both being taxed on us being employees, on our paid wages. We're both being taxed, although the taxes that are coming out of my paycheck are paying for your home, and I'm also still paying for my own home out of my own check.
But I don't have but I'm not saying that I'm able to have a home in the same way that you have a home.
No,
so when people both look at each other,
why should I? Well, why would I strive to have a big house on my own and do my own things when I could just fucking get work done at the gas station, right? Make $10 an hour. Fuck it, I'm working. They put a roof over my head. Sounds like an easy plan to me.
Because
you want a better house.
Because not everybody is going to
because you'd be doing what you just described.
Yeah, not every
house or a nicer house.
What's that?
We already
because the houses still cost money.
Listen, hold
right?
on.
It's not
already
free.
See our system being on the slaughter zone of fraud, people milking it, taking advantage of it, never trying to leave it.
Sounds
We already
like socialism.
we already see that happening. So now give them a fucking free house. I mean, we already have that kind of with like Section 8 and stuff like that.
Which is
that's a runaway. That's a
I think we
that
need
is a
more
runaway.
homelessness.
Wait, that is a runaway trade. That is a
I think we're really
runaway
underrepresented
trade.
in the homelessness
That is a runaway
demographic in the
trade.
United States.
There is no virtue to that idea at all. Period.
To what idea?
That this idea that we just give people houses from where? Like
Well,
I'm as liberal as they come. I would live in a socialist or communist country, but from where does that come? It doesn't come from anywhere.
So let me just make this a bit more clear, and maybe we're getting lost in the idea of what a house is, right? Everybody needs a certain level of space to live and to cultivate themselves.
I need more
What's
than
that?
you.
How much space do you need?
Me, I live in right now I live in a 15 by 15 room. I'm paying $1,800 a month for it.
Family, if you had a family, a wife and let's say 2 kids, how much space do you think you need?
You're getting into the semantic.
We're getting into the semantic of space. Like
stay on the point.
Yeah, conceptually speaking, what I'm trying to say here is that some people might. Sorry, double checking if I dropped out. No, I don't think I did. Some people might need just a room. Right now, my room costs the same as some people's rent in America, $1,800 before utilities, in a 15 by 15 room. Look up what a 15 by 15 room looks like.
$100 for a 15 by 15
in one.
Foot
Yes.
room?
Yes.
Are you stupid?
I live in New Jersey.
Are you stupid?
I live in New Jersey.
But
But
that's
that's
not
about.
It's
That's not an argument. I live in New Jersey. It is overpriced and overexpensive. But anyway,
I'm in Maryland. When he said that, I knew exactly what the fuck he was talking about.
I knew
here too. Chillax.
totally
We're
understand
not
that.
here. We're not here to judge the man on where the fuck he lives and how much he pays.
I understand that.
Get to the concept of what he's saying. Stop listening to the stupid parts of it and focusing. Get to
Damn.
it. Joe is literally speaking way bigger, and your phone. Why would you pay that much a month? Oh my god, who the fuck cares? It's not part of the conversation. Joe, please.
Okay, so therefore, if you're living beyond your means, why wouldn't you move somewhere to where you can actually live with your means?
I'm not living beyond my
your
means.
means. How can you move?
I can't move because all of my money is overdetermined by my rent and utilities. So I'm put in a situation.
How do you know? How do
I know?
Because it's a budget, right? It's a budget.
It's barely a budget, but yeah, I understand what you're throwing down.
And so,
Like,
if you're in the United States, if you bought and sold everything that you've ever possessed since you were an infant, that is the only reality you know. So the
Sure.
totality, no, not sure. The totality of your metaphysics in our society is capitalist.
Sure.
It's based on individual personal finance.
Yeah.
That may be unjust, but that doesn't mean that you just get to go and do anything that you want to now do.
Yeah.
Why
I
and
understand.
how?
So like, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking, so if we do these things of budgeting, how does what I'm describing engage with the rest of the world currently? Is that what you're asking? I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding you.
Yeah. So, in totality, if you want to make it a little more theoretical without totally, jumping the fence or whatever on the issue. So without jumping the fence, one way that we can possibly see this is that, we balance supply and demand based on transactions, based on a very Austrian model. There's all kinds of other economic theories. As some people are saying, Alan Greenspan. Other people are saying, we have a full toolkit. For the people that we are talking to in the audience and things like this, that still means that one of the things you have to be able to eventually learn is just to manage having an income and paying your bills and somehow correlating that information with what the world is like.
Right. So I see what you're saying. So like we have
that might
capitalism,
be an abusive system, but
we have capitalism. We're under capitalism, and under capitalism, what do we do with that reality? Like we understand, like for
100%.
instance, we understand that we're overdetermined by money. Of course, we're underdetermined. Everybody's over or underdetermined by how much money they make. It directly dictates what you can do in this world. And in that, what do we do? Like the thing that I am trying to posit is there are certain things because of who we are. When I say who we are, I'm saying as human beings that are just the bare minimums, right? If we don't eat, we die. If we don't get treated when we're sick, we die. We can, like, as much as we want to act like COVID-19 can't kill me, it could. So could a heart attack.
But is that and so that's a great example because Joe, is that our evolutionary caveman hominid brain that's got 3 million years of history that's pretty close to what it's like to be a human that is now saying, well, I have to think in terms of dollars and cents and time off work if I get sick. It's economic, but is economics the truth of this? Like, why is it the case that the United States is focused on healthcare across the Western Hemisphere? Like that, there's maybe not a relevance to that question, but
maybe the point and why maybe I'll explain why I'm towards this idea that housing should be free for some and heavily subsidized for others. Because that's kind of what this scale would look like, right? If you have, for example, like in my current situation, my current situation, I'm making after at any given point anywhere from like $3,000 a month. It's like it's right at the edge. And with that being said, I have like just this. I have other things within that. I still have a car that I pay for. I still have health insurance. I still have student loans. All
You've
these
got
things.
a lot. Yeah. I understand. I'll wait real quick, Joe. I also have student loans, so it's crazy. I don't mean to undermine that, but I respect that. Finance is stressful.
And the thing
right?
Yeah, and the thing that I'm trying to point to is that I don't think it's just to be punished for things that are natural. So that's why I'm of the position that healthcare should be free at the point of service. Because if we have something that is natural, like tooth rot can kill you. If you don't get your teeth treated, if you have a cavity, that could kill you. And for whatever reason, we said like, okay, we know this thing could kill you, but we're going to put a paywall above this to predetermine what type of care you get. I don't think that's just at all.
It's like this idea that capitalism, right? This idea that capitalism should determine whether or not you should be able to live or be healthy or have a house, right? I just think Joe is saying, look, we have a government where we pay taxes. We could use this to pay taxes so people can eat, live, have health care without having to feel like, that price tag is going to jump up at the drop of a dime.
In ways like the government, if you do
that here.
What?
We actually do
Why
exactly
should I have to pay for your tooth care when I'm paying for my own.
If I so like think like Dan, think about it this way, right? Both of us could die if we had a cavity. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
So why should money determine our ability to get something treated that could kill either of us?
Because somebody has to be paid to take care of that tooth.
Why does somebody so somebody has to be paid for the service? Why does that payment have to come from us if we understand that if we don't get this done, we'll die?
Well, who's going to pay for it if we don't?
Well, not only
why
that,
can't
but
everybody pay for it?
the point is that not everybody chooses to do healthcare, chooses to do dental care, needs healthcare, needs dental. So in essence, like if I'm perfectly healthy for the first 45 years of my life and, only see a doctor once a year, life's good, life's grand, apple a day, yada, yada, yada. But then there's Joe Schmo down the street who just gets a man cold every fucking week and goes to the doctor and like whatever, I'm not paying for anything because I'm choosing not to use it and I'm choosing to use my money elsewhere or I don't need it. I choose a healthy lifestyle. So therefore I don't need it, whereas Joe Schmo ends up, eating
makes horrible decisions.
I think we eats 10 cheeseburgers a day, smokes cigarettes, sits on his ass, does nothing, and then I'm essentially paying for his shit when that's not my responsibility.
It's not just about that. Like there are so many compounding factors that could result in the needing healthcare, not just like bad decisions. There's so many different ways that something could happen to you that you would then require healthcare. And the question is, if we're talking about a thing that is something happening that is basically entirely out of your control and your life now depends on this healthcare, why in the world should money ever come between you and the healthcare?
Yeah.
Hold on, because I personally deal with this for my daughter. She literally needs medicine on a daily basis in order to survive. Like I have to do it. It's not like I can just be like, oh, let's take a conservative approach. No, like I have to. But what did I do about it? I ended up starting a YouTube channel and doing the things I had to do as the extra money factor to take care of it so that she'll never have to worry about it.
And if you had the choice, if you had the opportunity to say that you didn't,
your child, that's a duty as a mother to take care of their child, just like a duty of a father to take care of his child.
And why can't it be the duty of the community to take care of each other?
Because we don't live in utopia.
Because fuck you, that's why apparently.
It's not utopia. It literally exists north of your border and it works.
Like so hear me out. So hear me out because I do have to Dan, real quick. I'm so sorry, friend. I do have to run because my girlfriend, we have to do our good night wrap up and it's 3 a.m. So the thing that I'm trying to point to is kind of an ideology and a rationality at the same time, right? This idea that, okay, we live under this system and we can't really imagine anything else beyond the system that we're in, right? So I'll give you an example of this, Dan. Let's say the government passed something that said, if you have cancer, your treatment is fully funded. Is that something that you would support?
No.
Why?
Because somebody else would have to pay for it. So
and are you worried that somebody else is you?
If somebody else had cancer, that would mean the government is telling me that I have to pay for them.
Not the whole bill.
I feel like we're just arguing about whether taxes should be used. Like this.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that taxes should be used to fund these things.
Well,
but I'm saying
healthcare requires taxes.
Fundamentally, there are diseases that we do not have cures for. If you have them, they will die. If you are somebody who actually runs into this, which was my father. My father died of terminal cancer. He got diagnosed. He got diagnosed on a Monday and died on a Thursday. So, and what did that do? What did that do for my family? It overdetermined the finances of my family as I was growing up for something that was guaranteed to take my father. It wasn't an assumption that it could. It was going to. Yet we are still dealing with that financial burden, and he died in 1994. So the point that I'm
why should that be my financial burden?
If you make it everyone's financial burden, then it's barely a burden at all for any one person.
Wait a minute,
That's
you
the
live
point.
in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why are there so many Canadians that cross the North Dakota border to come down to our hospitals?
So before you answer that, I do got to run. I appreciate y'all.
They can't get.
We'll touch on later.
Hold on, he's fucking exiting, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
there we
you.
go. Yeah,
Joe.
maybe this is something that we could revisit with in like the actual setting of the show that you mentioned. We'll talk. We'll figure it out.
I see it all the time in the hospitals in Fargo.
Thank you, Joe, for joining the panel this evening. I would absolutely love to have you back again. You are very
Joe's
refreshing.
in very good faith.
Yeah, listen.
You're very respectful. I
We're gonna
appreciate
disagree on. Listen, I'm reformed. Okay, I'm trying really hard. It's like so you see, there are clips of me on the internet that are not favorable. I'm trying to move away from that person. So I hope that was an example of that. Yeah. Either way, I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Goodbye,
Joe Lewis
Joe.
did
All
nothing
right.
wrong.
Take care.
All right, let's run through these super chats real quick because it's 3 a.m. I need to go to bed.
You earned your money tonight, Sarah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like I always earn it. The left has always been the side of exploitation and advocate for it without shame.
Just not true. Just completely bullshit. But okay.
100% true.
I mean, what about like COVID during COVID, right? It was a lot of the lefties that were like really not necessarily exploitation, but for more for like control over
Lockdown stuff that happened under the Republican administration.
All that lefties wanted during the pandemic, either in America or in Canada or anywhere else in the world,
wear your mask.
Just that's pretty much.
Yeah, and
just
that's
wear
why
the
I
mask.
said no, because you're an idiot.
But hold on,
No.
My body, my choice, lefties. Come on now. Pick
Well,
one.
I mean,
you don't have to do it if you just stay home and stay away from people.
Like you just
perfect, sir.
like
Always.
I mean, at some point you just have to have some amount of empathy for other people.
Nope.
Like
No. Nope.
No,
Have none.
apparently, right?
But they'll expect it.
Then if you want to go out and be risk getting cooties from other people, then you don't go out. But why can't I go out?
Here, I'll tell you this.
Because people don't want to be around you if you're sick.
How many times?
Around them.
How many times did Americans
sick?
How many times did Americans have to lock down? How many individual lockdowns were there?
Florida
it was
had
a
none.
very long one.
Zero in Florida. Zero in Florida.
Zero lockdowns in Florida.
Yeah, boy.
I wonder what
And it's hot.
I wonder what your total death count in Florida was. Anyways,
Far less. Far less. And we had the old people. Don't forget about that. Oh,
yeah, you guys got a lot of
sure.
The motorcycle.
But it's a pandemic. You guys aren't talking about epidemiology. Daniel, shut the fuck up, please. You're talking about epidemiology. It doesn't matter if you had less people that died. How many people from Florida spread COVID that didn't need to?
How many people did, when
Is
you
that
talk
complicated?
to them, you lean in? How many
Get sick every year.
What's up, Ricky? What's good?
your
What do you want?
choice.
What do you want, Ricky?
That is the choice. If you're
No, it's
afraid,
not.
That's great. Why do you get to have the choice that would then impact old people in
I'm not leaning in
a-
to talk to them.
Hey,
Listen,
I do my best
Shut
to
up,
make old
Ricky.
people wanna stay
Ricky,
away from me.
get off
Oh,
panel,
It's
dude.
not Bricky.
What are you
Right?
talking
Like-
about?
It's not
All
Bricky.
right.
What the fuck are
Go
you
read
talking
a
about?
book.
You're a retard,
Comes in
dude.
with
Shut
the
up.
big
Read a book.
pen, says
Oh,
for
nice.
the
R slur again.
girls.
How surprising on
Sarah's
Sarah
doing-
Tomato
Sarah's
panel.
doing
The
super
R
chat.
slur
Shut the
again.
fuck
That's
up.
awesome.
Right.
That's
Close
awesome.
your
That's
duck mouth.
really
Are we done, gentlemen?
Couldn't keep himself in control.
Are
Yes,
we
ma'am.
done?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Real Daniel says, Sarah, you're learning how to grift. Keep listening to Andrew. It's working. You guys think I listen to Andrew? I have been doing this a while too. There are things in society that should be acceptable and things that should be unacceptable. The left wants the unacceptable to be accepted.
No clue what he's referring to. Probably gay people existing, or
this was at 2:30 in the morning. We were probably on the transgender stuff.
Yeah, so he probably doesn't think that we should accept and validate trans people, but he probably has no problem with like white supremacists and Nazis and shit being running around and goose stepping everywhere. So
controlling the government.
Interesting double standard.
People, as long as they leave me the fuck alone and don't tell me that I need to accept them.
Oh God! Oh no! They asked you to accept them. Oh, you poor fucking baby! Oh my God! Are you okay?
Yeah, oh my God!
Are you okay, Daniel? You fucking pussy! Are you all right?
So you can't handle somebody that says I'm white and I want to stay that way? Or
we're all handling it. What do you mean stay that way? No one's painting your skin, jackass. What are you talking about? I'm white and I want to stay that way.
You have to listen to the comment.
That's not what trans is.
Right. Dog whistles are one thing, but when you hear pussy whistles, you know things have been blown out before. That's pretty good. Flo never came back anyways. He left and started his own show, so you wasted your $10, but thank you. Saint says, hell no, boot Duck's ass because I have no patience for him tonight. He looks like a creepy Unabomber son of Manson. Duck looks like ugly inbred, and we already booted Duck earlier. Man. He's already back up. Nathan Glenn, who is on stage too. Why is the backlash on Sydney instead of the company if it's a dog whistle? Bud Light backlash went after the. Well, I don't think anybody's mad at Sydney. I don't think anybody's putting this on her.
Oh, a lot of leftists on Twitter are fucking.
I mean, probably not as many as he's suggesting, but I think there are people who are doing that. I don't think we did. Anybody here tonight? Nobody tonight did that on this panel. I don't think anybody did. And in fact, we very much explicitly, Charlie, I think, brought up specifically that that Sydney or it was either Tully or Charlie brought up that Sydney was like crying on her Instagram live about this, and like I have nothing but empathy for her. I mean, like obviously it would have been better if she just like felt like was aware of this
Nazi propagandist.
No, she wasn't.
Call her Nazi. I did call it Nazi propaganda. I didn't call her Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, not here, but other places.
We just said she was.
So it's a good point.
Hold on, let me ask this question for the dog whistle people. Like, here you've set off such a pace to where somebody who was an innocent bystander in this whole situation, who was just getting paid to go and do a quick commercial. She probably felt sexy and felt great and felt good about getting a nice hefty paycheck and whatever. And then you guys come and take something that she did for work, right? That she had very probably innocent, ignorant is bliss kind of scenario. And then you make her feel like she's done something dirty.
To be fair, none of us did that, right?
So you
right,
can,
but because the situation of this commercial that has, to me, there's no underlying anything. It's just a play on words, right? This one commercial, probably, you take that and you blow it into something that it's definitely not. Nobody saw the intention. The owners, as Soy Pill said, the owners of that company are Jewish, right? That doesn't even make sense.
I mean, Jewish people are capable of engaging in anti-Semitism.
You can identify that the messaging itself was just like really risky, while also saying Sydney Sweeney was just a participant, not necessarily she did it maliciously. She's pretty, right? She's not trying to say that she's a white supremacist, but like, you know, these guys who are, you know, an American Eagle, they're playing into something they know exists, and they're doing it on purpose.
And let's be honest, that marketing team has some responsibility for understanding the situation that they're putting their model in by not being cautious of like the kind of messaging they're sending. Like they have some responsibility for what happens. I don't blame Sydney. But I do think there are people who were aware who did lean into this, and I think Sydney is unfortunately taking some of the toll for it. That's
a lot of implications. Like a lot of this is stuff.
I mean, have you even done the research?
Hold on.
What do you
Ryan,
mean?
Would you see this commercial?
I watched the commercial like 30 times.
Hold on. Let me ask the fucking question first.
Okay.
Would you see this commercial as Nazi propaganda if Jenna Ortega was the actress in it?
We already asked
I outlined
earlier.
Yeah, I've said this has been my core message all throughout has been there was a trifecta of things that was happening in this specific piece of media.
Jenna Ortega that said the same.
I'm answering your question. I'm just giving you more context so you can understand why I'm answering the question the way I am. Okay, just
go ahead.
Shut the fuck up and listen for a second. So the three things that I'm pointing to are the blonde, blue eyes, various comments about that in that, and the mentioning of jeans. Jenna Ortega is none of those things. She's not white. She's not blonde. She's not blue eyes. If she mentioned the jeans thing, that would be one of the like four things that I'm talking about here. Okay, so no, I would not be talking about the same thing because the same thing would not have been happening.
Wow, that's very
Her jeans were blue.
Have good jeans?
Wait, so you're
God!
saying
So there's no way you thought that's what I just said. There's no way. Like, are you having a stroke right now?
If it's brown eyes, it's not a problem. But if it's blue eyes, it's a problem.
Are you both? Are you having like a mutual stroke together? Like,
if it's well, I
can we just accept? Can I offer a quick opinion? Jenna, what's her name?
Guys, you
Jenna
need to learn how to.
No, but
what's
Sydney Sweeney is famous because she's beautiful.
Just shut up.
Sorry.
Essentially, like implying that good genes and blonde hair, blue eyes being in the same thing together implies that having brown eyes and brown hair is not considered good genes based on your thought process. You are the asshole in that instance. If you're making that presumption, like that makes you the asshole.
This is the gaslighting I was talking about, right? Like,
gaslighting.
Hold on.
That's
not even gaslighting.
Yeah.
You're literally saying that if you have this trifecta of well, you said you have good genes and you happen to have blonde hair and blue eyes and you happen to be white. You know what?
No.
I think that
are you talking to me?
No.
I'm not talking
he's
to
talking to me. Shut up.
Talking to Ryan because he knows what Nazi propaganda looks like, and therefore he can recognize it when he sees it, does not mean that he himself is a Nazi.
That's not even close to what I fucking said, though.
No. That's exactly what you said.
No, it's not.
It kind of answers what you. It answers what you said.
And what that means is me being a blonde hair, green-eyed girl with white skin. There's nothing that I can do that happens to touch any of that trifecta in any instance because I will immediately be hit for Nazi shit.
No.
But in Asia,
that's not what that means at all.
That's
not what that means at all.
Exactly what that means because he just said with the trifecta, had she been brown haired with brown eyes and still said I have good genes and whatever the other thing was, then she would have been fine and nobody would have been upset. Shut the fuck up. What is wrong with you people tonight?
I'm just trying to answer your point.
I got here late. I'm sorry.
Nobody's seems to know how to wait till somebody fucking stops talking. Ryan and everybody else on the original panel all agreed had any other different skin, race, culture girl been on that screen, then we wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
Right.
Hey, hang on. Just to clarify that point. What I said is we might be having a conversation. We would not be having the same conversation.
No, we wouldn't have a conversation at all.
Shut the fuck up. Because what I'm pointing to is specifically, I'm calling it Nazi propaganda specifically, okay? I'm saying that specifically means these things in the way that it was carried out. That doesn't mean that every time a blonde person mentions their genes or whatever, I'm
Jesus Christ.
It is so frustrating.
So
what I said,
Ryan,
what I said there is it. Okay, I don't know. I'm listening.
When Brown,
I don't think it's that fucking complicated, to be honest.
No,
I don't know.
It really isn't.
Who's actually not understanding what I'm saying, and who's like pretending. I think Sarah's actually
Well, I
there's
was waiting for the
miscommunication around.
pause, and there
Some of
was
these
a
people I
pause.
think are like super bad faith, but
Yeah,
so
it's-
there was a pause, and I was
you
waiting
guys,
for the pause.
you guys need to learn, like, read
You know,
some.
you need to
soccer-
learn
some soccer.
about other culture.
Read.
You need to
some
learn about
Socratic-
other culture.
Maybe
read
it's
some
because you have your
Socratic
VK.
dialogue, please.
Maybe it's your
and
VK
learn how
icon.
to engage in good faith.
You come on a
Please.
panel about
Who
a
has
fucking
a
fashion
VK
store
icon?
and act like this.
Wait, what?
You come on a fucking fashion
No.
panel and act like
Wait,
this. Come on, dude.
Bro, shut up.
Come on, dude.
What are you talking about?
No, be respectful.
What
Be
was the
serious,
VK
dude.
icon? Explain that one to me.
Isn't that the same icon you use
No,
when you
bro.
go
What
on?
the fuck are you talking about? This is
Oh,
my
you've got two icons.